Man, this really wasn't how I'd planned on spending my free days. Ben thought with a groan. He'd woken up hours before the sun had risen to make his way to Analia, prepared some more nails to use to earn his god some faith, and then went off to start hammering them into trees deep into the untamed lands as soon as Thera met up with him. He was excellent with a hammer, so the task didn't take him too long, with the most time-consuming bit being the moment it took to decide where to hammer it so he wouldn't need to worry about some random passerby accidentally touching it by mistake. At the very least, though, he was getting to see that he was right. Since he took the job and got to work on it, the levels had been pouring in. Taming something was basically just a measure of how well something listened to you and followed your will after all. It was hard to say that with thousands of trees in the untamed lands doing exactly what he wanted that he wasn't fulfilling the conditions of the job, and in a big way too. Anyone that decided to rely on plant magic or connect would have to patiently go to them one by one, slowly building up communication and trust. He was bypassing all of that. It wasn't to the extent that he would be able to complete the job before the crafting contest started. But there were other ways around that, ways he intended to put into practice immediately as Thera got them out of the woods and on their cart to a new destination, the gate closest to Alfheimer's capital. Much like Analia, it was a nation built within a forest, but unlike the grand buildings he would see in the succubus homeland, the ones he saw there were far more modest, at least on the outskirts of the nation, with small, open homes that let the air pass through freely while letting neighbors wander easily. They were there as a result of Ben needing some very specific qualifications met, and Pelania had been able to help meet them. Falk had been right, it was important to use the connections you had, even if it meant being liberal with your phrasing. Despite the new view, though, Ben ignored it. He had been spending all the time he could on the small trip flipping through as many books on plants as he could, feeling it pay off by the time they reached their destination. Well, there's a little more experience to the job at least. Just gotta keep working my way through it. I really don't want to still be a tree tamer when the contest starts. He pushed the level up from his mind, instead going to the front of the first house and cheerfully calling into an open window. "Hello there. I'm Ben. I believe you got some notice that I'd be arriving, albeit short." At that, the head of a young elven man popped out, giving him a smile. "At least I think he's young. God, ageless races are tough to judge." "Why, hello there," the elf called back happily. "I've got to say, I thought the offer was a joke when I heard it. Are you really sure about this?" "I am. I don't want to go into the details, but I need to own a farm and I don't have the time to run it. I'm looking to buy it in exchange for you taking care of it and continuing the day-to-day operations. I'll be setting some stuff up in the animal pens to test if they improve the quality of the farm products with how profits will be split defined in the contract. Does that work with you?" "I've got no complaints. But you do know there's not much money in these sorts of animals, right?" "Don't worry. If things don't improve, then it's my loss. You'll still be paid for your work." The agreement was that Ben would buy both the farm and the livestock on it while hiring the farmer to keep tending to the animals. It worked out quite strongly in the elf's favor too. Should the profits fall below what the current average was, then Ben wouldn't be making anything. He'd only make more if the profits grew. This deal ended up pretty terribly for Ben, but it was a level of loss he was willing to accept to win in the end. He fully intended to never see any of his money again. He just needed access to some livestock and didn't want to risk harming any that a farmer needed to depend on. Now, if anything went wrong, the elf running things had plenty of funds to start again somewhere else. With all of that out of the way, they were led back to the coops, each filled with small creatures called obels. "These might be the cutest things I've ever seen," Thera said as soon as they got in, and Ben had no choice but to agree. They were basically just small fluffy ovals with legs. Creatures that had been bred to produce eggs frequently with thick hair that could be shorn for clothing and other fabrics. Essentially a cross between a sheep and a chicken, but their meat was no good and thus they would live out their natural lifespans. A fact that heavily contributed to his choice as he went to them one by one, placing a necklace on each of their necks before setting up the small statues of his god. "So these things are supposed to help with the quality of the produce?" the elf asked as he stared down at the cubic pendant hanging from each of the creature's necks. "That's what I want to test. I'll need you to write a quarterly report to me about how the quality and quantity of everything changes, if it does at all, but it would be great news if it works out. Just make sure you don't touch them without wearing the pendant I'm leaving with you." The necklaces had mental compulsions on them, the same as the nails, while the statues were designed to give off a small bit of warmth to make them appealing for the creatures to be near during the night. It was all designed to earn his god faith. But that didn't mean what he'd said was wrong either. He was sure he'd heard that happier animals gave better produce back on Earth, as well as the fact that religious people generally lived longer, happier lives. If he could see if giving some animals faith improved things for them in a noticeable way, then that was a valuable bit of knowledge. But if not, then all he'd lost was some money. Don't need the commentary. Thank you very much. Do you think you'll get enough from all of this so far to cover whatever hell Ori might gain? Well, all that matters is that we're not in a hopeless spot. What about my quest? I wasn't sure about getting it from the trees, but I'm certain these things will give me what I need. Well, another place to wait and see, I guess. With that out of the way for the day, they went back to All Faith, happy to walk around the town and see whatever entertainment was available. They took a tour that sounded interesting and listened to a presentation on interfaith relations before going to simply wander the city some more, looking for anything that would catch their eyes and finding it in the form of a large market. Ben knew from Falk that there was a good one in the city. He simply hadn't gotten to see it in person yet, but now that he felt like his teacher had undersold it. At least a couple hundred stalls from across the world, each selling products he would never be able to get his hands on in Stonewall. He immediately wanted to explore each one, and Thera easily agreed, happily letting him drag her to any that caught his eye as she pulled back in return for whatever she thought looked interesting. His bag, which had been empty after using all of the nails earlier, was quickly filling as they both picked up anything they thought could be useful or interesting. Thera made sure to get a few books that had made their way to some of the stalls, as well as some souvenirs for Sonia, while Ben's interest drifted far heavier to cooking supplies, letting his nose lead him to ingredients he'd never get his hands on in any of the usual places he bought from. One stall especially caught his eye. Filled with spices he hadn't seen before but pulled at memories of his homeworld, he walked up and bought small samples of each, giving them a taste one by one as the shopkeeper carefully explained where they were from and how they were usually used, ending with Ben's eyes lighting up as he carefully mixed a few together to give another taste before buying each in bulk. It's a little different, but if I tweak it a bit and use the right ingredients, I could use this as a seasoning for tacos. I mean, I'll still need to find some other ingredients that would work with it all together, but oh my god, yes. His excitement made it easy to ignore that the last time he'd had Mexican food was shortly before being crushed to death. After all, regardless of the timing, it was delicious while being one of many flavors he simply hadn't been able to recreate from Earth. Whenever he had a craving, he could do nothing but wait it out, but now for this, at least that was about to change. Oh, Thera, I'm gonna make you something so freaking good with this later. Just you watch. Your food's always good, but I'll look forward to it, she told him brightly, thoroughly enjoying the market's atmosphere. Correct answer, but this is going to be extra good. I can't wait. He couldn't contain his joy as he looked at the market with new eyes, eager to find anything that might help match some of the flavors of his homeland. As the day grew late, they decided to make their way back to the embassy they were staying at. Not only was the spatial bag full, but so were their arms, each loaded with bags from their purchases, as Ben had to admit to himself that they may have gone overboard. There was no reason they couldn't have just gone again another day. But if he saw something and wanted it, then he couldn't resist. It was as they were wandering some far emptier streets, almost back, that he was called out to in a way he wasn't thrilled with. Hey, Apostle of Myriad, stop for a moment. I want a word. As a few eyes around turned to look, curious about the apostle of a god they hadn't heard of, Ben heaved a sigh. He didn't like advertising his status as an apostle for the work it could bring. But there was one person in town that knew who he was other than the people he'd come with, and as he saw the large starfish person waving him down, he couldn't help but dread whatever he was about to have to deal with. All right, just keep it down. The name's Ben. Use that instead of outing me to anyone that might be listening. Anyway, what do you want, Mr. Zeisel, and I want you to take this seriously, the other apostle said firmly. I'm going out every day doing my best to win new believers for my goddess. I know that as the ones who proposed the challenge that we have an unreasonable advantage, but I still don't want to win against someone who's not even trying. Hey now, I'm trying plenty in my own way. Really? I haven't seen you preaching to anyone these last 2 days. Instead you're acting more like a tourist. I've already gotten 5 new believers for my goddess. Have you even begun to try to gain your god any faith? While Zaisel wanted to win for his god, he didn't want to do so unfairly. He knew that proposing such a challenge when they already had people willing to convert wasn't reasonable, and he'd hoped the other apostle would put up a good fight to turn it into a true challenge. But as things were, it felt like he could stop trying and already win. If the other side wasn't going to make an attempt, then what was the point of agreeing to begin with? Ben, though, knew the work he'd been doing, even if the other apostle didn't, so he brushed the man's feelings on the matter to the side. Look, you may be right that I'm not doing the best I can, but that doesn't matter because I'm still going to win. There's only a couple days left, so watch and see. The other apostle didn't believe him, but that wasn't Ben's problem as he walked away with Thera. In fact, it left him all the more confident. The other side had only gained 5 believers. There was still time for things to change, but he was feeling all the better for it. God, I love knowledge skills. They're so easy to level with just a bit of work. They could if they started buying my circlets with my mind skills tied to them. I still can't believe all the ones I made are rotting in the shop without any buyers. Don't people have taste? Hey, don't act like you aren't enjoying the faith you're getting right now. I could always pull out all of the nails if you're really against it. Myriad was quick to say, changing his tune. Despite the optics of the act, it really was harmless, and it ensured a steady, if small, stream of faith for as long as the forest survived. Yeah, I figured as much. He thought to his god with a laugh as he reached into his jacket pocket to touch his job crystal. Feeling the options flood his head but only seeing one new one. Hey, any chance you've heard of the scholar job? Tempting, but I know what I want. I'm heading into a crafting competition after all. I should at least be a proper craftsman. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. It had been a long time since he had taken the craftsman job, having devoted a lot of time and energy to other interests along the way. But even if this didn't grant him a skill or any level-ups, it felt good, felt right, like this was the path he was meant to be on. As nice as it was when he'd had both magic item maker and magic weapon maker as options, this was a direct part of the path he knew he wanted to walk. A path that technically ended if he managed to awaken the skill to unlock the master craftsman job. But if what he'd heard was correct, the system got more creative with options after that, leaving him with nothing but curiosity for what the future held for him if he got to that point. Hey, we did the best we could, right? Ben thought to his god as he closed his eyes. Rather than respond to that, Ben laid in bed and let himself drift off, opening his eyes again as he found himself in his god's realm. Both Hellori and Zaisel already there and waiting. Hellori stood, impatiently tapping her foot to get to the results as Zaisel just looked disappointed. He had wanted to win, but not like this. A challenge on equal footing was what he desired between the contest of the 2 apostles. But even though he started with what he couldn't help but view as an unfair lead, the fact that he'd seen Ben wasting away his afternoons exploring the town and treating each day like a game instead of doing his best to bridge that initial gap was disheartening to say the least. If he was going to give up, he shouldn't have accepted in the first place and saved his god some trouble. Well, shall we get this started already? Hellori asked, eager to claim her victory as Myriad hovered in the air, feeling far less confident despite how Ben's planning and efforts had worked out. Let's just get this over with, the cube said with a sigh as both revealed just how much faith their apostles had earned them as they both lit up and the system rang out. What? How? Hellori called out while Zaisel simply seemed shocked from the side. Neither had expected this turn of events, but Hellori was especially stunned. She hadn't done something as distasteful as spying on the other apostle to judge his progress, but she knew enough to guess what he'd probably do to gain more believers. She was certain he'd either preach the benefits of the connect skill his god offered, as well as visit some of the nations he'd already had converts to as a way to try and gain some more, but her apostle had been laying the groundwork for ages, getting people to the edge of converting and working to seal the deal after the challenge was issued, ending it with 13 new believers she could gather faith from. She had been certain that Myriad would gain a couple at most in that time. It simply didn't make sense. Devil's in the details, Ben told her cheerfully, his relief that it had worked out clear to both gods. Anyway, time to make good on your rewards. I didn't work my butt off for nothing. Myriad wanted to refute that Ben had worked anything off but let it be. He was simply too happy that he didn't get stuck having to spend so much faith that he had to hold himself back from giving a cheer of relief as he watched Hellori deal with her loss and give Ben her blessing. "And what sort of magic would you like then?" she asked, feeling exhausted as she did. With thousands of believers, she wasn't nearly as poor off for doing this as Myriad would be, but it was still an unfortunate loss to have to give a skill to someone outside of her faith. Ben, though, couldn't care less about that. Even if Myriad said she couldn't give him one, he was still going to ask, and he'd thought long and hard on what he'd want. As cool and useful as affinity magics would be, it would simply be far too hard for him to level with his abysmal affinities. Even if he didn't intend to devote himself to whatever magic skill he got the way he did for his crafting ones, he wanted one that would be helpful to him, and with that in mind he voiced the first option that he thought he could put to use. "I'll take telekinesis then." Given his number of minds, it was the obvious choice and would work with his crafting too. To be able to move multiple objects with his thoughts at once would be a huge asset if he learned to do it with any level of skill, but the small grimace that graced the face of the goddess told him all he needed to know. "I rule over affinity magics. Pick one of those." "Not in the agreement, but fine, whatever. In that case, I'll take earth magic." It was another that would be useful for crafting, even if it wouldn't be ideal for him. He'd probably have to level it exclusively through completing quests for his god, and there was still a limit to how high he could get it, but at the very least it could make his work easier. Not that it mattered. Her first failure had already shown him that his god had been right, a fact made all the more clear as he watched the goddess before him scrunch her brow in concentration as she tried to give him what he asked for, failing again and again before giving up. "What's your earth affinity?" she asked him accusingly, as if he was the one being unreasonable. "2. What's it matter?" "What's it matter?" she asked, outraged. A god would struggle to give you that at the height of their power. It would mean altering the very base of your soul. You're an enchanter. Having any magic will be in your favor, so request one you have at an affinity above 20. 15 at the very worst. "Well, first, if I was just looking to use it for my enchanting, then I wouldn't even need it. Myriad's skill does plenty for me on that account, so I wanted to get something actually useful. Gotta say, you're being pretty choosy for someone who lost. More importantly, though, I don't have an affinity above 5. I guess if you can work with that, I'll take the time magic skill for all the good it does me." As he explained, there was a change to her expression. Anger changed to a subtle horror, the sort that was all but unnoticeable unless one knew where to look, as she walked right up to him and called out to his god as she plunged her arms into his chest. "Myriad, I'm taking a look at your apostle's soul." The experience wasn't as unpleasant as the time Myriad looked at it. Her body didn't open up the way his god's did, and he didn't black out. All he had to do was deal with the experience of seeing a woman shove her arms into his chest. Another experience he'd had before that he didn't think he'd be repeating, as she felt something inside of him he couldn't perceive, the shock becoming more apparent on her face as each second passed. "Infinite hells," she cursed as she pulled them out. "Why didn't I hear anything about this? I was only told he didn't have any magic skills. Not that he couldn't learn any affinitied ones at all." The fact that he was the only one without awakened skills probably overshadowed that bit of info as word spread to the less interested gods, Myriad said sympathetically. "Wait, you all gossip about me up here?" Ben complained. "I wouldn't say gossip, but word about certain things gets around. Sounds like gossip to me. But why didn't either of you tell me?" Hellori asked in complaint. "How am I supposed to grant a reward like this when you both knew I couldn't?" She was asking to lessen the blow. She had lost fair and square, even if she didn't understand how, and now she had to pay the price. The fact that she couldn't would bring nothing but shame to her, but at the same time it could be argued that by not informing her that she couldn't give the prize, they'd taken advantage of her ignorance. Unfortunately for her, it was a fact quickly disputed. "If you'll remember, neither of you let me get a word in," Myriad said in his defense as Ben brought forth his own. "And I assumed a goddess of magic would be able to actually grant me a magic," he complained. "I was at least expecting a non-affinitied one, so how are we going to work this out? I didn't do all that work for nothing when you're the one who challenged us." With the truth before her, all she could do was curse herself. "Very well. Since I can't give you the promised magic, what do you want?" He didn't know what his god would say about it, but he had two things in mind since it was supposed to be his prize to begin with. There's two things I want, and since you don't even need to spend any of your faith on it, it should be pretty reasonable. Put a statue of Myriad in each of your churches for people to pray to, and answer all my questions for me. The look he got could have chilled him to his core, but she quickly turned away to address her apostle as he stood quietly to the side, watching this all happen. Zaisel, it shouldn't be long until your eggs hatch and they start eating their way out of your flesh, so go rest up while you can. I'll finish dealing with this. With no parting words, the starfish man vanished, leaving Ben and Myriad alone with the goddess before them, both wondering what things would come to as she turned to face them, before deeply bowing her head as she pleaded. Please don't ruin my church. What? Ben didn't know how to react to what he was seeing. The cold, distant goddess was now pleading with him desperately, tears in her eyes and destroying the dignified image she'd managed. Placing herself more along the lines of how he thought of Myriad as his god seemed to sigh at his side, having a far better understanding about where she was coming from than he did. Everyone up here already knows what you're like, and I shouldn't have made a move against your god like that. Please don't try to destroy the faith I built up, she begged him, leaving him feeling like he was bullying a being so far above him in power as he cast an accusing eye at his god. Everyone up there knows what I'm like? What the heck are you saying about me that's so bad it could make a god act like this man? There has to be a limit to the slander. Hey, don't blame me, Myriad shot back. Any rumors about you are your own fault. He didn't believe him for a second but still tried to put the goddess at ease. If he was being honest, he did have things planned with the request, but nothing so bad that it would destroy her faith. All right, calm down. I'm not going to ruin your faith, he said gently as she only looked less sure. She couldn't help it. His mind was a tangled web compared to other mortals, making all but any thoughts he wanted a god to read need a higher level of attention to parse out, made all the worse by how much was going on in the depths of his mind, less easy to see unless one did their best to plunge beneath the surface. All she had to go off of with any certainty was what she'd heard. But if you put those statues into every one of my churches, I'll be ruined. Do you know how much work the Church of Aneth has to put into to keep it floating, not to mention how much it will cost if they fall? I have dozens of churches across the land, and even if I'm a goddess of magic, it still won't be easy for my believers to supply them all with mana at all times. They'll come crashing down constantly enough that I'll be left destitute, having to sell off my churches just to avoid having to deal with the statues by the end of things. Okay, so maybe this actually is my fault. All right, calm down, he told her, suddenly feeling guilty. What happened between me and Aneth was a result of his apostle trying to murder me and his son harassing my friend. All you did was pick a fight with my god. I can deal with that without making it a big deal. Admittedly, I'm disappointed you got my hopes up about giving me a magic skill, but not to the point that I want to crush you in revenge. She seemed to calm down, casting an unsure look at Myriad as his god agreed. It's true, as annoying as it is, Ben would much rather get revenge for personal reasons than for anything that happens to my faith. He's not giving this any mind. Hey, I'm just saying it would be nice if you directed some of that energy to getting me believers. The cube tisked as Ben brought his focus back to the goddess before him. Let's make things clear so nobody's worried about anything. When I say statues in each of your churches, I'm not talking about what I made for Aneth's. Let's see, first off, you can be responsible for getting your own statues. They don't have to be enchanted in any way, and they can be made of whatever metal will look like him. It doesn't need to be a magic material. The dimensions should be about a 1/2 meter by a 1/2 meter at least, but I don't care if it's hollow, so the pricing shouldn't be too bad. Your churches can't hide them away. They need to be present in a way that people will know it's a god, and your priests should be prepared to answer questions about him in a positive light and take care of their upkeep. But that's it. A lot easier than spending however much faith it would take to get me a skill, right? She chewed her lip, looking much younger as she thought, though now that she knew she wasn't going to be ruined by the request, she was much more relaxed, although still unhappy. It's not as bad as I thought, but the main issue is that, well, it's him, she said, casting a look to his floating god and leaving Ben to sigh. Well, for now, let's start with some of the questions I want as well. What exactly do you have against Myriad? I heard you guys used to get along and it would be nice if he had a friend. Is it just because he destroyed his planet? Myriad didn't quite know how to take his apostle wanting him to repair his relationship with her so he'd have a friend, but was even more surprised to learn the reason she disliked him so much to begin with. It's not just that he destroyed his planet, it's that he destroyed all life on it too, she said awkwardly, deciding to fulfill at least that part of her obligation. I can kind of see that, I guess. Even if all of Myriad's believers became a part of him after, that doesn't mean every living thing did. Killing all life rather than letting it fall into enemy hands is pretty brutal. I've seen the way you hunt. You don't have much of a place to judge from. His god shot back. That's not it, Hellori said, silencing them both as she drew a breath. I don't suppose you know much about how life in the universe is generally split, do you? I know we do it a lot by body type here. I'm a hominid type, which is one of the most common. But you also get plenty of crustacean types and bug types and probably a lot more I'm not aware of. Wrong. That's how mortals break things down. But it's basically meaningless. Artifacts of convergent evolution and the modifications the gods make to their chosen races. I'm talking about on a deeper biological level. He thought it looked like his god was beginning to understand where she was coming from, but Ben still wasn't getting it. My studies lean more towards material science and magic. Help me out and give me the answer, would you? Originally, the gods that first made their place on the world and built the system thought life could be split into two types. Beings based on carbon and those based on silicon, with a few races being the product of endosymbiosis between both sides. She explained, showing off just what made her a goddess of knowledge. It's an aspect that was well understood and defined by them, and it let the system be designed to facilitate breeding between radically different species, with the hope that such a thing would allow races to keep their personal differences to the side as they eventually intermingled enough to essentially become one singular race with enough diversity within it to survive anything, even without us at our old strength. He felt himself being pulled into the lesson, eager to learn something new and interesting. Then came the mana-based life forms, she continued. Creatures that didn't have physical bodies in the normal sense, those we never would have dreamed to exist before coming to this world. The system became a part of them as soon as they joined these lands, and it was originally not certain if they'd be able to be a part of that plan, but the system was built to be able to grow and adapt, and as you already know, we've just seen that it does in fact allow the mana base to become a part of this new global species. And then we get to just what your god's race was. Were you something interesting? Ben couldn't help but ask. Of course I was. What sort of question is that? His was the most interesting, Hellori yelled. It was exciting enough to learn about the mana-based life forms for us. Myriad's people were something completely different. The only examples of mithril-based life forms in the known galaxy, at least as far as all present gods are concerned, as well as the few void ones we've spoken to. Possibly in all of reality, his world was the only one to give rise to something that was not only new, but to come from something as rare as a magic material as well. If he'd saved at least a specimen or two, it wouldn't be so annoying. But he didn't even have the forethought to do that. As her outburst ended, Ben looked to his god, questions on his mind. She's mostly right, though I was unaware at the time, Myriad explained. Usually only the void gods move through space freely, taking their races with them, so I simply didn't know. Of course, there's two things she's wrong about. While my race was mostly mithril, we did in fact have an endosymbiotic event of our own. To be specific, while our base cells were mithril, they contained organelles of both carbon and silicon that were instrumental in making such a difficult form of life exist. But second and more importantly, she's wrong that I didn't save any specimens. The way Hellori moved to Myriad as soon as he said those words was all but instantaneous as her mood completely flipped. No longer was she showing anything of the cold, angry, scared, or outraged faces she was before. Now it was one of nothing but open curiosity and excitement. What, where, how? She asked in a rapid fire as he gently floated away from her ever closer face. Inside of me, I kept a few cells the only place I knew they'd be safe, pulling them to this realm so that nothing could harm them. It's been a small dream of mine to take them to a new world in the event this one survives. As unlikely as that is to be, and to spare whatever faith I can to help them grow and proliferate until they reach the point that a diverse world of life exists, built on the remains of my old one. Ben never would have guessed his God had actual goals beyond simply getting more believers, so he wouldn't constantly feel so powerless and wasn't sure what to say to that. But Hellori couldn't have been more excited by the prospect. "I'll accept the request of your apostle if you let me watch and help," she all but yelled, getting confusion from Myriad in return. "What? Why?" "Because it's interesting, obviously. No god has ever directed the course of life on a world from a single cell. It's a project that could take millions of years. Even if you pour all of your spare faith into it, how could I reject something so unique?" All right, if you're sure." Myriad was looking to Ben, unsure of how to take this as his apostle laughed from the side. He couldn't help it. The turn of events was too unexpected and entertaining. "All right, I've agreed, so we're all good," Hellori told him, eager to focus on the more interesting topic but switching back just long enough to focus on her obligations from agreeing. "So let me know what questions you have and we'll get this over with." It was at that Ben felt his already wide smile grow all the more as she finally got to what he was really hoping to get out of this, with any extra faith for his God being a bonus. "We really don't have to do this today. In fact, it would be impossible to do all of this today," he told her cheerfully, causing her some brief confusion. "Wait, what do you mean?" "You agreed to answer all of my questions. We didn't put a cap or a time limit, and by God, do I end up with a lot of questions in life. I look forward to working with you, teacher." There was only so much his own God knew after all. As nice as it was to have Falk and Quillith around to help teach him things, having a goddess of knowledge and magic at his disposal was perfect for finding out more on any topic he could want. He didn't intend to destroy her, but he was going to get the most from her he could. Despite the long night dealing with the issue that was Hellori's competition, Ben woke up feeling refreshed and energized. Not only had he won the contest and presumably gained his God a new source of faith good enough that he'd move past the fact that Ben had agreed to it without his consent, but he could now count Hellori amongst his teachers. He was always working on doing his best to learn more, and he was already thinking of how he was going to put this new source of information to use. "Let's see, obviously I'll be taking her from time to time while in Myriad's realm to answer any question he can't. But there are other places I can use her too. I have so many freaking mind skills that I can devote myself to reading through a book at the same time that both she and Falk give me lessons. Heck, I could get Myriad to as well if he has anything useful for me. If I had all three focused on teaching me about plants, then couldn't I speed through my plant knowledge skill at an unbelievable rate? Maybe I should save that for if I ever take the scholar job though. Who knows how long it will be until I get out of my current one. I have plenty of time to figure this out." He was positively giddy as he prepared breakfast for both Falk and Thera, making up plates and knocking on their doors to draw them out to eat in the hallway with him. "You seem to be in a good mood, boy. Feeling that ready for today?" his teacher asked in reference to the main reason they were there, the crafting competition starting that day. "Or did you actually manage to get a magic skill from whatever god you decided to compete against?" Thera wanted to know, curious about how it had turned out. "Well, I did win and I got her blessing, but no magic." Myriad was right in that regard, sadly. On the plus side, though, since she couldn't fulfill the promised reward I get to learn from her. Thera only shook her head as his teacher gave him a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. "You know, boy, as much as I didn't want you when you first showed up in my shop, I'm going to miss you when one of the gods decides to throw your butt into the infinite hells." "Not happening," he said as he brushed off his teacher's touch. Admittedly, Eneth isn't a fan, but he can't just do that to another god's apostle willy-nilly. Hell, I'm pretty sure he couldn't even do it to one of his own believers without good reason. As for Hellori, she's fine with it. "Sure, but one day you're going to manage to piss off the wrong one and things are going to go downhill fast," the Yeti said with a laugh. "But let's not worry about that for now. Got everything packed?" "In a few bags, yes." "Good. In that case, let's start heading out." The streets were more packed than they had been on any of the previous days, and it was clear to see why. This was the start of the competition that brought him there, with plenty of people who'd gotten out earlier than they had already setting up their tables and displays as they tried to sell their wares while making something that would do well, at least for the regular part of the competition. Ben wouldn't be participating in that section though, instead devoting his efforts to a group that existed through invitation only. As they reached the sign-up desk, Falk handed over that very invitation, making clear in no uncertain terms that it would be Ben alone who participated for the shop. "But are you sure, sir?" the attendant asked nervously. "He'll be the only person participating on an invitation that will be working without a team. Shouldn't you be helping your apprentice?" From the way he was acting, Ben couldn't help but wonder if the attendant had been told to keep an eye out for that invitation, as well as the skills of the Yeti holding it, but Falk was having none of it. Neither of us could care less about winning. Since the opportunity came up, we're using this as his graduation exam. If he does well enough, then he's officially done being an apprentice. If you have an issue with that, then we can leave. Threatening to leave seemed to do the trick as the attendant directed them to a group of larger stands, their table clearly marked with a forge and other supplies already prepared by it for use as they made their way over, Ben joking with his teacher as they went. "Just want you to know that even if I take home the gold, you aren't getting rid of me so easily. I'm going to steal every bit of knowledge you have. Just you wait. Please, if I thought telling you that you're good enough to go off on your own would give me back my freedom, I'd have done it over a year ago. Just wanted to make sure I didn't have to explain why I'm not helping." He laughed as they got to the table and began setting up, pulling out the tools he'd made sure to bring as Fox set up a display for the items he'd prepared, making signs with their price to put beside them as he went and leaving Ben's eyes to bulge as he caught a look. "Oh damn! You're actually going to let me price these correctly?" he asked as he gawked at what was written. "You don't have to match my prices here, so we're going with proper market rates right now, or at least around them. You know damn well I can't have my apprentice selling things at a higher price when your items aren't as good in the shop." He could only sigh. He couldn't deny that something would look funny if the apprentice's stuff was selling for more than the teacher's, especially since it was obvious to anyone with the eyes for such things that Falk's items were superior to his own to a shocking degree. Well, whatever. And so what should I make then? He'd have to present an item he'd made over the course of the competition to be judged at the end, but a week was a long time to make anything. He didn't think he had any projects with Falk that he'd spent more than 2 or 3 days on, and even that was long for him. Unfortunately, his teacher couldn't give a concrete answer. "Whatever you want really. I'd say maybe spend the first day planning a bit and figuring things out and then just do the best you can. You work fast, boy. But it would be interesting to see just what you could make if you took your time on making something perfect." "MMH. Well, I'll do the best I can then," he said, not feeling the sort of direction he'd been hoping for. It was just so much time. He supposed he could make an item a day and submit the best one at the end to be judged. But his teacher was right, it would be a change of pace to take all the time he had and put it to just one thing. "Well, it's not like you need to start immediately," the Yeti said with a laugh. "Why don't you two look around for a bit? Maybe it will give you some ideas. I'll watch the table in case anyone wants to buy anything, but don't be gone for too long. Okay?" "Sounds good, Uncle," Thera answered for him, excited to see everything the contest had to offer as much as he was. "We'll be back soon." With that, she grabbed his hand, happy to see just what the contest held as she dragged him along. "It's like they're trying to ruin my day," Ben complained after they finished wandering the streets filled with stands, each person holding a crafting-type skill showing off what they'd made to the world. Thera patted his back, trying to reassure him as she had to any time he realized just how good the quality of his work had become. There, we still have to look through the tables that were specifically invited like you were, so cheer up. I'm sure they'll have something to catch your eye." Ugh. I hope so at least. It just felt ridiculous. His items were only making it to rare still after all. Sure, Falk had told him early on how uncommon, ultra-rare, and legendary items were, but he still wanted to see more of them. If he only had his teacher to draw from, then he wouldn't grow as much as he knew he could. But from the way things seemed, the easiest way to see a few was to find a way to get his eyes on whatever different nations were hoarding. Not like that's easy either. Maybe I could visit a couple of the nations that want me because of the braces and subtly mention my interest in seeing any of their better items. I just need Myriad to mention to whatever believer he had there that I'd be visiting and let that information naturally pass up to whoever would be interested. He tried to work the plans he could to take advantage of the other believers in his faith, only to lose focus as he got to the first set of the invited tables. With people coming from all over the world, he'd been able to see a variety of different races at work, even if they didn't leave him satisfied. And seeing as how the invitees were supposedly the best of the best amongst those without awakened skills, it wasn't surprising to see that they hailed from a variety of nations too, even if each table was mostly composed of the same race. There were the races he expected to see from what he had read of the various craftsmen of the world, and he stopped to introduce himself and chat with them all. The dwarven table was selling thick steel weapons and armor, able to take hits and deal damage by virtue of both the technique that went into them, along with their sheer weight. Gnomes whose items were more like trinkets, but the incredible skill behind the enchantments on them gave them effects he wouldn't consider, while a table of cyclops made what would look like knives to them but swords to someone Ben's size, as one of them imbued the hot metal with magic in a way he'd only read about due to the rarity of the skill, not enchanting with whatever magic they possessed, but bestowing its effects. At least that was what he thought as he ran up to ask. "Excuse me," he called out, waving excitedly to get their attention when they were done and getting a confused look from the one-eyed giant. "Am I right in thinking you're a bestower?" The man looked surprised at first before breaking into a happy grin. "You recognize the skill, do you? Well, you're absolutely right." The excitement of meeting someone with such a rare skill filled him to the extreme. It was similar to enchanting, but instead of doing anything complex, it allowed the user to make a spell a part of the metal in an almost permanent way. There was no known way for one to acquire it through training or effort. It was a skill that was gained by certain mages and craftsmen seemingly randomly if they got it, or else either being born with it as their blessed skill or receiving it as the bonus skill that comes with awakening something, usually enchanting or a different magic skill. Oh God, if I can awaken my enchanting and get it, that would be so freaking cool, and I'm getting close and God, I want it. Failing that, maybe I could pay Zandale to get it and then learn it from him. That's a pretty good workaround, right? It would be great as long as I could use it with Connect, but if not, I'm just out some money. It might be worth the risk. "Well, it's great to meet you. I'm Ben." He introduced himself, wanting to ask a million questions. "Can I ask you some things about it? Did you gain it yourself or was it blessed? Does it affect enchanting the item after in any way? What's the mana cost like? Oh, more importantly, what magics do you have that you use it with? Wait. Before anything else, I should probably say I'm your competition, and I really don't want you to think that this is me trying to get some unfair info about you right now. I'm just really curious, and if you don't want to tell me right now, I get it, but then would you want to talk after about it? Dash. Ha ha ha. Whoa now, I don't mind at all. Do you fellas?" He called back to his teammates, getting a round of no's as he did. A love of making is a wonderful thing, and the fact that you could recognize the skill on sight is flattering enough as it is. Sit a while if you have the time. I don't mind answering a question or two on the first day. He happily took the offer as Thera sat with him, listening with her own curiosity. It seemed that items bestowed with magic rather than enchanted could still be enchanted on without giving up any space or weakening the item, meaning that even though bestowal allowed for far less complexity, if a competent enchanter got to an item after, it could be made significantly more powerful, making Ben want the skill more and more. "Oh please, you great and mighty system on my soul. Since you won't let me have any magic, at least let me get this somehow. It would be super cool." After talking a bit longer and promising to stop by to chat again, they moved on to greet the last few tables, home to the less expected races participating. First seeing a table of goblins, a race he knew had a complicated history in a similar way that elves did, since there was the standard variant, as well as hobgoblins, with their table filled with items using materials in unconventional ways to surprisingly good results. He stopped to ask why they made some of the choices they did, while also seeing some familiarity to the work, a touch of it seeming to make it to how his teacher chose what to put in an item. That left the last two tables, the only two that were of mixed races. The first of which was a team of sentient ant people working with two Hecatenkir, a race that looked similar to the Apostle Zandale, whose whole body was a mass of tentacles, only instead they were a mass of arms, with every other one having a very human-looking face on it. It seemed the team-up was to allow each species to play to their strengths, the ant people shaping items, not through the heat of the forge but instead using their earth magic, while the Hecatenkir did the finer work of refining any areas on the items the level of magic couldn't handle, as well as applying the enchantments. For the last table, Ben couldn't be certain if they were all truly members of a different race, or instead just part of a race with significant levels of diversity, but each member appeared to be an octopus, or at least creatures with similar body plans. They varied in size, color, and number of limbs, and not one seemed to have a problem on land the way he would expect from looking at them. He had absolutely no idea what they were making as he stared at them while they worked, seeing some sort of magic trapped within crystal balls, but unable to decipher their finer points. After going to the trouble of saying hello and introducing himself as a friendly competitor, he couldn't help but probe them with questions too, getting a surprising answer. Each one is a carefully created feeling, they explained cheerfully, cluing Ben into the fact that at the very least, dark magic was involved. Feel free to touch one and run some mana through it, you'll get the idea. He did exactly as suggested, picking one at random instead of learning what it was ahead of time and passed some of his mana through it, feeling barely any change, but what he did was familiar. Not the strongest effect, is it? Though my dark resistance is way too high, so that could be the reason. He thought aloud, intrigued nonetheless as the octopus chuckled. Well, we've enhanced it with empathy magic, so your resistances couldn't be doing too much with something non-affinitied making up the base of it. If it's a feeling you're used to it doesn't stand out as much, I might suggest trying another. Sure. In that case, how can I tell what feeling it's supposed to be ahead of time? We inscribed the feelings on the bottom. Give it a look. He flipped it over to read it as Thera tried to peek over his shoulder, only for him to flip it back fractions of a second after to keep her from seeing the words young love carved into its bottom. Hey, what was it? She asked in curiosity, drawing another laugh from the octopus. Why don't you try it out yourself and find out? See if you're as used to the feeling as your companion. I'd love to, but it would break if I did, she said, sounding disappointed. My mana control is pretty rough on things like this. Ahem. Well, why don't you recommend one for us? Ben asked the clerk, trying to draw attention away from the one he'd grabbed. I can stick a few sacrificial enchantments on it, so you can use it, Thera. In that case, I would suggest a pleasant memory. It typically creates good results, but I'll give you a discount if you show me whatever enchantment you're adding to it. Deal. He tapped his card and transferred the funds before picking up the suggested crystal ball and running his mana through it, feeling the exact emotion described. It was the sort of warmth that came with thinking of his home and family, only without the crushing sadness that came with the knowledge he'd never see them again. After experiencing the effect himself, he began modifying the enchantment for it, explaining sacrificial enchantments as he went and how they could be used to keep other enchantments from breaking if too much mana was passed through them, gaining not only the close attention of all of the other octopi at the table, but also the table of ant people and Hecatonkir as well. Once he was done, he handed it to her to try, and though she was cloaked, the smile could be heard on her voice. Well, that's lovely. Isn't it, though? The octopus said cheerfully. Why not get your companion to modify the other one he tried for you too? See how it turns out? No thanks, this is already plenty, Ben said in the face of their meddling, waving them off as they laughed to go back to his table. Thera could see he was doing his best to avoid whatever the first one he'd touched was, provoking her curiosity. What was the other one? Come on. Don't go keeping secrets from me. It was experiencing good company. Since I'm with you, I'm obviously in good company, and if you felt anything from it, you'd be breaking my heart. He joked, a statement she could immediately tell was a lie as she decided to drop the matter for the time being, while making a note to go back and ask later. You're obviously good company, Ben. I wouldn't have come all the way out here if you weren't. Ha! So you would have stuck in Stonewall's heatwave? He teased. Well, even if there wasn't a heatwave, I would have come, she told him, giving his hand a squeeze as they both got back to the table, seeing Falk talking with two unexpected visitors when they did. Well, this is a bit unexpected, Ben said as he found himself being hugged by two familiar faces, namely his old friends Steph and Will. When we heard this was happening, we figured we might be able to find you here. Will told him as Steph went to give Thera a hug as well, being expertly avoided despite the amulet he'd made last time hanging around her neck. Gotta say though, I didn't expect you to be one of the guests of honor. Ha, well technically my teacher is. I'm just taking his place because he doesn't want to deal with it. And I appreciate it, the Yeti said as he ruffled his hair and walked off with a wave. I'm going to go chat with the goblins for a bit. Try not to get into any trouble while I'm not watching you. When do I ever get into trouble? He called back, seeing Thera grab her face from the nerve of him asking something like that in the corner of his eye. You literally got into trouble the moment we got here, she told him dryly, drawing looks from his other two friends. Oh my God, Ben, what happened this time? Steph asked as he gave an awkward chuckle. Why don't we chat while I work a bit? Speaking of, Steph, I see you're wearing the cloak I helped make. Hand it over and I'll redo the enchantments on it. He told her as he pulled out some of his rings from his bag and gave the broadest of details of what had happened since they'd seen one another last, doing his best not to say anything that would be too worrying as he did while they caught him up as well. So aside from taking the trial you suggested, which I really would have liked more warning about 'cause it sucked, all of our time since has been devoted to our training, Will explained. The good news, though, is that we can say we're finally fully competent using our awakened skills. Just took longer than either of us would have liked to get to that point. Ha! Well, glad to see things have been going well. I would have told you more if I could have, but I think I was only at the first level of sacrilege at the time. It was hard enough to tell you what I did. Myriad, they're obviously hiding the more worrying bits from me the way I am from them. There's no way their training hasn't left them putting their lives on the line to grow stronger. That reminds me, I should make them some better items if I can. Gotta know what sort of things they usually wear when off facing whatever life-threatening disasters heroes have to go up against. He was going to rebuke his god, but Steph called out, commenting on what he'd said. Wait, at the time? What level are you now? Don't worry about it, he told her, brushing it off with his better news. Instead, focus on the fact that you're looking at someone with level 8 enchanting and level 9 crafting. What? Steph yelled, before taking a far quieter tone. Ben, we've only been on this planet for what, 2.5 years? How did you gain so many levels? I've just made it a very productive time, he said with a shrug. I probably had it easier since I didn't need to adapt to my skills at all. They were all weak enough that I could train in earnest from the moment I learned how to use them. Will scoffed. Ben, if it was that easy then you'd see significantly more 9th level skill holders. Hell, you'd see more awakened skill holders too. What can I say? I like what I do. That's not even mentioning how weird your minds become, Thera said, creating more curious looks that led to both of them wanting to try connecting to him to see and experience the change, Steph looking queasy after, and Will swearing up a storm. Dude, what the hell is happening in your head? A side effect of two mind skills synergizing. I wouldn't worry about it too much, he told them, trying to brush it off. I usually hide all but one of them when I connect with people, but I figured I'd give you a taste of the full thing. What do you say? I learned how to make items that can carry mind effects. If you want some, I personally find having 10 available to me to be pretty handy. Hard pass. I feel like I'd go insane if I was to use something like that, Steph said as Thera laughed. Most people just barf if they wear it too long. I thought I was going to the one time he got me to try. Man, I'm never going to sell any of the stock at the shop, am I? He muttered in the face of them all, shooting down his offer. Even if it took a bit to get used to, there was no denying it was handy. They were all just being too judgy. So we'll scratch that from the list of potential items to make them. Fine, they don't deserve something as handy as extra mines. I'll make them something boring like new weapons or armor. Anyway, how long are you guys going to be here for? He asked them. Admittedly, I'm going to be pretty busy, but it would be great if you'd stick around to see the results. Maybe I could treat you to some good old-fashioned earth cooking too. We live in a city with a gate, so we'll keep popping through, Steph agreed excitedly. When we visited Analia and saw Carly, we had the spaghetti recipe you created. I didn't think I'd ever get to enjoy that again. Ha, well, I made a few different ones since and have ideas for more. We'll have to make a night of it. See just how good all of my recipes stack up against your memories. Sounds like a plan. They all continued to chat as the day passed and Ben made the occasional sale. It seemed they had managed to get the week of the contest off from their training given how well they'd been doing and were planning on spending most days in All Faith. Steph especially seemed keen to spend more time with Thera, a fact the cloaked girl didn't quite know how to handle but tried to be open to regardless. They had gone through a pretty significant experience together after all, and she thought Steph was nice enough, so she cautiously accepted her conversation. It was as Ben was looking into the crowd, discussing ideas for what he might make with the other three and making notes, that he managed to see two more familiar faces. People he hadn't seen since he first arrived on the world. Two more humans that even if he hadn't been particularly close to, he couldn't help but be excited to see as he called out to them, drawing their attention as he did. "Hey, Amy and Jake. It's been a while." The two had been walking arm in arm, enjoying the festive feeling of the contest as they browsed what was available, but whipped around to his as they heard their names, seeing not only Ben, but Steph, and Will cheerfully waving to them, happy to have run into members of their own species after so long, and getting them to rush over in excitement as hugs were exchanged while Thera watched from the side. "We thought we might see a couple classmates here, but we didn't expect one to be participating," Jake said with a laugh as he looked at what side of the table Ben was on. "Especially for the invitee section," Amy told them, looking surprised. "How did you manage that?" "Ha, well, my teacher was the one who was invited. He just really didn't want to," Ben explained. "But how are you guys? Living your best otherworldly life?" "Ugh, well, Jake is at least," Amy told them as she shot her companion a look that carried none of the cheer they seemed to have while walking together. "Sounds like you are too though, Ben. Rumors going around you're married to a big shot." At that, Ben put an arm around Thera's shoulders, giving his widest smile and keeping her from slinking away. "Yet, this is my lovely bride-to-be, Thera." Hello?" she awkwardly told them, wishing to leave. "Ignore him. That whole thing is a sham. Is every human we meet going to bring it up?" "Ha, probably," Jake told them as he extended a hand to her, a greeting she backed away from. "Sorry, I can't touch people."
"Ah, no worries.
"We know someone who can't talk to people because of their culture." "She can't touch you because she's a succubus, you idiot," Amy sighed. "Did you not pay attention at all when we got the news? That was over a year ago. Cut me some slack," he told her, before switching back to Ben, his eyes almost glowing with excitement. "More importantly, you're marrying a succubus. Dude, jealous." The comment got him a swift elbow to the ribs from Amy, making Will laugh as Steph shot her a sympathetic look. "Well, like Thera said, it's a bit of a sham," Ben explained. "I was kind of tricked into proposing at a time she couldn't decline. Worked out for me though, the in-laws are good to me." He chuckled, getting a comparatively lighter elbow from Thera. "If you keep getting their help, eventually they'll really force you to marry me," she sighed. "Hey, if it happens, it happens. You'll just have to put up with me for my short human life." "Well, at least not that short, right?" Jake told him cheerfully, getting another sharp elbow from Amy as she hissed at him through gritted teeth. "Are you seriously saying that to the only one of us without awakened skills, you moron?" His eyes opened wide in horror as both Steph and Will looked to the side, feeling uncomfortable as Ben had no clue what anyone was talking about. "Shit, sorry man, my bad." No problem, I guess," he said before asking the obvious question. "But what does my lifespan have to do with not having an awakened skill?" This time everyone looked uncomfortable, with even Thera seeming to tense beneath her hood. They all knew he didn't have one, but what they had been unaware of was that he apparently didn't understand all of the changes that awakening a skill did to a person. It was Thera who spoke up as the others looked into one another's eyes, trying to see which among them would have the uncomfortable task of telling him what he was the sole person from their class to miss out on. "Ben, awakening a skill doesn't just make you better at the skill," she explained, choosing her words carefully. "It can change you on a deeper, fundamental level. One of the effects being that it slows down your aging, with the first time awakening a skill increasing your base remaining lifespan by about 50%. He wasn't even surprised to hear it. All he could do was sigh as she explained it to him. "Yeah, sure, I might as well also die faster than anyone else I came to this planet with. That seems to line up with my luck. So if a person was able to keep awakening their skills, would they be immortal? I feel like I would have at least heard about that if it was the case." "No. The increase is halved each time. A person would never manage to last longer than double their remaining lifespan." Sorry man," Jake said again as Ben was pinching his brow. "No, don't worry about it." Ben waved him off. "It's my own fault I didn't know this. I should have actually taken the time to learn about awakened skills while I was at the church. He'd read plenty of books on awakened magics at this point, but none of them had delved into the topic of what happens when the skill awakens, instead focusing on what can be done with it after based on a variety of factors and just what it awakens into. The fact that he didn't know may have been because he hadn't been in a good place to learn about it at the time, but it was a hole in his knowledge he was going to have to get Myriad to help fill later when it wouldn't bring down the mood of everyone around him. Ahem. So what have you all been up to since our untimely deaths? Will asked, unsubtle, changing the topic to everyone's gratitude. We've been busy with our training, and Ben's been working on his skill the best he can when he isn't trying to give Steph a panic attack with his letters dash. Hey, what am I doing that's so bad? He yelled in his defense, getting a tired look from Steph. The stuff you feel comfortable telling me is horrifying enough that I'm not sure I want to know whatever you're obviously hiding. Come on. We've all been on this planet for a while, guys. We've all seen our fair share of life and death situations. Jake and Amy shot Will a questioning look, to which he only gave an affirming nod before getting back on track. Anyway, we haven't heard much about you guys. Come on, share some details. Probably the same as the rest of you, Amy began. Just training. I have a bunch of combat teachers who help me while Jake works on his magic. Oh, what magic skills do you have? Thera asked, overcome with curiosity now that the topic was on one that held her interest and getting a wide smile for the question. All of them. Steph and Will seemed like they were already aware, but Ben and Thera were shocked as they both tried to put together just what he meant by that. There was a hard limit of 5 for the number of blessed skills a person could be born with and with 10 affinities of magic that made it impossible, except for one skill that allowed an exception. Does that mean you have the archmagic skill? Ben asked, curiosity stripping away his discomfort from the prior conversation as he got a nod of confirmation. The magic skill was one that a person could be born with if they happened to have a decent affinity with all types of magic, and since Jake had come to the world with awakened ones, that meant he had to have the higher form of it. Not only would he be able to use the skill for any of the standard magics, he'd be able to easily use spells for any combined ones on top of that. Not only the archmagic skill, but the non-affinity magic skill as well. Ben could only let out a low, impressed whistle as Thera was stunned silent. Not only did his old classmate have an extremely rare skill that let him use all affinity magics, he had an even rarer one that let him use all non-affinity magics too. Damn man. Sounds like you won the jackpot. Don't tell me you're the most important summoned hero on the planet or something. More like the 6th, he said bashfully as he scratched his head. We actually know the most important one, but pretty much anyone who arrived with a skill at the 3rd tier is considered more important than me. He's probably getting the most resources put into him though, Amy told them. Since nobody expects a 3rd tier skill holder to level up at all, he's viewed as a priority to get as high as possible. If only he thought a bit more, maybe they'd see some proper payoff. Wait, back up. Some people arrived with skills at the 3rd tier? Ben asked in surprise. It was a lot to take in. He knew everyone that was summoned was powerful, at least more so than he was, but he at least understood how rare a 3rd tier skill user was. It was possible that the number of them on the planet doubled as a result of the hero summoning. Man, you didn't learn too much about the rest of the groups, huh? Jake asked before doubling over from the force of Amy's elbow. And you don't know how to think before you speak, she told him as he used some healing magic on himself. I swear, he obviously had some more important things going on at the time. Ha, it's no problem, really, Ben said in the other man's defense, feeling a little bad to watch the display. Admittedly, I wasn't in the best place at the time, but I really do need to learn some of this stuff. No, if Amy doesn't do this, then I might say something I really shouldn't around someone I shouldn't, he said as he waved off Ben's concern. If it wasn't her, it would be my teachers, and they're a lot less gentle. The talk of teachers managed to draw Thera's attention all of the more. When you say teachers, you wouldn't happen to mean Dash. The Archmage and the non-affinity mage, yeah. It's not as great as it sounds. Also the occasional lesson from the Soul Mage, but that's not as often. Except for the Soul Mage, the others were more people Ben knew nothing about, but at the very least he was able to pick up that they were big shots from the context. If Jake really was having the most resources put into his training of any summoned, then they had to be impressive, all the more so if they each had one of the same awakened skills that he did. The rest continued to pester him with questions for a while, curious about what sort of training Jake was going through as Steph pulled the conversation back to a more general topic. Anyway, what brings you guys here? She asked, curious about how long they'd be able to see them. We came because we thought we might be able to see Ben, but did you guys just come for some sightseeing? We actually live in town, Amy answered with a bit of defeat in her voice. I've been trying to find a weapon that suits me for a while now, and since this contest is on, we decided to do a walk around to see if anything manages to catch my eye. What's giving you trouble with finding a weapon? Ben asked now that the conversation was focusing on his area of expertise. I'd think that you'd be able to get a lot of countries to open their vaults to you. Are you just not seeing anything cool enough? MMH suffering from choice, she admitted as Jake began fiddling with some of the weapons Ben had out to sell. A few of the skills I came with were weapons mastery, high all-affinity augmentation, and high non-affinity augmentation. I don't want to be in a place where I could use one weapon but need another, and then there's finding something that could handle the full range of my augmentations as well. Interesting, he thought to himself as he felt his eyes light up. He hadn't known how to spend an entire week on making something, but it felt like an interesting challenge had fallen directly into his lap as he probed further. I'm pretty well read in skills, but I have to admit I've only heard of your weapons mastery. I didn't even know non-affinity magics could work as an augmentation, or that there was an archmagic version of the skill. Apparently I'm the first to get them, she admitted, not wanting to create any awkward situations like Jake had. The issue is that since all of my skills are so broad, it can make deciding tough. I'll say, what sort of weapon do you make someone that can do anything? You'd want to play to her strengths, but with so many there's the chance of missing out on something. Maybe just fill a spatial bag with good quality weapons and let her go wild? I mean, if you got a good enough bag with enough space, you could let her just keep pulling them again and again, but that would be pretty wasteful and you'd need to either collect any you dropped as you changed them or else keep buying new ones. Of course, that shouldn't be a problem for her, but it still doesn't feel convenient either. As he let himself fall into the problem, thinking on just how he would go about trying to make her an item or items that would let her take advantage of the full range of her abilities, he couldn't help but become more and more excited. This was a challenge, something he could sink days into trying to solve. All right, tell you what, he said confidently. If you'd be willing to let me borrow all of Jake's teachers for a day, I'll make you something good. I promise it will be worth your while. She didn't know what to say, with the main issue being that she didn't know how to decline without being rude. She'd gotten to see a lot of weapons since coming to the world, with a lot of people making some for her specifically. Even coming to see the people participating in the contest was more of an unlikely hope. Even if she felt bad for him, she couldn't depend on someone who only had a level 1 crafting skill when they arrived. They needed someone who had years of experience behind them. It was Jake who took the task of letting him down gently from her, though not in a way she expected. Deal, he said, holding out a hand that Ben shook. But only if she's satisfied with the final product. If she's not, then I can't help you. My teachers are busy people after all. Fair enough, I'll do my best to impress, he said happily, already thinking on just what he would make and what he would ask if he managed to make something good enough. Masters of affinitied magic, non-affinitied magic, and soul magic, huh? Just you wait, Inix. I'm on the right track to getting you a new body far ahead of schedule if they can help refine any of my plans and theories. How exactly are you going to explain this to them? Amy muttered to him as Jake shrugged her off. I'm sure they'll understand. Anyway, looks like they're nearby. How would you guys like to meet my teachers, as well as the most important summoned hero on the planet? He said happily, waving to a group of 3 in the distance, drawing everyone's eyes to them. Each was a member of a different race, with Ben assuming the youngest one was the other summoned hero. Having a human shape, Ben didn't have a point of reference to compare the girl against. Her sky-blue skin twinkled in the sunlight, seeming to imply it was covered in tiny, jewel-like scales, while both her eyes and hair were similar to Thera's, being the same solid color, only silver instead of gold. The other 2 had to be some of Jake's teachers, not that Ben could tell who was who. Also hominid types, they both appeared to be in their 30s, despite how useless of a judgment that was for races that aged at different rates and might live for hundreds of years. The first of the two also had blue skin, but of a much darker shade, as well as a black mane of hair running down her back and feet that seemed to be backwards, at least from his perspective. The other one appeared to be a short human woman for all intents and purposes except for their ears, which would put any elephant to shame, hanging to their side like a cloak and swaying as they walked. Amy seemed annoyed by their appearance, but Ben paid his old classmate no mind, instead focusing on each of them, trying to decipher from any visual clues what they all might specialize in, only for the younger girl to stop as she looked them all over herself, seeming to focus on Ben in a panic before pulling the other blue woman's ear to her mouth, a frown forming on her face with whatever was being said. Myriad? You around, buddy? I'm getting a bit of a bad feeling, and I sure would like someone with some mind-reading nearby to either warn me or put me at ease. Unfortunately for him, his god was silent as the woman acted. In a flash she appeared before him, throwing both Jake and Amy to the side as the earth sprung up around him, encasing his body in stone and trapping him, giving only just enough space to breathe. The festive atmosphere around them fell silent as people who saw what happened ran in a panic, some away, but others forward as the other contestants he'd spent the first few hours chatting with grabbed their weapons from their tables, jumping forward as they saw him be attacked. "What are you?" the woman hissed at him, earthen spikes emerging from the stone that trapped him and pressing into his neck before anyone that looked like they were coming to his aid could reach. Anyone but Falk. In a flash, far faster than Ben would ever expect, the Yeti could move. He'd grabbed one of the sword-sized knives from the table of the Cyclops and had it pressed against the woman's throat as the words left her mouth. A mana so black wrapping the weapon as his teacher covered it with his magic that it didn't matter that Ben's mana sense wasn't aligned with detecting death spells. He was sure anyone could see it. She cast a quick glance to the side, seeing who had been able to go for an attack before she could react, and her eyes briefly widened in shock. "Aren't you Dash?" Falk confirmed, not letting her get another word out. "And if you want to harm my apprentice Archmage, then first you'll have to deal with me. I was warned about some troubling details of his status. I have to ensure the security of the ones I look after. As do I, and the details of the boy's status are his own business," he growled before turning his attention to the girl who'd spoken in her ear that seemed to cause it all, prompting Jake to rush in front of her as she trembled in the giant man's angry gaze. "Just as mine are, so keep whatever those eyes see to yourself, little soul mage, and we won't have any trouble." Soul mage. Even in the situation he found himself in, Ben couldn't help but pick up on the word. Is she actually the soul mage and the one with the ears is the other worlder? I mean, it's possible, but what if he hadn't been told just what made the third-tier skill user they knew so important? But if she really was a soul mage, then that would explain it. He'd already been told just how important they were. If the world suddenly had two, then of course she was important. Even better, on top of that, she seemed to have an analysis skill. Whatever she was, Jake and Amy backed away with the girl, unsure what was going on, while neither his teacher nor the Archmage backed down. It was Thera who freed him in the end, doing something unexpected. She subtly touched the stone binding him and passed as much mana through it as she could, treating it as if it were a staff and making it crumble to dust in her touch. The moment he was free, both people seemed to want to act as the other craftsmen held their weapons at the ready. Not sure what was going on as Ben called out, trying to calm things down. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's all be cool here. There's no reason we can't talk about what she saw that's giving you issues," he said, trying to show a level of cooperation to lower the tension. "If I had to guess, you're worried about my little partial body skill, my S skill, or my enemy title, right?" he asked as he tried to keep it vague. His god had warned him early on that such things could create a dangerously bad impression if people knew about them, and it looked like he was right. The Archmage looked to his teacher as he edged the knife away, revealing a long, dark cut on her neck that she began to heal as she spoke to him. "Very well, let's hear the reason." He let out a sigh of relief as tensions lowered a little as he spoke. "My partial body skill is the result of an organ transplant to save my life in the middle of the woods. Many people can verify this, including 3 with me. As for the other 2, well, that's kind of a result of treating beings like my enemy as people. How could treating them as people possibly get you a title or a skill like that? She demanded, mercifully respecting his desire to keep them to himself and not saying what they are. Well, when a person important to my enemy tried to murder me in cold blood, I made sure he and nobody associated with him would be dumb enough to try that again. This is another thing that can be verified by both my lovely teacher, as well as the current queen of Analia. This was technically a lie. The only ones that would truly be able to verify it was the gods and the Church of Aneth, but he threw out names that he was sure would speak for him, with Falk verifying what was said immediately. Yuliel, I'm not sure what Yuzu saw, but I swear he's not a bad dude, Jake said in his defense as Amy agreed with him, and she backed down just as Templars began making their way to the scene, finally making the Archmage lower her guard. Very well, it seems I'd acted rashly. I will explain the situation, she said before walking off like nothing had happened, the long-eared woman following behind and complaining about her rash actions the entire time. Ben let out a very stressed breath as she went away, giving a quick thanks to all of the craftsmen that had immediately rushed to his aid before turning to his teacher. Falk, I want you to know I love you. And Thera, thanks for the help there. I didn't know you could do that. I didn't either. Glad it worked out. Boy, I swear I told you not to get into any trouble, Falk told him as he shook his head. I wasn't even gone that long. Hey, this is basically not my fault, he said in his defense. I can't help what skills I have. Mostly. The Yeti didn't look convinced as he looked to the Templars not far off. All right, well, I'm gonna go make sure those two don't try to embellish anything about what happened. Think you can keep anyone from wanting to kill you if I leave you alone for 5 minutes?
Soft Maibe.
As his teacher walked away, grumbling about having to deal with even more stress, Amy, Jake, and their friend turned to him, looking deeply uncomfortable about what just happened. Gotta say, you handle being attacked unusually calmly, Amy said with an awkward laugh, wondering just what skills and title he had to get that sort of reaction. Hey, we've all been on this world for over 2 years now. If I've been attacked once or twice or thrice or 10 times, well, either way I'm pretty used to it, and since she didn't immediately go for the kill, it's not so bad. I can only imagine what the rest of you are dealing with since you're acting as your nation's heroes. The three of them all looked to Steph and Will before turning to Thera, trying to get some sort of confirmation that he was serious and getting exhausted nods all around. So, what skills do you have exactly that got that sort of reaction? Jake asked, unable to hide his curiosity about what could be so bad for his teacher to almost murder a former classmate as the blue girl beside him leaned up and whispered in his ear. Also, Yuzu says sorry. No worries, and you know this and that, he said with no intention of answering in public given how things had just turned out and assumed they'd be told later anyway, before directing his attention to the soul mage before him. More importantly, you have an awakened analysis skill. Oh man, I have so many questions for you, he said, his eyes gleaming as he leaned towards her, making her pull back in fear and resulting in Amy standing in front of her. She doesn't. Soul mages are able to see the information on the soul, including a person's status, but they can't interact with the system itself. Wait, so I can't ask about any of my titles? Freaking lame. He'd thought he'd finally found a way to get a bit more information on the ones he had given that he had no clue what effects they had, but it looked like that would still be a distant dream. Hold it, titles plural? Jake asked as he picked up on what he'd said. How many of them do you have? A couple. You know how it is, he again told them vaguely. In that case, you mind if I ask you some questions about soul magic then Yuzu? I've got a lot I want to know, and there doesn't seem to be many detailed books on the topic. She looked unsure, turning to both Jake and Amy for help, the latter of whom stepped forward to speak for her. If you make her a list, she can write out whatever answers she knows for you later, but for cultural reasons she can't speak to men. Seems like she was talking to Jake just fine? Until they're officially married, she can only talk to Jake, Amy explained as she pinched her brow in annoyance. Don't ask me why, the opposite is true of the men on her world as well. And yes, it's as inconvenient as it sounds. Jake laughed uncomfortably at the reveal as the other 3 humans' jaws dropped, with Thera unsure enough of human culture to understand the issue as they all looked to Amy, question clear in their eyes since they'd seen the two of them walking arm in arm earlier through the crowd. Yes, I'm seeing him too, she said with a sigh. It's complicated. I'll bet, Will said, staring into Jake. Okay. Ben, when you're done, it looks like the three of us are having a guys' night. We are definitely talking about this. Oh, then the four of us can have a girls' night, Steph said excitedly, with two of the three other women seeming to want to escape immediately before she continued talking. It really is so hard to make friends when everyone around knows that you came from another world and have an awakened skill. It would be so nice to be able to have the chance to hang out and talk and just feel normal for a while. Thera looked to Ben, all but crying for help under her hood as he shot her a grin. Sounds like fun. I'll make up some amulets for you guys, so there's nothing to worry about. You're the best, Ben. Steph beamed at him as he laughed. Even if Thera was feeling shy about it, he didn't like hearing that Steph was feeling lonely. If the two could become closer, that would be great, and since they already knew each other from their demon hunt, he didn't think it would be that bad. As for Jake, Amy, and Yuzu, they could see that they weren't getting out of it and agreed to meet up at the table as things closed for the day before walking off to meet Jake's teachers, leaving the rest of them alone for the time being. Well, Ben began, seeing all of them dealing with very different emotions from all that just happened. This was definitely one way to start things today. Did you really need to attack him in the middle of a crowd? The non-affinitied mage Vasta complained to Yuliel as they and the other three walked through the streets together after sorting things out with the Templars. Is it so hard to talk to someone before you go in for a fight? If you thought there was a risk of danger, you could have gone ahead and pulled them away to ask first. These three are in my care. It's my job to ensure their safety for as long as that's true, she said, brushing off the complaint. As if you didn't create more trouble for everyone over what turned out to be nothing. He's not the first person in the world to get a questionable skill or title, and he won't be the last. You can't just attack people for it. So what did he have that was so bad anyway? Amy asked the question she and Jake were dying to know. It must have been pretty intense. Yuzu leaned in, opening her mouth to answer in a way that none in their surroundings would hear her voice as Vasta pulled her away. Don't, she said sternly. I've warned you plenty that peeking into other people's statuses would get you in trouble eventually, and now look what happened. Not to mention the boys' teacher. Was that who I think it is? Seems so, Yuliel said, not meeting the other mage's eyes as she let out a groan. Yuzu, if you saw his status as well, you keep that to yourself to your dying day. He's intensely private about it like a lot of people are, and getting on his bad side could cause all sorts of trouble for us. That goes the same for the boy. I don't care how curious you all are. If I find out you've told them whatever you saw, then none of you are getting off easy. If you're his friends, then get him to tell you himself. Having all been on her bad side before, none of them wanted to see just how poorly they'd get off and let the matter drop if it was as serious as she seemed to believe, though at the same time Jake spoke up. So, by the way, he's going to try to make a weapon for Amy. And if she likes it, I told him that both of you and Elvit would spend a day answering some questions for him as payment. Why would you do that, though? Vasta asked as she held her face, with Yuliel looking just as annoyed to learn she'd been volunteered for something. Don't worry, Amy told them, trying to keep them calm while cursing Jake for bringing that up while they were already in a bad mood. He came to the world with skills at only level 0 and 1. There's no way he'll make something I'd be satisfied with. I wouldn't be so sure, Jake said, his eyes shining. And what makes you so confident? Amy asked. 'Cause unlike any of you, I actually looked at his items. Thera did her best to suppress a headache as she let herself be dragged around the competition grounds by Steph. It was only the first day of it and somebody had already attacked Ben, and an extremely powerful person at that. As much as she liked to tease him about his poor luck, that really was too much. Still, Uncle and Will are going to be with him for the rest of the day, it's fine. He doesn't need me to babysit him, no matter how much I want to. As things had calmed down and the plans to meet up with the others later had been made, Steph had insisted on going around to look at everything with her again. Something Ben seemed to approve of as well, since he didn't do anything to help as soon as the other girl got her hands on her. I guess all humans really are very touchy. The way that both she and Ben insisted on grabbing onto her as they went around seemed to make it clear enough. not to mention the fact that they immediately greeted the other two with a hug as soon as they saw them. She supposed her own race was similar, though on a lesser scale, but she didn't particularly mind. Having gone her whole life not being able to touch any but a handful of people had left her used to a certain level of distance, but it wasn't like she wanted it to exist and was more likely than not the reason she didn't resist the touch of those she knew would be unaffected. "So, anything else you want to see, Thera?" Steph asked, pulling her from her thoughts. "I think most of the stalls are going to more or less start closing soon. Maybe we could grab a quick bite? Are we going to eat with the other two? I'm not really sure what's happening there." "Ah, good question. I guess we'll have to decide when we meet up, but it doesn't hurt to put it off a bit and ask them when we see them. In that case, did you want to meet up with Ben and Will for a bit?" Even as she put the offer out, Thera was able to pick up on the fact that Steph was far less excited about that option, and Thera didn't dislike the girl so much to take it. She was with Ben all of the time, and Steph was presumably almost always with Will. Combined with the fact that she'd straight up said she hadn't been able to make friends since coming to the world because of the difference in her status to those around her, she decided to keep things going just a little longer. After all, despite how uncomfortable their first meeting had been, since then Steph had been nothing but friendly and had even helped her train to get her life magic in the forest, a fact that probably contributed to her being able to keep Ben alive. Beyond all that, though, it wasn't like she was against the thought of developing their friendship. It was just that she wasn't good at it, but with the hope of being able to go without her cloak in the next few years, she wouldn't mind working a bit more on her people skills with someone who seemed like she'd be patient with her as she did. "Well, if you don't mind, there is one more place I would like to see first," she said, taking the lead this time as she dragged Steph to one of the tables she and Ben had already been to, much to the other girls' delight. As much as Steph was enjoying their time together, without Thera taking any initiative, it felt like she was just forcing her companionship on her. By taking an active role in the decision-making, it felt more like they were truly hanging out. After a while of weaving through the slowly dying crowds, they made it to exactly where she wanted to be. The last table they went to last time, staffed by various races with similar octopod body types, where the person running the table met her with a wave of a tentacle. "Haha, I thought you'd be back," he said cheerfully. "Curiosity got the better of you?" Yeah, you could say that, but I thought my friend here would also be interested," Thera explained, ignoring the way Steph lit up as she called her a friend. "So any chance you still have that one? Or would you just tell me what it is if you remember? Honestly, I'm just super curious." "Ha! Not only did I save it, but I used it as a little test for the enchantment your friend showed us. You're free to find out what it is, but only if you use it first and let me know if you feel anything from it." "Sure, I guess that's fine," she said, not really understanding the point. "Just don't blame me if you made the enchantment wrong and the entire thing breaks. I really can't stress how bad my mana control is. These are the risks we take to entertain ourselves," he said, shrugging his many tentacles before he put the crystal ball on the table for her to touch, explaining just what they were to Steph as she did. As she took it in her hands and carefully ran her mana through it, she was pleased to see the entire thing didn't immediately break, but less so for the effect. She barely felt anything from it. I'm not really getting anything, just a small pleasant feeling," she admitted, curious as to what it could be that both she and Ben might have to deal with often enough that it wouldn't have an effect, let alone something Ben felt the need to hide. "Can you check if I destroyed the enchantment, just to be sure?" "Looks like it's fine," he said after a hesitant glance. "But you did destroy 3/4 of the sacrificial enchantments after just a few moments. And here I was thinking the amount I put was overkill. Anyway though, why don't you flip it over and see what you got?" The salesman seemed unusually entertained by the result as he told her to look at what it was, and with some hesitation she did, feeling Steph looking over her shoulder the entire time as the words "Young Love" were revealed on the bottom. In a flash she flipped it over, the same as Ben had, but too slow for the girl beside her not to see exactly what it said as Thera watched Steph's happy smile grow wide as she put the crystal down. "I'm not in love with Ben." "Nobody said you are," she told Thera cheerfully, not believing her for a second. "My dark resistance is 42. It just didn't seem to have much effect because of that. I don't believe that gave you any issue earlier, and it's still more empathy-based than dark." The octopus chimed in, seeming just as entertained by the results. This is dumb. Sure, being with Ben makes me happy, but that doesn't mean I'm in love with him. It's just a stupid broken crystal. I've already decided that I'm not going to worry about that sort of thing in life. It's not like I changed my mind. I would never choose to be in love, and this is so dumb. Why is it stressing me out so much? Steph thanked the seller as they walked away, Thera ignoring any question she was asked as they went to finally meet up with the other two girls as a question popped into her mind. Wait, if Ben didn't feel anything from it, then who's he in love with? After meeting up with both Amy and Yuzu, the decision was made for all of them to go back to Thera's room at the embassy after grabbing some food from the stalls set up around the city to take advantage of the festival. Even though the other two girls had a very nice residence in the city, they couldn't use it due to the unfortunate fact that they had too many servants working for them. While Ben had made sure to give each girl an amulet to be on the safe side, there was a chance that someone working there would fall under Thera's charm, a far less significant risk in the embassy, so long as she wore her brace. The room she had was plenty large, at least, meant for housing diplomates or any people of note while they visited the city, meaning that on top of having a bed and a small kitchen, there were also plenty of places to sit and relax as they did, taking a load off as they picked away at their food and chatted. I'm so sorry, Yuzu said again over the meal, showing just how much more talkative she was when she was only amongst women. I just meant to warn Yuliel, but honestly his soul looks a little scary on top of that, and I guess that came across, and so on top of what skills I saw he had. Well, I didn't mean for things to turn out that way. Really, it's fine, Thera said, brushing her off again, but finding a question as she did. But what makes his soul scary? I mean, I get a few of his skills honestly, but his soul. I was told pretty strongly not to talk about his skills, she said apologetically. But Thera didn't back down. Now that she knew that a soul mage thought something was wrong with Ben's soul, she couldn't. In that case, I will. Is either sacrilege or his partial demonic body interacting with his soul in a dangerous way. With the way Ben shared the details of his status so easily, she didn't think he would care. But she would apologize later to him about revealing it if he did. She was sure he would be far more interested in whatever Yuzu had to say than keeping it a secret anyway. The others looked shocked. Even Steph, who hadn't known he'd gained a skill from the organ transplant until she'd heard Ben say it to the Archmage. But Yuzu quickly got over it and shook her head. No, it's not those ones. Then what? His crafting or enchanting? He definitely levels those up unusually fast, so I could see there being something weird going on there. Or is it one of his mind skills? I know he has some weird ones. If I had to guess, it would be focus, complex mind, or parallel thought, given what those ones seem to do to the inside of his head. Do you just know all of his skills? Steph asked as Thera shrugged back. He tells me every time he levels one up, so even if I don't remember the levels, I at least have an idea of what skills he has. Well, you're right about the mind skills, Yuzu admitted. And it's nothing bad, it just seems like as they level up they interact with his soul on a deeper level than most skills. Sorry, it's a bit hard to explain if you can't see a soul. Other than that though, it's just how dull his looks. Yuzu, that sounds pretty harsh, Amy pointed out in a far kinder way than she had been to Jake earlier. Sorry, it's just usually a soul is bright with mana. Not to say Ben's isn't, but it barely twinkles with any affinitied mana. Only the pure stuff. It makes it look dull and muted in comparison to a normal person. It's not a problem now that I understand why. He doesn't have any good affinities, right? And some unusually good resistances too. Nothing above 5, I think, she confirmed. That makes sense, no wonder it looks like that. Of course, yours looks plenty unusual as well, Thera. It's honestly beautiful. Yuzu beamed and leaned in, leaving Thera feeling like she was being stared into. I've never seen a soul shine so bright with its magic. It makes me wonder how it doesn't tear you apart. Nobody knew how to respond to such a grim statement combined with such a bright smile, but Thera did her best.
Thanks.
Well, enough about Ben, Steph yelled. This is girls' night and there's only one thing I really want to know. How are you both seeing Jake? Admittedly, Thera found herself curious too. She didn't think humans were typically polygamous based on things Ben had said, but then she never asked too deeply about the way his people courted each other and joined their lives. At that, Both Yuzu and Amy looked to each other, neither sure where to start and both having their own complicated feelings on it. It was Amy who broke the silence, explaining how it happened from her point of view. It's kind of my own fault. We'd known each other for years, and I think a lot of people thought we were dating in school anyway. But he never made a move, and I just sort of thought that when we stuck together even after coming to this world something would happen. But he never did, and then I met him, and it was love at first sight. Yuzu carried on as Amy trailed off. Since I'm a soul mage, there was no question that I would be training under the current soul mage. And since Jake is training under him as well and is viewed as the main priority among the summoned to try and awaken into a third-tier skill user, it was decided early on that I'd be paired with him and Amy to try and help them level their skills more easily. It was when I saw his soul, though, shining bright like a rainbow, that I knew and immediately proposed. Since it was as soon as I met him, I didn't know about Amy's feelings, but he said yes and, well, his teachers beat the shit out of him, Amy said with a laugh as she remembered. They couldn't believe he would agree to marry some random girl while I was standing right beside him. Unlike that idiot, they could clearly tell I was interested, and once it got through his thick head, the three of us had a long talk, and this is how it worked out. But I love you too now, Amy, Yuzu said with a smile as she leaned her head against the other girl, letting Amy ruffle her hair. Yeah, I know. Steph seemed enthralled by their story, drinking it in with excitement, but Thera had a different take. That sounds like a complete nightmare. Maybe it was because of her own experience having an awful adventurer trying to make her a part of his harem, or maybe it was the thought of wanting to marry someone who would agree to marry a person they literally just met, but not one bit of the story seemed sweet or appealing to her. Still, if they're happy, then it's none of my business. She was growing to like them both as they chatted after all, and if that sort of arrangement worked for them, that was all that mattered. Thera just didn't think she could share any partner she had like that. Not that it matters, because I'm not going to have any partners, she told herself, pushing away the memory of the crystal ball she'd touched earlier, as well as Ben's face. Anyway, what about you and Will? Amy asked, feeling curious herself. Looks like things are going well there. Well, I made sure to make things clear to him in the first couple weeks we were on the planet. It worked out easily enough, honestly, she admitted sheepishly after hearing what they went through. Other than the occasional bit of stress because of, well, everything, it seems like we'll keep doing well too. Nothing too exciting, I'm afraid. That's still sweet though, Yuzu told her before switching her eyes over to Thera. And what about you and Ben? How long have you dash? We aren't, she said sharply, cutting her off. He's just a friend. A friend you're engaged to, Steph chimed with, looking mischievous. And who kept your crystal from reacting before? Unless you had someone else in mind that's been making you feel that. She could already see the excitement forming in Yuzu's eyes, and she was quick to squash it. Our engagement is a sham. My mother forced me and him to do the trial of our land, and when we completed it, she got him to hand me the flower we brought from it in front of a huge crowd to propose. He didn't know that was what he was doing, and I didn't feel like I could decline because enough allied nations were there that if I rejected him, it could have made his life as a craftsman extremely difficult if he wanted to sell to any of them. Not that it really would have done much looking back on it. Even though he's my fiancé, they all still got people to try and seduce him the last time he came by. They'd happily scoop him up even if he couldn't work in Analia. Then what's this about a crystal? Amy asked, feeling curious and wanting to hear after having revealed her own complicated relationship status. Thera tried to quickly think on how to sidestep that question and failed as Steph answered for her, explaining the crystal stand among the contestants and how they worked, as well as the one both she and Ben had picked up. So your feelings are mutual, Yuzu said in excitement. You should go tell him now. Off with you before you're scared out of it. There are no feelings, Thera said, feeling herself blush and hating it. I've already decided I'm not going to have any sort of romantic relationship in life, and the difference in lifespan between me and Ben is honestly just too big for it to be a good idea. I don't know for sure how much longer I'll live than him, but it would be shocking if it was any less than 10 times whatever he has. So, if you didn't have a difference in lifespan, would you go for him? Amy asked innocently, feeling genuinely curious while at the same time stunning Thera silent. It was a question she never considered, because why would she? Her lifespan would never shrink like that, and Ben's could never grow to the point that he'd match hers. But just for a second she couldn't help but picture it. A normal, mortal lifespan. Growing old, having a family. Ben beside her. She shook her head as her face was twinkling in the light, doing her best to keep the thought from her mind. She wouldn't have that lifespan, so she couldn't have that life. It was as simple as that. The sudden feeling of yearning had nothing to do with Ben. She would enjoy his company while he was around until the day he died, and then carry on living for hundreds, maybe even thousands of more years. Just thinking about it made her breath catch in her throat as she turned her head away. Anyway, I thought we weren't talking about Ben. Besides, there's no guarantee he feels that way about me, she said in the end, not thinking and accidentally prolonging the conversation as she did. Talking about love doesn't count, Steph said firmly. Besides, who else would he be thinking of? Whenever me or Will get letters from him, half of it's about you. She tried to keep from smiling as she heard that, instead of seriously asking herself what other options there were around for him. There was Sakhel and Raelia, but Thera knew they were together and doubted Ben would try anything. He sure didn't seem interested during their time in the Dryad village. What other women did Ben know to any extent and interact with? There's my aunt and Stonewall Guild master, she said weakly, not believing either option as she did while the other women at the table looked at her like she was in denial. Thera, if I find out Ben is interested in your aunt instead of you, I'm personally killing him, Steph said in no uncertain terms. I mean, it has to be someone. Who else does he know well enough in Stonewall? Unc, maybe? I'm not actually sure if they're female. A customer? I feel like they'd be an adventurer in that case, so I'd know them. It's not Stonewall, but there's my mom. Okay, I'd kill him if that's the case too. It must just be because of his resistances that the crystal didn't work. But then again, the clerk said that thing about empathy magic, and he didn't seem to have any issue with the other one. She didn't want to think that Ben might be in love with her. Just considering it had her heart fluttering in a way she didn't know how to deal with, and then there was how she would handle it if he did. She'd never given it any thought because she didn't think she needed to, but as no other women came to mind, she wasn't able to so easily avoid the implications of it, especially since he specifically tried to hide the crystal from her. If Ben is in love with me, and I'm not saying he is, what would I even do? For just a minute she let herself imagine hearing him say those words and couldn't stop a small smile from breaking across her face. Her skin only flushed more and more gold for the other three to see, each of them enjoying just how plainly Thera displayed her thoughts and feelings. Well, what do you like about him? Amy asked, wanting to see more and finding herself enjoying the night far more than she expected. It looked like Thera was going to say something to that, but before she could, Amy raised her hands in her defense. Not like in a romantic way. You're friends, right? Surely there's things you like about him. Well, if that's all, then I guess, she said, letting herself be drawn in and finding that she did want to talk about it at least a little. I mean, there's plenty to like about him, isn't there? You've both known him longer than I have. I mean, he's smart and hardworking and he's nice. He's been working super hard to help me ever since he learned about some of the problems I deal with. Plus, he's brave. Maybe too brave, though. As cool as it can be, I'm just worried he's going to get himself killed doing something. Also, he worries about me and tries to make me happy. She trailed off as she realized what she was saying and focused in on the others, suddenly extremely embarrassed. If Ben was any indication, being extremely open about one's feelings was normal to humans. But it wasn't to her. Surprisingly, though, while Yuzu looked excited to hear her talk about Ben, Steph and Amy seemed mostly confused. Hey, you know him better than I do? But is Ben particularly smart and hardworking? Amy asked. I feel like I remember him ignoring plenty of classes to draw. Kind of. I mean, whenever he was interested in things, he would absolutely put his all into it, so I know that he can learn whatever interests him instead of anything that he might have been forced to in school, Steph told her. But is he super brave? I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't think he's a coward. We'd probably be dead if it wasn't for him. But it's not so much that he rushes into things as it is he just works hard to deal with the situations he's stuck in. Right? Although I guess that is plenty brave, but I wouldn't call that too brave. He's way too brave, Thera said, rushing to his defense while at the same time complaining. When we were sent out to fight some Leviathans for a guild quest, He hung from the neck of one for ages to bring it under his control, and when I was being harassed by a demigod and had my cloak torn, he got so mad he dueled him. Don't get me wrong, it was super sweet, but he could have gotten hurt. Infinite hells, the apostle tried to murder him after he won. He can be so brave he's stupid. Wait, hold on a minute, he won? Amy asked in disbelief as Yuzu was swooning over how exciting that all sounded while Steph gritted her teeth. That idiot hadn't told me or will anything about that. Oh my God, is he going to be hearing some things from me later? It was only as Thera saw Steph's angry reaction that she realized she might have said too much, and made a mental note to apologize to Ben as the night went on. Out of nowhere, Ben shivered as a chill ran down his spine as they relaxed in Jake's home, enjoying the food and drink his servants had brought to them. Feels like someone just walked over my grave, he muttered, doing his best to ignore the brief sense of dread that brushed through him. Given the circumstances that might have actually happened, Will said with a shrug as the expression made a question pop into Jake's mind. Do you think they ever recovered our bodies? Dying in a cave-in? Well, it wouldn't be shocking if they left us there, would it? We aren't talking about that, Will told him with finality. Instead, we're talking about the fact that you have 2 girlfriends. What the hell, man? Jealous? He asked with a raise of his eyebrow, getting a swift response from them both. Nope. I'm happy with Steph. No, that sounds like a nightmare. I'd heard some otherworlders were setting themselves up with harems, but I didn't think it would be anyone I knew, Ben said with a shake of his head. Hey guys, at least hear me out. It's complicated, Jake said in his defense as he shared the same story that Amy and Yuzu had told both Steph and Thera, getting more judgmental looks with each word. Why would you agree to marry some random girl as soon as you met her? Will asked with his head in his hands. Thank God Amy stuck around to take care of you. You're absolutely the type to get scammed. No wonder your teachers gave you hell after, Ben said in complete agreement. I can't believe you agreed to marry her on your first meeting while standing beside a girl who's been interested in you since before the beginning of high school. But I didn't know that. That's because you're an idiot, Will told him bluntly. Hey, it's not like you knew that Steph was interested in you. Yeah, but I also wouldn't have just agreed to marry some random girl. Heck, I probably would have spoken to Steph if any had shown any interest beforehand anyway because I'm not insane. Seeing he had nothing to go with against Will, Jake turned his attention to Ben. Well, what about you? You said your engagement is fake, but there's no way things are that easy. How do you know Thera isn't interested in you? Oh, I'm almost certain Thera's at least a little interested, Ben said calmly and getting a shocked look in response. I mean, I'm not dumb, guys. I'm able to pick up on things, especially since I have a skill with some mind-reading aspects. If I'm being honest, I'm really interested in her too. Sucks nothing's going to happen. Really going to have to figure out what to do about it one of these days. Will seemed somewhere between amused and confused while Jake was picking his jaw up off the floor. Wait, you're both interested in each other and nothing's happening? Come on, guys. You can't act like I'm a bad guy here when you're straight up ignoring her feelings. At least I did it by accident. I'd literally bet all of the money I have that Ben has a proper reason, Will said in his defense as he looked at him. I mean, it's nothing too crazy. Thera can expect a real long lifespan, so she doesn't want to get involved with anyone. She's made that abundantly clear over and over. If she changes her mind, then that's great and all, but I'm also her best friend. I'm not going to put her in such an awkward place by telling her how I feel when I already know she doesn't want to hear it. It wasn't something he was thrilled about. He wanted to tell her, wanted to see where things would go if he did, but she was someone he cared for. Saying it would be for nothing but his own self-satisfaction and could ruin one of the most meaningful relationships he had on the planet, not to mention how she would feel about it. He knew she valued having him in her life. He couldn't do something that could ruin that for her. Better to try to move on eventually, still staying close and leaving her with nothing but nice memories of their time together when he eventually passed. Will pat him on the shoulder as Jake fell silent, finding the answer to be far heavier than the bravado or fear of rejection he'd been expecting. Anyway, enough with my non-existent romantic life, Ben told them, trying to break the mood. There's gotta be something better to talk about. Like whatever skills you have? Jake asked again, feeling plenty curious as Ben looked surprised. What? Yuzu didn't tell you? Ha, we were told in no uncertain terms that if we wanted to know then we'd have to ask you. So come on. Tell me already. Fine, just don't go trying to murder me for it. The skills were partial demonic body that I got from an organ transplant, sacrilege from, well, a few things at this point, and the title enemy of Aneth. Both men with him were drawn to different things as he said it. Wait, you have some levels of sacrilege? Jake asked as Will spoke at the same time. Wait, isn't Aneth a god? What the hell did you do to piss one off? Ha! Well, it's a bit of a funny story, really, Ben said as he explained the details and getting their reactions before moving on to other topics and letting the night pass. After getting back to his room in the embassy, Ben let himself collapse into bed and closed his eyes, opening them again in his god's realm. Hey Myriad, didn't hear much from you today, he said cheerfully. Other than a few comments early on, his god had been strangely silent. Sorry about that. Since I seem to have gained Hilari's interest, she insisted on taking up a lot of my time. Honestly, it may be a while before I'm completely free again. Did I miss anything interesting? Met the Archmage. She immediately attacked me, standard stuff. Despite Ben's flippant attitude, his god could tell he was serious and crashed to the ground in despair. Half a day. I wasn't watching you for half a day, and you managed to somehow make an enemy of one of the most powerful mages on the planet. In all that's good, what happened? Relax, it sounds worse than it is, he said to reassure the cube before explaining what happened, including the fact that it was resolved. So really it's not my fault at all. No, with the exception of your demonic body skill, you're completely responsible for everything on your status that could cause you issues, Myriad said with a weary sigh. Of course, I never expected you to run into someone that could actually see your status without going out of your way to find an awakened analysis holder. But I guess since you managed to clear things up, it works out. If she causes any more issues, tell her to go to one of the communal churches and I'll have a priest verify things for you. That's why you're the best. Yeah. Anything else I need to know about? Made an enemy of another god. Maybe have a rogue invader trying to recruit you to their side. He asked sarcastically, sick of all the stress this one mortal put him through. No, that's probably the bigger bit, but there is something I was hoping you could teach me about, he asked seriously. I just had the super fun experience today of learning that since I don't have any awakened skills, I'm going to die sooner than everyone else I came to the world with. It's probably time I actually patch that hole in my knowledge, so what else should I know about them? I thought this question would be coming sooner or later, Myriad said with a nod. What do you already know? Aside from the lifespan thing and the fact that the change during awakening is incomparable to just leveling up, not much, he told him, stretching his memory back to when he first arrived on the world. Let's see. I think if I awaken my blessed skill, I also get a second bonus skill, right? That's right. Specifically, you're guaranteed one if you awaken your blessed skill. If you awaken a regular skill, you have about a 10% chance to get one, though it seems to vary a bit person to person. It's also not one fixed skill you could get. It seems to be one that's related to the parent skill that will suit you. People almost always have a pretty easy time leveling their bonus skill, but that's at least in part due to the fact that all of the job bonuses that would apply to the awakened skill would apply to it. Maybe more too, depending on the skill and what jobs you've had, Myriad explained. Besides that though, probably the greatest difference is what it does for your attributes. Similar to your age, it will give a boost by 50%, only instead of working off the base values it will work off the total. So if you manage to awaken another skill after, it will only be a 25% increase like for your lifespan, but that would be for your new values instead of adding what it would be before the increase. It sounded like it would be incredibly handy, at least for the first 3 awakened skills if someone was able to manage that, but would drop off with time after that. Not that he would turn his nose up at it, he doubted anyone would. He had worked and sweat for every point in his attributes he had. If awakening a skill could instantly raise his vitality or mana, not to mention his regen rates, then he desperately wanted to do it, and with a level 9 skill he was well on his way. Not that I don't like you being optimistic, but I would suggest keeping your expectations in moderation, Myriad advised. There's a lot of level 9 skill holders in the world who can't make the leap to awaken it. If it's not something you can do, there's nothing wrong with that. The overwhelming majority of people in the world can't. Maybe so, but if what I'm doing isn't working, then I just need to push harder, Ben told him, not willing to give up. I'm not going to be the only human without an awakened skill if I can help it. If that means taking my work to a whole new level, then so be it. But let's not stop there. Even if it's out of the range I could hope for, tell me a little about what gaining a Tier 3 skill can do. Infinite hells. Where do I even begin on that? Myriad spoke as he tried to properly express just what gaining a skill at the 3rd tier does to a person. Well, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Tier 3 skill holders transcend the limits of what it means to be mortal in a very real way. Gaining one will immediately double your lifespan and attributes while giving you an unnatural level of power, to the point that any god that descended into a believer would need to fear you as things currently stand. Hell, even at the height of their power from before the loss of their world, a god would have to judge carefully before interacting with a mortal who'd managed that. Although back then, since it would have been before the system was in place, a mortal managing to achieve that would be significantly rarer. Of all of the races that came to this world, maybe 50% of them have a person that powerful within their history. Damn. And right now we've got around 10 people like that on the planet? The benefits of the system can't be understated. There's also the matter of a guaranteed Tier 2 bonus skill if you awaken a blessed skill, or a guaranteed Tier 1 skill with a roughly 10% chance of getting a Tier 2 one instead, but I haven't even gotten to the biggest change that occurs for anyone who manages to get to that point. His god stopped for dramatic effect as Ben tapped his foot. Well, godhood. The single word stripped away Ben's impatience and dragged all of his minds to his god, giving the cube his full attention. Are you serious? I am. Getting a skill to that level makes you transcend the limits of your soul. A person with a skill like that will still technically be mortal upon their death when they'll ascend. Because of both the system and the work of both the gods and the soul mages that have existed throughout history, over 100 new gods had been born since, with only more to come as time goes on. He could only shake his head in surprise. Godhood, and 5 people just had that handed to them when they appeared in the world. Every now and then, Ben would have no choice but to confront facts like this that made it clear just how truly different the world he was in could be. Waking up far earlier than he needed to for the contest after his illuminating conversation with his god, Ben got to work preparing breakfast, an outrageously large one at that. He not only had the supplies that the embassy provided for its guests at his disposal, but all of the ingredients he'd bought at the market the previous day as well, and it was all put to use, making enough to feed dozens of people and taking hours to cook and pack up after. It was only by the time the contest was about to open up again for the day that he knocked on the doors of both Thera and his teacher to get them to come out, with Thera making her way first, a golden blush spreading through her cheeks as she looked at him. Something wrong? He asked, having his own guesses on the matter as he handed her a plate. I don't think I'm cut out for girls' nights, she said as she looked away and started eating. Hey, can I ask you something? Of course, what's up? Do you? She started before trailing off. No, it's nothing. Actually, Yuzu mentioned that something looks weird about how your mind skills are interacting with your soul. You should probably ask your god about that. Oh, cool. Thanks for letting me know. Hey, Myriad. Did you hear that? He called out while also directing a silent thought to the heavens as well. And did someone out me for being interested in Thera cause she's not looking me in the eyes at all? For both questions, though, he got nothing but silence. His god had said that Hellori was going to be keeping him pretty busy for a while, but it was already feeling pretty inconvenient. No answer, but it's probably fine, he said with a shrug. He looked at my soul before, and a different goddess did less than a week ago. I'm sure it will be okay. I told you all of your mind skills would eventually give you the weirdest brain in existence. She tried to joke while still avoiding his eyes. Looks like it's going to give you the weirdest soul too. He laughed it off as Falk finally came out of his room, eating a plate of food before the both of them were recruited to bring it all down to the contest area, handing it out to all of the invited tables as they were setting up for the day. So what's this for? A dwarf asked as she picked away at her plate, happy to eat it regardless of the reason and unable to keep herself from devouring it after the first bite. You all tried to help when I was attacked, he told her happily. Giving you all some breakfast was really the least I could do. Ha! Well, we might not have been so quick if we understood who was attacking you, she said as she laughed. Don't go making any powerful enemies during a silly contest, you hear? Loud and clear, he told her as he went to distribute the food he made to the other tables, giving them his thanks as he went and exchanging a few friendly words before he went to set up for the day himself. He'd gotten a few sales the day prior, but even more importantly, he now had a direction to go as he began to make his items. He needed something for someone that could use anything, and with that in mind he took a seat and began sketching out ideas on a piece of paper as he did, letting the time pass as Falk and Thera watched him while chatting, both worried about him after the day prior. It was only after 2 hours there without a single sale to his name that he was pulled from the notes he was making, both by his teacher's growl and the sound of tisking coming in front of him. His first thought was that he got too absorbed in his work and had ignored a customer, but as he looked up and saw the beast of muscle before him, a creature that looked like a centaur, only instead of a horse's body it was more akin to a rhino's with an eagle-like head instead of something more human. "Hey there! Looking to buy something?" he asked cheerfully with his best salesman's voice, only for Falk to answer for the man. "He's not," the Yeti said bluntly. "What do you want, Olip? Can't you see my apprentice is busy?" "PFF, you say that as if you didn't just find him off the street," the man said, dismissing Ben entirely. "Really, are you so against working for me that you'd resort to this? Even the excuse that this is some sort of graduation test is ludicrous. If you were going to pull that, you might as well as found an entire team like everyone else has to back him up. It would have made it at least a bit more believable. Honestly, why would you choose someone with the crafting skill of all people? Finding anyone to help him would have just held him back. Now off with you already. I'm not working for you, and my boy is going to blow your judges away." With a loud humph, Olip stomped off, leaving an uncomfortable atmosphere as he did. "Well, he seems nice," Ben said, trying to break the silence the other man had created with his presence. "He's a right bastard is what he is," Falk said angrily before getting it under control. "On the plus side though, he didn't seem to pay you any mind, so you'll blow that prick away when it comes time to judge. You're really raising the bar here, Falk. I've seen what the other tables have to sell, it's good. But you're no worse. More importantly, you're working alone. That's already enough to make you stand out at the end of this, even if you don't place at all." "Well, I guess I'll just do my best," Ben told him confidently. "Just to be clear, he was the one to send out the invite, right?" "Yeah, but don't pay him any mind. I doubt he'll stop by again before it's time to judge." It was another hour after that Ben was sitting with his face down on the table, unable to keep himself positive. As other stalls were swarmed with customers, his alone hadn't had a single sale yet that day, something pulling him into despair. "My stuff's no worse than any of the other contestants, what the hell? Are my prices too high? But it's comparable to what everyone else is selling at, so there shouldn't be a problem there. Is it because I'm the only one without a team? Maybe they don't like the fact that I'm just sitting here making notes while the others are working. Ugh, this is so annoying." It was only as a shadow fell across his eyes that he shot up, ready to greet whoever was looking at his work and convince them to empty their pockets for him, when his mood got to crash again. It was someone he'd been expecting, along with 3 tagalongs. "Hey, ready for a fun day of figuring out what to make you?" he asked Amy with forced cheer as Jake, Yuzu, and Yuliel stood by her side, with the Archmage in particular picking up one of his knives and looking it over. "I can spare at least a few hours anyway," she said. "What did you have planned? Hop on over to my side of the table and we'll get started." "And you can leave," Falk told Yuliel with a pointed look that she dismissed. "It's my job to ensure the safety of these 3, she told him as she put the knife down to look at a flail instead. "They are some of the most important individuals on the world, you know. Will you take responsibility if something happens?" "Sure, if you'll take responsibility for the fact that my apprentice hasn't gotten a sale all day," Falk told her in a voice filled with anger. "Words got around that he got on your bad side and now everyone's too scared to come by." "Wait, that's why I haven't had a single sale?" he yelled, being ignored by both of them. "I'll admit my guilt in that, But you shouldn't be supporting this fraud either, she told them as she put the flail down. The enchantments on his items are based on the principles of ritual magic. One person couldn't make them alone. You shouldn't be presenting them as if they're his work. Okay, now she's actually gone too far. As interested as he was that she apparently had a good enough understanding of something as uncommon as ritual magic to spot its touches in his enchantments, he wouldn't put up with being accused of stealing credit for another's work and spoke up to challenge her. So then if I prove that I made these Yule by all of my work? He asked. I made a lot for this. If I'm missing out on sales because of you, then you should take responsibility. Fine, she said easily enough. Doubting, however, he intended to argue that the items before her were made through his own efforts would prove convincing. She'd already heard from Amy and Jake earlier that he didn't have any real magic affinities, making the enchantments on his items impossible for him to produce. Happy to have her agreement and seeing dollar signs in his eyes when he considered just how marked up his items were compared to any that he normally sold in the shop, he picked up a smaller knife, only to stop. There was one more thing he wanted, something she was uniquely suited to help him with. Wait. I'm going to be a little greedy and ask for one more thing if I prove myself. Shameless. Damn straight, he said, giving her his cheekiest grin. But I have a skill I want to learn some of the deeper mechanics behind, and you're uniquely suited to help me, so long as you awakened your archmagic skill from the magic skill and not by having it combine with all the attributed magics, that is. If that's all, then fine. She didn't expect to be proven wrong, but his continued confidence caught her interest. How did he intend to prove he made them? What argument would he bring? She supposed it was possible he'd gained access to the skills taker or borrower, but she was almost certain that without having the affinities needed for it, it wouldn't show its effects for those magics or any affinities skills anyway. Instead, though, he went for the simplest way of proving it he could. Looking at the knife in his hands, he stripped it of its enchantments as Yuliel and the other three summoned watched in curiosity, seeing the magic inscribed on it taken apart with quick efficiency until he had nothing but a standard knife again. Once it was free of any enchantments, though, he activated his connect, reaching deep into the enchantments on his ever-present rings, and started to the use mana he felt, blending and weaving it all as he worked to recreate the enchantment the item originally contained before their eyes, only needing a few minutes to get it perfect and enjoying the shocked looks of everyone but Jake. Told you, I never doubted him for a second, he said happily, seeming more pleased than Ben was to be proven right as Amy just came across as confused. How though? I thought you couldn't use magic at all. Wasn't that your biggest issue behind your skills when you got here? That's something I want to know as well, Yuliel said. On top of how you're able to create such a complex ritual as a single person. And I'd be happy to explain both things, he said in a voice filled with cheer. The moment you buy all of my stuff, that is. Fine, she said as she held out her card. Looking at the prices, it wouldn't be cheap, but then she was plenty wealthy anyway from her various work. Seeming to push aside her confidence in how much she would be spending, though, Ben reached down and strained himself, bringing a full crate of weapons out from under the table. It will be just a minute as we price all of this out, he told her. And I'll even throw in the crate for free. Ain't I sweet? Has anyone ever told you you're a miser? She asked as she looked at the dozens of weapons she wouldn't even need as a mage, deciding to just pass them all off to Amy when they got back. Hey, you're the one who agreed to buy everything, and I need to get whatever bit of wealth I can. Some of us didn't immediately become rich the moment we came to this world, you know. Some of us had to wait to become rich months later. Still, he wanted the things he made to receive proper use, so after payment was transferred he explained just what effects were on each item before they got to the main question they all seemed to have. Slipping on a blank ring, he held out his hand to Yuliel while also handing her a hunk of steel. All right, do me a favor and float this in the air with your magic. I'll be able to test out my skill's effect as you do, and then we can all move on happily. She did as she was asked without complaint, fulfilling the second part of his request on top of wanting to have her curiosity sated. Taking his hand and using her magic, she felt the moment he connected to her, and did her best not to pull away, as she felt herself being peered on from all sides as almost a dozen voices filled her head. It took a moment for her to realize he was talking, explaining for the others exactly how he managed it, the effect of his connect skill, as well as the synergy that existed between complex mind and parallel thought that made his head so crowded for anyone forced to peer within. It was only as he let go that she was able to breathe comfortably, her head filled with nothing but her own thoughts again as Ben slipped off the previously blank ring, tossing it to his teacher to try and get a bit more evidence for just how Connect worked on a deeper level. What do I have on it, Fok? He knew it should have the skill at the 8th level, but given that every now and then he got skills at a much lower one than expected, he still needed his teacher to confirm it for him, with results adding more evidence to his theory. Looks like you were only able to copy it to the 5th level, his teacher told him after giving it a look and tossing it back. Interesting, I guess that matches up with my theory that different skills have weight to them. I had this issue with plant magic and it's arguably the product of 3 skills, while this one is the product of 10, so maybe that's it. But some of the other skills I wasn't able to copy to their full effect weren't obviously combined versions of other skills. Maybe they each have their own size or subcomponents that dictate how much I can copy. He muttered, making a quick note of the result for later as he went. As much as he wanted to figure it out, it wasn't super important, especially when he could just use other skills instead. As handy as it was to get that skill on a ring, he would choose to use his level 9 rings any day over it. Shaking himself from his musings after everything was done, he gave Amy a seat to talk about what he'd asked her to come for, doing his best to ignore his curiosity as he noticed Yuzu whispering to Thera off to the side in a largely animated fashion while his friend managed to come off as deeply uncomfortable, even with her cloak to hide her. Ahem. Anyway, let's get to the heart of this, he told her. I know you want to find something that suits you, but since you can use any weapon, are there any in particular you prefer? It depends what I'm using it for, she said, seeming to have no faith he'd be able to make her anything worthwhile. I've been trained to fight in a bunch of different situations. In a brawl, I'm happy to use brass knuckles or a knife. Maybe a gauntlet too. For anything that takes a bit more distance, then swords or spears are good. But then so is an axe or a bat depending on what I'm up against. Ranged weapons like a javelin or flying discs are fine, though at least in that case I prefer bows since it's too easy to lose anything I throw if I do it with too much force. Oh, and I guess I'm not really a fan of flails, she said, almost as an afterthought. Ben took note of all of this as he felt ideas begin to come together in his head. Okay, for now I think we've got knives, swords, brass knuckles, an axe, and a club in the crate. Want to pull out whichever ones you think suit you best? That is, of course, if Yuliel doesn't mind since they're all hers. The Archmage consented with a wave of her hand, having planned to let Amy use them all anyway as his old classmate dug through the bin to find the sizes that best fit her. And after some prompting she showed how she would use each, taking swings and jabs, treating each attack against the air as if she were in serious combat as she did. Ben watched every movement, trying to look for what might be uncomfortable, how different designs and weights might be affecting her. But finding that no matter what she used, she made it look perfect, leaving him nothing to go off of on that front other than asking her opinions on where she thought she was having issues with item weight or balance. For each review she gave, he made notes and sketched designs of different shapes, doing his best to work out what would work better for her, in the end showing her and asking for her opinion. These all look good, she conceded. But these are just items I could get from anyone. I'm looking for something that would really suit me. Hey, this is all a part of the decision-making process. I need to at least experiment a bit and get some ideas. One more thing for today though. Do you use shields at all? Sometimes, but they're pretty situational for me too. I can fight with one well enough. But there's plenty of instances where I'd rather have a good weapon in hand and use my augmentations for defense than worry about carrying a shield around. Okay, well, just for the sake of argument, what sort of shield do you prefer when you do use one? Shape? Size? Anything really? God. I guess a circular one is what I'll usually go for during practice. Maybe 2 feet across? Perfect. That's all I need from you today. But if you'd come back tomorrow, I'll have a few more things to go over. Though she didn't seem excited, she agreed easily enough, and it made Ben want to make her something worthwhile all the more. The fact that she so clearly didn't believe he could create what she wanted just raised his competitive spirit, not to mention that he desperately wanted the agreed-upon payment as well. And as they left, Yuzu enthusiastically waving goodbye to Thera, as she seemed completely drained in return, and everyone else worked to carry their new crate of weapons. He tuned out the world to focus on the things he needed to make. Using the forge provided, he first began heating up large amounts of steel, taking out what he needed each time to quickly make up the items that Amy had already tested, but redesigned to fit her specifications and without any enchantments added. He was planning on melting them all down again after she verified how the changes felt, so there was no need to put in the extra work. After that, though, he moved on to the other items she'd mentioned, as well as the shield he suggested. The spear and shield were both easy enough. He'd made plenty of each as he worked for Falk during his training, and while the gauntlet was a little more difficult without her there to properly fit it to her, after spending an hour watching her use the various weapons, combined with his observant eye, he was sure he'd managed to put together something that would fit nicely. The problem was the bow. He had some experience making them, but not much. The typical archer simply didn't go for one made of metal. There were enough high-quality woods in the world that were perfect for the task and kept the weight down enough to keep it manageable. And while his crafting skill left him as proficient at working that material as he was with any other, he didn't want to waste the bit of wood he brought on something like that in case he needed it later. Well, she must have a strength attribute above 1,000 at a minimum. She can deal with using a metal bow for the time being. Hell, she could probably use one normally without any issues. I'll just need to scrounge up something to use for the string. With that decided, he finished it up quickly before starting on the next thing he would need her to use tomorrow, though it was far simpler in its design. He took a square plate of metal and etched in the numbers 1 to 5 in a semicircle, keeping it just wide enough that the tips of all of his fingers could comfortably touch each number. From there, he embedded 5 small pieces of crystal on the plate in a line, creating a different light enchantment for each one that linked with the number, and placed his fingers down on it, running mana through each one by one and seeing the appropriate crystal lighted up, getting red, yellow, green, blue, and purple shining out as each had the appropriate bit of mana running through it. "What's that for?" Thera asked, surprising him with how close she'd gotten without him realizing, despite the fact that she still wasn't looking into his eyes, instead choosing to direct her full attention to the tool he'd made. "It's a simple way to measure someone's mana control," he explained. "Here, give me some numbers 1 to 5. "Sure. 1, 3, 2, 1, 5, for 1. She continued on as he touched the plate. With each number she said, the corresponding light went off until she eventually stopped. "Okay, you're just showing off at this point," she told him with a nudge. "Have some sympathy for those of us who would break your little toy there." "Ha, yeah, I've got all of this control and nothing to do with it. The point is to see how Amy manages with it, though. If she has control as good as mine, then that will open up the options a bit for what I can make her." "What are you thinking?" She couldn't help but be curious. She felt like the only time she ever saw Ben thinking so hard on how to make an item was either when he'd been trying to make her a staff in the past, working on improving her brace, or his current, slightly unsavory goal of trying to trap a soul. Seeing him work as hard as he was currently, she couldn't help but flash back to times in her youth, watching her uncle work away on whatever project he had with just as much dedication. He was going to answer. He didn't just have one idea after all, and it seemed like it might help to get some opinions on it, but it was as he opened his mouth that he heard a quiet voice seem to yell at him. "Hey Legs, you still open?" He looked out into the crowd and saw almost no one, and for a second he thought it must have been in his head, or maybe a call for someone else that was already answered. What he did see, though, was that it was getting late. A lot of the other tables looked like they were winding down as far fewer people were out inspecting the goods, and it seemed like as good a time as any to finish up for the day. "Should we start heading back?" he asked both Thera and Falk, only to hear another quiet yell. "Or you could help the customer in front of you, bastard." This time he was sure he was hearing right, only he still didn't see anyone. Casting Thera a quick look first, he leaned across the table and directed his gaze downward, seeing a hand-sized crab with a red crystal shell, immediately recognizing it as a ruby crab, a race that had been hunted in the past like the Dryads had for the fact that they'd actually grow the precious gem from their body. "Oh man, I'm so sorry about that," he was quick to say. He knew that there were a handful of exceptionally small races on the world, but since they had to deal with the uncomfortable risk that was the careless feat of others, they typically kept to themselves. Still, that was no excuse for ignoring a potential customer, even if he was out of things to sell at the moment. Whatever. Give me a lift up, would ya? Having to yell like this sucks, he called again, leaving Ben to sympathize with his situation as he went around and placed him on the empty table before him. Much better. So what can I do for you, mister? It's Greed, and I'm looking to have something specially made. I couldn't help but notice your table was empty and there's only the three of you. Can I take it you're pretty good? It's actually just Ben. And he is... Thera said hesitantly as she tried to remember just what about the crab before her felt familiar as Falk nodded in agreement. Even better, if he can help me at least, the crab said happily. I'm looking to have something a little special made. An item that could help my music carry a lot farther than it currently can. Think that's something you could make? His first instinct was to ask how he'd been able to see the table at all from down there, but pushed the question aside to avoid being rude. Thinking it over briefly, he decided it wouldn't be too hard. He'd need some more details, of course, if it would be for an instrument or singing, as well as how loud it would need to be, but he was sure he could do it with an air enchantment. Before he could say as much, though, Thera yelled out, "Wait! You're not the soundsmith Greed, are you?" she asked, disgust thick in her voice and getting a chuckle from the crab in return. "The one and only. Should I know who this guy is?" he asked her as she slid her chair away from him. "Ugh, he's a pretty well-known musician. He'd be a lot more liked if he wasn't disgusting, though. Anyone that knows about him also knows about his lifestyle as well as just how many, well, illegitimate children he has. I heard he used to try to have one in any town he went to." "Hey, enough of that," he yelled in his defense. "I'll admit, I had my youthful indiscretions, and anti-life rings are just so uncomfortable, am I right? But that's in the past. You couldn't pay me to touch a woman nowadays. You would believe the sort of trouble that's gotten me into. Besides, at least mention my better parts. You didn't even bring up my soundsmith skill or blessing magic. That's because you're more known for your degeneracy than anything else," Thera told him bluntly, but Ben couldn't help but pick up on just what skills he'd said. He might not know anything about the soundsmith one, but blessing magic on the other hand. "Do you mean proper blessing magic or low blessing magic?" he asked in a voice filled with excitement.
Proper, obviously.
You know how much trouble I'd get in if I was lying about that? That's false advertising. In that case, did you awaken it from low blessing magic? I wish would have been a mile easier than having to train up both light and life magic. Of course, doing it that way keeps the healing properties stronger, so it's not too bad. Ben was salivating as he would whenever he felt a new and interesting skill had appeared before him. Blessing magic had properties of both a combined magic and a specialized one, taking the buffs that could be gained from both light and life magic, as well as some of their healing effects, while weakening their other aspects like light's use for illusions or purification. Since it was an awakened skill, then there was nothing he could do with it for now, but he was determined to do whatever it took to awaken his skills to let him use other awakened ones. And if he did, then it would be handy to have a good rapport with Greed now to take advantage of later. "Well, I'll need to get a few more details from you to be sure, but I should be able to make you something," he said agreeably. "For now, how loud do you need it and what will it be for?" "Singing. An instrument maybe?" "Singing in these," Greed said, clicking his claws and getting a variety of different tones as he did, pulling them together into an unfortunately quiet song considering how nice it sounded. "And as for the volume, well, as loud as you can make it. I'll tell you, you giants are so freaking hard to satisfy, you know that? If a group of you could just keep from muttering or coughing or making whatever noises you make over me, this wouldn't be such a problem." Ben was already trying to put ideas together for how to construct something like that. He was sure he could manage it for singing at least. A funnel with a good air enchantment could do the job well enough, but the claws were a different matter. Not that he didn't think it could be done, it was just beyond his expectations and would need a little bit of testing to get perfect. "All right. And in that case, what's your budget like?" He was already planning on cutting the crab a good deal. He didn't really mind if he didn't take into account the value his enchantments added since they only took time, not materials, but as the subject of money came up, Greed started to fidget. Well, you know how it is, youthful indiscretions and whatnot. I'm a little short on funds. What do you say, legs? I'll give you and your lady a decent private show after, and we call it square. How many people have you tried that line on before coming to us?" Thera immediately asked. 1 or 2. But they're missing out on the opportunity of a lifetime. Not many people get their own private event from the spectacular greed. Think of the intrinsic value. A memory you can take with you to the grave. Come on, legs. Isn't that worth it? Ben couldn't help but pull a face as he scratched at his chin, thinking the proposal over. He didn't really care about a performance, but then again he did want access to that skill later on. They were both just taking advantage of each other here, and even if Ben wasn't able to get a copy of the skill in the end, it wasn't like it would be a huge loss for him. Given Greed's size, he would need to make something the crab could move comfortably himself, meaning it would be small, and he could just not bother using any higher quality materials. Sure, it might not get as loud as it could have, but it would be a fun enough side project as he worked on his main one. Alright, but I don't want it now, it might even be in a few years. Is there any way I can contact you when I want to claim my payment if that's how you want to do it? I'll scribble down an address for you to reach me at. So you'll do it? Sure. Sounds like it could be fun, he said, seeing the happiness in the small crab's movements as he agreed. I'm not sure how fast it will be. This contest is my priority at the moment, but if you meet here with me again tomorrow we can go over what I come up with. I should have a better idea on how to make you it by then. Excellent, you won't regret this, legs. Whenever you want it I'll give you a show that will knock you on your ass. Well, it won't hurt if I put a bit of effort into making him something. In the morning things went much the same as they had before, with Ben starting the day making small talk with the other contestants before moving on to working on his ideas, feeling he already had a far better grasp of what he wanted to make as he did. He'd have to go through the day's testing to be sure, but he had his confidence. It was as he was waiting for Amy to show up that he let himself spend a little time on other projects too. Namely, figuring out how he wanted to make Greed an amplifier, as well as the constant task of deciphering the magic on the dead god's trial that kept going through one of his many minds in the days since he'd first given it a look. I'm gonna have to try to put it into practice sooner or later, so try and work out the strengths and weaknesses of using it compared to other methods, but at the very worst I guess I can just leave it for later. Maybe after I talk with Greed tonight, so long as it doesn't go too long. He felt his ever-present list of tasks continue to grow by the time Amy finally arrived. This time not just with Jake, Yuzu, and Yuliel with her, but both Steph and Will as well. Oh hey! Looks like we've got a full crowd today, he said happily as he gave them a wave, not picking up on Steph's mood before it was too late. Nice to see you too, Ben. So much to talk about, she told him as the smile on her face did nothing for her frosty look. Why don't we start with your Leviathan hunt and what sort of people you're going out of your way to pick fights with? He felt his stomach drop in fear as Thera tried even harder than she had been to avoid his eyes as Steph stood above him, and he knew he wouldn't be getting off lightly. With so many people there, his table was a hub of activity as both Jake and Will chatted to themselves. Yuzu seemed to be doing her best to develop a friendship with Thera, who only occasionally looked his way and chuckled to herself. Amy tested the weapons he'd made her the day prior, and both his teacher and the Archmage openly laughed as he took Steph's scolding, eventually prostrating himself while at the same time doing his best to keep track of the results of Amy's practice with most of his minds. And you know we worry about you, right? Like I get that you don't want to bother us about things that already happened, but you're our friend Ben. We want to know when you're in danger or need our help. Steph spoke as she looked down at him, worn out and defeated after an hour of lecture. You're right, I'm sorry. I'll let you guys know if I ever need any help, so can you let up just this once? He asked, begged really. He knew that she got worried about him ever since he was left at the church, but by this point he really just considered everything he went through to be a part of the realities of the world he found himself in. Steph, though, didn't seem convinced. I don't know, are you sure you don't want to come back with us when this is done? Me and we'll have plenty of money and extra rooms in our home, we could take care of you. It would definitely be safer. Kind of feels like you're asking me to become a pet. Nah, we'd be adopting you, Will yelled over to them. Don't worry, you won't need to call me Dad right away. We can wait until the time feels right. Hey, you guys can't just take Ben from us, Thera yelled back, catching herself before she said anything that would embarrass her later, but still being noticed by half of them, Ben included. It would break my aunt's heart if he didn't come back to Stonewall after this. As entertaining as this has been, I'm done with this, Amy said, breaking in and finally giving him a chance to get out of Steph's concerned eyes. "Did you catch everything I was saying?" "Yep, we're good there," he told her with a thumbs up. "In that case, let's move on to the next part." He had her take a seat at the table as he broke out the tool he'd made to judge her magic control and told her how it worked, getting her to start as he called out numbers and scribbled on some blank scraps of paper. The others around were curious enough about what he was doing to watch as well, leaving each of them to see Amy respond to his prompts and getting the right light to light up almost every time. "Let's see, she's not perfect, but then it's just going to take some practice is all. She can hit each one the majority of the time at least, so it should be plenty good enough. Now let's see how she does if we up the difficulty." Changing things around, he had her start responding to the notes he wrote instead of saying the numbers, with each page having 2 different ones for her to activate at the same time. After going through everything twice, he felt there was a slight decrease in accuracy for the second one, but judged it would be something that could be improved with enough practice and left it at that. "All right, I'd say your mana control is pretty good," he told her happily, trimming away the ideas he would have had to use if she wasn't up to snuff as 2 different voices spoke up, pulling his attention to the fact that others had come to see what he was doing besides his friends. "An interesting tool," the ant person said, his antennae rubbing together in curiosity. "I suppose that's one way to measure a person's control, but why would you need it to such an extreme? Bah bug, he has to be going for a fancy magic weapon," the goblin woman to his side said. "Let me guess, you're going to arrange your enchantments to make a weapon that switches between magics depending on how mana is run through it?" The 2 who appeared were other contestants, people he'd chatted with before starting for the day, and he couldn't help but be pleased that they had come to see his work. With everything sold now, his table wasn't the most exciting, but it was still nice to have guests. "Ha, well, you're close at least. I think I have a good idea on what I'm going to make now. Even if it might fail, may as well go with the best option." "You're only just figuring out what to make now?" the goblin asked incredulously. "You know most people come already knowing what they're going to make, right? There are only 4 days left after this," the ant told him in concern. "Are you going to be all right for the end?" "Oh yeah, I'm fine, don't worry too much. Even if it might not seem like it, I'm going to give you guys a run for your money. Just you wait." "Ha! Good. These things are better when they're interesting," the goblin cackled as she spoke, before dragging the ant person off with her. "Anyway, we won't distract, just wanted to stop by. Come again if you're free," he yelled back as he waved them off, enjoying the chance to meet different high-quality craftsmen. No one with him seemed to think much of the encounter either, other than Jake that was. "This isn't right," the other human said with a shake of his head. "This is a competition. If all of your competitors are friendly, then where's your motivation to win? What else is going to make you claw victory from the hands of defeat? Man, despite what some people might think about me, I don't go looking for enemies," he shot back. "I'm just here for some friendly competition. I just need to put my best in. Right, Falk?" "Aye, boy. Even if you don't win, you'll be fine." Still, Jake shook his head. "Well, it just feels like it defeats the point. What's life without enemies? I already told you who considers me an enemy. It's even marked on my status. That's a big no thanks to making more from me." He still looked disappointed not getting to see Ben go through the drama he thought such an event deserved. But Amy put a stop to him saying more with a pinch to his ear. "So was that all you needed from me today?" she asked, getting a nod in response. "Just make sure you come again tomorrow. I'll probably get started on actually making it then, but it would be good to have you for any last-minute changes." "In that case, it looks like I can take you now," Steph told her as she swooped in and grabbed Amy's arm, already having Thera in her grasp with his hooded friend unable to escape. Not that she seemed to be trying too hard, even if she didn't seem thrilled. "We're having another girls' outing, so if any of you need us, we're going hunting through one of the untamed land gates." She took no argument as she started dragging them off, Yuzu following without needing the same motivation as the other 2 with Yuliel close behind, unwilling to let both of those in her care go somewhere so dangerous without her and judging that Jake would be fine in the city, leaving the 3 human men and Falk to their own devices. You know, Steph's always been a little forceful, but hasn't she gotten a bit more so since I've seen her? he asked Will, who only shrugged. She's just excited to have people around who aren't looking at her with the weight of the world behind their eyes. I'm pretty sure she'll calm down after a couple more days. You know, if you guys are that lonely, you could always come visit me, he pointed out. She's a space mage, it shouldn't be too hard. But still long enough that we usually can't spare the time. The only reason we have what we do know is because we worked hard enough to make up for taking a week off. Or come visit us, man, Jake told him with a slap on the back. Since we both live in gate cities, it's gotta be a whole lot easier. Well, that could be nice, Will said happily. But anyway, what do you guys want to do now? You're basically done. Right, Ben? Sorry, you both go off and have fun. I had a guy come yesterday to order something, so we're gonna go over it a bit today. Your loss, Jake told him. If you finish up early, come to my place later. With that, they parted ways for the day, with Falk taking his leave soon after. You going to be okay on your own, boy? I promised the goblins a drink today. Yeah. Go have fun and I'll see you later, Falk. Now alone, he focused on his designs for both the contest, as well as greed, until he heard the small crab's voice calling out to him. Hey Legs, what have you got for me? With Greed's arrival, Ben got to work in earnest, having the crab show him how he performed while carefully examining his body. It was like he thought he was sure he'd be able to do something for his voice easily enough, but it was the claws that would create some issues. It wasn't just a matter of deciding how he would wear them, it was how they would be built at all. His first idea was to basically make him metal gloves, but that completely changed the sound Greed's music took, giving it a metallic ring that wasn't originally there. Let's see, so if that won't work, I could do what? I suppose I could make something like funnel-shaped bracelets to capture the sound and tie an air enchantment to amplify it, but then what if the claws affect it? Since they'd be in front of the sound, some of it could reflect back and make a feedback loop, something nobody wants. So then how should I do this, unless... You got something? Greed asked him, filled with hope after watching Ben spin his wheels as he thought. Maybe... Give me a minute. He had an idea, a simple one too. This whole time he'd been thinking of creating an item for both claws, as well as a microphone of sorts for the crab to talk into. But then again, there was no reason he couldn't make one thing to project each sound. The quality might be affected a bit, but he was sure he could work that out with just a little bit of tinkering with the enchantment. He'd learned a lot about using air magic for sound spells since his music box. After all, it would be good to put it into practice. Taking all of that into consideration, he began making it, putting better materials into his forge than he'd initially planned, solely due to how little he was going to be using. He was making it for a crab after all. It had to be at a size that Greed would be able to carry and move around himself without too much difficulty. Once the metal was headed through, he took out one of the many bone powders he'd packed to use in the competition, having not known what he'd be making at the time but seeing he wouldn't be needing it now. It was one specifically meant to increase an item's ability to hold air enchantments, and considering that he would be trying to put the most powerful one he could on something so small, it was an absolute necessity. Once the material was ready, it came down to flattening it into a plate before cutting and shaping it. The design he had in mind was simple enough. He was folding it into a small square cone, something that Greed should have been able to move around without trouble, and on the end of each he added a hinge that he attached more plates to. The point was to set it up in such a way that it could double in length after being properly set, while not taking up too much space beforehand. This would let him make better enchantments for it, and with that done he got started. Even with everything he did to manage the space, the enchantment had to be on the smaller, more delicate side compared to what he would normally do. There simply hadn't been enough material to do anything too crazy with it, but with a bit of care he completed it, letting the crab test it out. Standing in front of it after the setup was complete, Greed walked before it, hesitantly clicking a claw and hearing the sound amplify before doing it again with his other one, making a different tone and seeming satisfied as he kept going, turning the test into a performance as he began to sing, not using words but making sounds that would weave seamlessly into each snap he made. Ben couldn't help but find himself enjoying it, even if he noticed a flaw in his enchantment as he did. "This is great, Legs, you really know your stuff," Greed told him happily, more than pleased with how it turned out. He had used a few amplifiers in the past when a venue had them, and even if it wasn't quite as loud, That was more than excusable considering how small it was compared to the ones he'd used for the larger races. Well, hold on a minute there. Something didn't sound quite right to me, I'm going to do a quick modification, Ben said as he took it in his hand to alter it. It had sounded fine, but it was definitely getting a slight distortion from the amplified sound bouncing off the metal. An easy enough fix after blending in an earth enchantment, and after putting it down he had the crab try again. This time it truly was perfect. There was no flaw in the noise as Ben let himself enjoy it, and the few competitors who hadn't finished packing up for the day stopped to listen. It wasn't often that he got to hear the different musical options that filled the world, and he couldn't help but think that as far as payment went, it really wasn't too bad, even if he still fully intended to get copies of his skills in the future if he could. With his customer more than thrilled, it seemed like that would be the end of things for the day, with enough hours left that he could still meet Will and Jake. But the crab had one more request for him. All right, so I know this might be a bit much after you went to the trouble of making this, but you think I could ask a favor? Well, you can at least ask. Think I could get a lift back to my inn? He asked sheepishly. It would take me ages, but you could manage it in, 15 minutes? This city wasn't exactly built for someone my size, and I'd rather not get stepped on when things start getting dark out. Oh yeah. If that's all then sure, it's no problem. Ben was finding himself liking the guy well enough, even if his reputation may not have been the greatest, and he wasn't wrong. It was too easy for such a small creature to accidentally be trampled underfoot. Even with his strong shell, he could still be injured, and spending the 30 minutes there and back wouldn't be putting him out of his way. With that decided, Ben carefully scooped him up, following his directions to take him back where he was staying, chatting on the way. It was fun listening to the crab's stories, what it was like going across the world to perform, as well as his warnings over women. Listen, legs, gonna give you a bit of wisdom on the house as a little thanks for the walk, he said as they were nearing their destination. If a girl's ever interested, do your due diligence first. Getting in trouble with a married woman is all sorts of headache, and almost dying for some youthful indiscretions when a jealous man comes along with a hammer is only a funny story if it happens once. Ha! I'll keep that in mind, he said with a shake of his head, feeling happy that no matter how hectic his life felt, he wasn't dealing with things like that. Anyway, where next? The following right and we're basically there, Greed told him. It was almost time to part ways, and Ben couldn't help but think that the crab made some entertaining company as he passed a side alleyway. Feeling something grab and pull him as a bag was shoved over his head. Hey Myriad! Myriad, you there? Code Red. I could really use an answer right about now. Don't tell me you're really going to miss me being kidnapped after I was just attacked a couple days ago. Dude, what's the point of being an apostle if I can't even get your attention during times like this? Their mouths had been covered as they were dragged off, but upon reaching their location and being dumped on the floor they were free to swear up a storm. At least that was what Greed had been doing as Ben focused on his prayers, doing it with all 10 minds at once to try and get his God's attention. His head was still bagged and his hands were tied, but eventually he stopped trying to rely on his God for help and instead thought things through. There were 3 options that could have led to this. Could have been a random attack, it could have been someone looking for him, or it could have been someone after Greed. As poor as his luck was, he couldn't help but think that he was probably an uninvolved party in this. It felt like the only group that might actually hate him enough to kidnap him was the Church of Eneth, but they would know better than to do something like this against the apostle of a god, meaning the options likely came down to the other 2. Assuming it was a random attack he was just unlucky enough to go through wouldn't help anything either. Even if it was true, all he could do was reveal himself as an apostle and hope it would scare them out of doing anything rash. That just left the final option. Hey Greed, don't suppose you have any idea what's going on? He asked calmly despite the situation, doing his best to use his other minds to keep track of the surroundings despite his eyes being covered. With the noises of movements and steps around them, it was certain he wasn't alone, and as he focused he was pretty sure he counted 5 other people around, or maybe 5 small groups of people. It was hard to be sure, but it was better than nothing. Ah, well you know how it is, the crab said. What sort of musician doesn't have enemies? Most of them, I'd think. Is this the whole jealous husband thing you were just telling me about? Man, If we survive, you've really got to stop doing that crap. I've told you I haven't touched a woman in years, he yelled in his defense. It can cause all sorts of trouble beyond just an angry partner. Hell, the worst of it all has got to be the dash. He was cut off as the sound of movement came from behind them and the bags over their heads were ripped off, revealing the dark room they were placed in, as well as just who had them. Standing around were 5 crabs, 4 of them having hard blue shells that let off a bit of light. But that was hardly their most noticeable characteristic. No, what stood out was their sheer size. Each of them had to be a meter across, with powerful claws he didn't want to be on the wrong end of, and all of them switched their gazes between their 2 prisoners and the 5th person in the room. He was another crab species, or at least Ben thought he was, but he seemed to lack a shell, instead having a softer-looking flesh to him while being half the size of the others. He would still tower over Greed, and given how the others were reacting, looked like the one in charge. An angry husband? Ben quietly asked. I wish, then I'd only have to worry about being beaten to death. He muttered back as the fleshy crab spoke to one of his men. Who's that with him? He asked, pointing to Ben. Another lover? We can only assume so, sir. One of the blue crabs confirmed. They were carrying him back to his room when we took them. What else could they be? Whoa, 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 hold on a minute, Ben yelled in his defense. I was just commissioned to make him something and was giving him a lift back. That's all. The flesh crab looked to the others, giving a disappointed shake of his head. Idiots, of course you all had to go and make things more complicated. We'll figure out what to do with him after. For now, let's get to it. After all, I've been hungry for this for decades. Hold on, you bastard. You're out of your mind if you think I'm just going to let you eat me. Greed yelled out, struggling to escape as the other crab walked closer. Your body is my birthright, father. I'm simply making you finally fulfill the obligation you should have upon my birth. Wait, father? This was getting too complicated. He hadn't planned on being a witness to both some patricide and cannibalism when he'd agreed to make a simple amplifier. What the hell did you get me caught up in? Ha! Let's just let this be my final piece of advice to you, the smaller crab said. Careful when you have some fun outside of your race. You never know when you'll accidentally mess around with someone whose kind needs their young to eat part of their father to absorb their shell and grow their own. Even worse when you learn the woman's a crime lord. He could see the fear in the other man's eyes as he failed to break free of his bindings. A small part of Ben couldn't help but be amazed at meeting someone who seemed like they actually had worse luck than him. But he put the thought to the side and forced his minds into overdrive as he tried to come up with something. Anything that would get them free and keep him from being murdered after this and Greed from being eaten. Okay, so he needs a shell. What can I do about that? I can't just make one, it's a part of his body. In that case, could a healer do anything? No, if he needs to develop it through a specific method, then a standard healer won't be able to. Maybe Steph or Yuzu could pull something off, but even then it feels like it would be overly complicated. But there's really nothing I can do, and it feels like if there's an answer it has to be magic, but I'm really not sure beyond that. Unless, as his mind was in a flurry of activity, Greed's son reached them, taking hold of his father and looking him in the eye as Greed continued to scream. Eating me will never give you enough to form a proper shell. Look at you. Look at our size difference. I couldn't have done it when you were born, let alone now. And yet it will be something. The other crab responded as he held him up above his mouth. I'll take any patches over what I have now. Wait. Let me help you. Ben yelled before any attempts at eating happened. He had an idea, but it would mostly rely on the mages in his life to fulfill. He just had to get to that point. Greed, though, misunderstood things. Are you trying to help it eat me, you bastard? Come on. Just try getting a bite. It's going to hurt going all the way down, though. I think I can help you get a proper shell, Ben yelled while he had the fleshy crab's attention, getting Greed to calm down in the process. Something that would be able to cover you. If I'm hearing right, you can only use what he has, right? Wouldn't you like something better? I'll do it if you don't eat him. For a second, it seemed to have the desired effect. He put down Greed and turned to him, with things only seeming to fall through as he moved to get his thick claw around Ben's neck. That's a pretty promise, boy, but one you should be cautious of making. he warned. Now, I don't have any problem with you. After dealing with my father, I was just going to toss you on the streets and we'd leave town. So do you really want to be responsible for getting my hopes up? Okay, now feels like a good time to play my get out of being murdered card. I can't guarantee I can help, but as the apostle of Myriad I promise I'll do my best. He told them confidently, seeing what he thought were surprised faces around him as he felt the claw slip from his neck. Did you idiots really kidnap a goddamn apostle? He could be lying, one of the other crabs said meekly, just trying to get out of things. Let me show you my card and I'll prove it. Then we can move on to discussing just how I might be able to help. Greed's son waved one of his men over, and with a quick snip of his claws Ben was free, letting him prove his identity. All right, Apostle Boy, how exactly are you planning on helping me? Is making friends supposed to be this exhausting? Thera couldn't help but think to herself as she went through the untamed lands with the other 3 girls and the Archmage. It wasn't the hunting that was getting to her. Considering her own strength, along with the fact that the others had awakened skills, it was actually quite easy compared to anything she'd have gone through hunting alone in the past. No, what was really exhausting her was having to deal with the conversation, especially from Yuzu, who once freed from her cultural silence was a ball of energy that seemed to be making up for lost time. So your necklace was a homemade gift? She asked, referring to the blue jay pendant that Ben had made her. It's so pretty. Your armband too. Gosh. I wish Jake would take the initiative like that sometimes. I feel like he only ever does anything romantic when someone reminds him to. That's because he's an idiot. Amy told her with a pat on the arm. The sooner you accept that, the easier it will be. And the armband is an attempt to keep people from going insane around me if anything happens to my cloak and it still needs some work, she explained, thinking back to exactly what happened during the emergency quest. As fine as she was in Analia, expecting an average person to have resistances over 11 was a bit too optimistic. Not that it didn't happen, but higher levels of resistances were still extremely uncommon, at least compared to higher levels of affinities. The most that she could hope for right now was that if anything went wrong in a crowd, not everyone would be taken in by her effects. Steph seemed like she was going to chime in, but before she could, Thera swung her staff to the side, reacting to the raptor-like creature that had jumped through the woods to deliver her attack. Ever since collaring a leviathan, she'd been attempting more of the same thing, manipulating the earth she used, making flow like water in her spells. It was significantly harder on her, pushing her control in ways she never had before, but the results spoke for themselves as she wrapped the stone around the lizard's face, letting it return to its sturdy, solid form before the creature flailed around until it eventually gave in to its oxygen deprivation. Not bad, Yuliel told her, giving out pointers to them all as she watched over them. A free lesson Thera was happy to take considering it came from someone so studied in magic as a whole. It seems like your earth mana might be being slightly disrupted when you use your attacks though. You might be able to do better if you suppress the dark and life mana without you when you cast a spell. If I could, I would. Unfortunately, it seems like I need more mana control before I can get more mana control. At the very least, I can chip away at it by improving my other skills. She had been focusing pretty heavily on earth and life recently. She needed to devote more of her effort to her telekinesis as well. As much as she knew she should put a bit more to her dark magic on top of that, it wasn't something she could make herself do, at least at the current time. After what happened when they were on the coast, she didn't want to do anything that could raise her charm even further. Any level to it was a level farther she'd be from suppressing it, at least until it got high enough that it could be done without the band. Still, despite how well she'd been doing with her other 2 magics that could take years, not a prospect she wanted to deal with when it could do so much harm, not just to the people around her, but the stress she would go through as a result. Still, when things come to a head, it would be nice to have you around, Yuliel said, pulling her from her thoughts. What do you say? Analia should be well in hand. If you were to defend all faith when the time comes, I'd see to it you're properly compensated. Nobody had to ask what she was talking about. It was apparent enough to all of them. They knew from history that invasion sites were frequently the more heavily populated areas, and since it seemed every human on the planet had heard about her engagement to Ben, that the Archmage knew not only who she was, but who her parents were. When the war finally began, her father would be able to handle any gate that showed up near her home by himself, freeing their army to go assist other nations, at least for the first 2 waves. That meant that she'd be left to herself to decide what she wanted to do and where she wanted to fight. "I'm not really sure what I'll do," she said honestly. "I'm hoping that it will be far enough away that I won't need to worry about it too much anytime soon. But I'll probably go wherever my aunt or uncle end up. I know they both plan on fighting. Sticking with family has its pros or cons, but I suppose it's as good an answer as any. If you change your mind though, come find me. I'll make sure you're well rewarded." "I will, thank you for the offer," she told the Archmage, giving a respectful nod as she did. "Good. It should be getting to be about time for you all to head back anyway. We've been out here for a while. Yuzu, something's approaching from the right. Handle it and we'll be on our way." "Do I have to?" the young soul mage complained. "I don't like using my magic that way. It's much nicer to help people grow than to use it for violence." "You need the practice," Yuliel said sternly. "It's important you're able to defend yourself, and you're just as valuable of a fighting force as anyone else. You need to work on the death aspects of your magic, not just focus on your life and soul spells." "Oh, fine." She wasn't thrilled, having no taste for killing out of training, but still did as the older woman asked, turning to where she felt a creature approach and waiting until it was within view, seeing a monstrosity running towards them. Bigger than any of them, with a thick brown and green shell that was seemingly to help in camouflage itself in the woods, the creature raced towards them, seeming to think it got lucky with its prey as tentacles extended from its throat, shooting towards them and trying to latch on. And then it stopped, falling to the ground as it did as Yuzu turned to Yuliel. "Happy? No. You didn't need to let it get that close. You could have handled it before it came into view. Waiting only puts yourself and others in danger. It's disrespectful to it to end its life out of sight," she shot back. "I get I need to practice, but how I do things matters. If you can see its soul, it's in your sight. Now come on, all of you, it's time to go back." Thera cast one last look at the dead beast as Steph tore a hole in space to get them back to the gate, in awe of just how powerful a soul mage was. It looked like she'd done nothing, but with seemingly no effort Yuzu had instantly ended the life of the creature in a way that a standard death mage would struggle to accomplish, at least anywhere near that quickly. It was obvious the act was nothing to her. She could likely do the same thing to hundreds of creatures at once, and while Thera didn't know if the thought made her feel comfortable that there were people who were so powerful on the world or not, she was definitely impressed. Stepping through the gate into the interconnected space that linked them all, she immediately felt her attention being pulled as one of her skills was pointing to within that strange space. Bind was doing its job, telling her exactly where Ben was as she saw him feel the same thing. Turning to them all and giving a friendly wave, she couldn't help but feel the same thoughts flood her head that had been for a while, as well as some new ones ever since she spoke with the other women about him. "You're more important to me than that. It wouldn't feel like home if you weren't there. I'm not in love with him," she told herself, shaking the other thoughts from her head. "That stupid Crystal and Steph just have me feeling self-conscious. This isn't love. As for if he's in love with me, well, no, it's not even worth thinking about." Even though she told herself that, she was a whirlwind of emotions, making it hard to look him in the eye. Embarrassment at the thought she might be, fear of what that would mean for her, excitement that he might feel the same, all things she would never admit to, not even to herself. Despite that though, even if she was having trouble meeting his eyes at the time, she couldn't help but be glad that he'd come to see her out there, at least until he ran over and opened his mouth. "Hey guys, I kind of need all of your help," he told them, giving an awkward chuckle as he did. "So long story short, I was briefly kidnapped, and now I need to keep Greed from being eaten by his son, who's up to work some magic?" Thera rubbed her face in exasperation while catching the reactions from the others out of the corner of her eye, all of them seeming to be in different stages of disbelief. "I can't be in love with this guy. The stress would be bad for my heart." After a long conversation with the girls that basically amounted to confirming that whatever cultural issue that kept Yuzu from talking to him wouldn't extend to him reading her mind, as well as spending an hour all but begging Yuliel to allow the young soul mage to help him, they all parted ways for the night, Thera still expressing her disbelief by the time they got back to the embassy. Are you really telling me you were kidnapped after me and Uncle left you alone for a single evening? Ben, you're an apostle. Get your God to figure out whatever sort of curse you're under that makes your life like this, she told him, not able to work up any real strong emotion after processing everything. Hey, this is super not my fault, he said. It's not like I expected to be kidnapped by the crab mafia. This is entirely on greed. Who you're still helping, she pointed out. I mean, even if this all stemmed from him not keeping it in his pants, I don't want him to die over it. All right, well, I'll go talk to my dad for you in the morning. Sleep well, Ben. Try not to be assassinated in the night or whatever other nonsense might happen. With that, she went to her room and he went to his, letting him focus on what he needed to as one final thought flew through his head. At least she's looking me in the eyes again. It seemed that current events managed to be just shocking enough to pull her from whatever was bothering her, giving him at least one positive to go off of. He still wanted to know what might have been said during their girls' night, but he had much bigger problems as he called out to his God for what felt like the millionth time. Hey Myriad, even if I'm safe now, I've still got a bit of an emergency to deal with here. I could really use some conversation. In return, he got silence, leaving him to curse. He desperately wanted to run what he was planning through with his favorite cube, but with no answer, he didn't want to just go to sleep. He couldn't trust that he would actually arrive in his realm, and that would mean his entire night was wasted when he could have been planning instead. How the hell am I supposed to get his attention? If screaming for help didn't manage it, he must have been pretty busy, so short of anything drastic I don't have any options and it's not like I could go to him. Can I? He'd been to his God's realm so often that he knew exactly what it felt like to arrive there. The experience of his mind ending up somewhere else entirely was subtle, but it was there. Whether he could treat it as a path to be followed was an entirely different question, but with nothing else to do, he decided to give it a go. It's not like I have any better options to go off of. Laying down, he started to meditate with all 10 of his minds, putting his all into it in a way he never had before as his thoughts cleared and he let himself fall into the feeling of being taken somewhere else. He didn't know how long it had been. Time lost all meaning to him as he simply followed the thread. He didn't even hope for a payoff. That feeling would have been a distraction. With the exception of that one goal, his minds were completely clear. With the notifications exploding in his head, his concentration broke and he opened his eyes, seeing the realm of his God before him and heard some chattering at his back. Pretty quick to get another level of tolerance. Sure hope that's a good thing. Oh, who am I kidding? With a level of sacrilege too, it's probably not. Oh well, it's an emergency, Myriad can deal. He turned around to the voices, finding their backs to him and in deep discussion. He wasn't super clear on what they were saying though. He was too surprised by what he saw. Myriad floating as he always did, but with the addition of Hellori on top of him, using his God as a chair. He said, signaling his presence. If this is bullshit, I can come back in a moment. But I really need to talk to, well, both of you. As he spoke, they both whipped to face him. Well, Hellori did, without a face. It was hard to tell with Myriad, but he at least rotated, which seemed as good an indicator as any. Ben, what how? Myriad asked, too many questions forming in his head at once to express them all properly as Hellori got up. It most certainly isn't. Honestly, Myriad, if you're going to bring your apostle up here, you should warn me first. I didn't. He made it here on his own. It was incredible that despite his apostle's constant antics, he was still capable of being surprised by just what the boy would do. But he couldn't help but be shocked by this. While not impossible, it was rare to an extreme that wasn't worth considering. Myriad was fairly sure that he'd heard of 10 other gods that got to experience something like this, with most of them happening before the fall of their old worlds. On the other side of things, Hellori switched from annoyed to excited on a dime, rushing to Ben and immediately getting in his face with questions. How did you do it? Projecting your mind into a different level of reality isn't some trivial thing. I just kind of followed the feeling, I guess. Myriad hasn't been answering my prayers, so I was getting desperate. Followed the feeling? Myriad, how often do you bring your apostle up here? She demanded as curiosity filled her all the more. Most nights, so long as there's no issue. Why? Is that what let him do this? Most nights? So he's been brought here hundreds of times. she asked in disbelief, getting a nod in return. No wonder he was able to know the way here. Combine knowing the path with how tightly he's bound to you thanks to having both your blessing and your apostle title. Were you trying to strengthen the link as much as you could? It just sort of happened. It's not like I have many other believers. Might as well give them some of my time. I'd say that's a lot more than some. He's probably met up with you in person more than almost any other god has with their believers. Really, to think that there could be this side effect. She trailed off, starting to mumble to herself as Myriad focused in on Ben. So what was so important that you had to try coming here yourself? Well, two things. The far more minor one was that apparently Yuzu said my soul looks funny because of how it's interacting with parallel thought and complex mind. Since Hellori looked at my soul not too long ago, I was hoping that she could tell me if there's anything I need to worry about. What? She asked, being pulled from her thoughts at hearing her name. No, your soul's fine. It's a little rare, but if your skills are developing in a way that might hurt you, the system will compensate to remove any strain. In the case of your mind skills, it's keeping them from frying your brain by making them interact with your soul on a deeper level. It's not common, but it happens from time to time. Okay, cool. And the other thing? Myriad asked, trying to prepare for the worst. He doubted his apostle would try to go to his realm for a question about his soul, and unfortunately he was right. Okay. So while you were up here getting sat on and ignoring my many prayers for help, I was kidnapped by a crab mafia. Long story short, I need help from both of you to put a spell together to get one of them a shell and keep greed from being eaten. Hellori's eyes lit up as Myriad crashed to the ground. Her excitement at the proposed task coming nowhere near his god's despair at that brief description of the day's events, as Ben outlined exactly what he was thinking, and they all got to work. Do you think you could make a laser gun? Jake asked the next day as Ben was carefully carving some stone, trying to get it to perfectly match what he needed. Probably, but I wouldn't recommend it. I've managed to make a couple decent guns with my enchantments, but the mana cost sucks. Well, I guess since you have such a high amount you'd be fine, but it's not practical for a typical person. Plus you have your spells. Okay. In that case, could you make me a lightsaber? Again, just use your spells, you'd be so much better off. Do you even have the sword wielder skill? I mean, no, but I'd happily learn it. Come on man, I'll pay you well. It would be so cool to have. Okay. Fine, I'll try making you one when the contest is over. Anything else? Jake thought for a minute before his eyes lit up. A hoverboard. Please tell me you can make a hoverboard. Dude, how many times are you going to make me tell you to just use your spells? Just stand on a sheet of metal and lift it up while you're standing on it. To make it, I'd need to not only have to figure out the best method of having it hover a couple inches off the ground, either trying to force it to suspend itself with earth magic or using something like air or space magic to do the job, but then also making it adaptable enough that it wouldn't immediately crash if it went over anything other than a perfectly flat surface. That's not even considering how high the mana cost would be. Even as he said it, though, he couldn't help but start considering how he would solve the problems that came with trying to make everything Jake suggested. It was all an interesting mental experiment for him, and the other human kept giving ideas that he wouldn't have considered himself, so he didn't mind too much. Jake, for his part, was completely taken with the realization that he wouldn't need a fancy tool to have a hoverboard when he had his magic, and was thinking on what else he could ask about as he turned to look to the girls chatting to the side, half paying attention to all of the suggestions Jake was making, but mostly leaving him to see which of his dreams could be made into reality. What about bikini armor? He asked in all earnestness, leaving Will to look away in disgust as Ben turned to Amy and Yuzu, one of whom was holding their head in exasperation as the other smiled on, having no clue what her boyfriend was requesting. Just to be clear, you both love this man? Unfortunately, Amy sighed as Yuzu nodded happily. Thera, though, looked mostly confused by the reactions around her and gave voice to the curiosity that was getting the better of her. All right, I'm just going to ask. What's bikini armor? Think underwear that can keep any part of you from being injured. Is that bad? She asked. Honestly, it sounds pretty handy. It would be if he had asked with any intention of seeing us with clothing on over it. Amy told her, having a small internal debate about how hard she should try to convince his teachers to go on him for their next training session, and leaving Thera thoroughly disgusted in the meantime. Before anything could come of that, though, they were interrupted by the arrival of Greed's son, along with 2 of his associates. Ben had told them all what he looked like, so there was no confusion, though Yuliel stood silently at the side with Falk, both prepared for anything to go wrong. "All right, are we ready to do this, or what?" the fleshy crab asked, not bothering with pleasantries and all but ignoring those around Ben. "You better not have any funny business planned." "Hey, I said I'd help you, so I'm going to help you. We're waiting on one more person, but I spent the whole night talking to 2 different gods to make sure my idea would work. So for now, come on, let's see if I need to make any adjustments to what I've got." He seemed hesitant but went over to where Ben led him, standing still as the different plates of stone Ben had been shaping were placed against his body and modifications made as need be. "So is Greed nearby? We're going to need him to do this. One of my men will bring him when you're actually ready to get started." "Fine, fine, so untrusting though, geez," Ben muttered. "Anyway, I never got your name, and it's going to stay that way. Oh, come on. I'm just going to ask Greed later. Cut me some slack here." "It's Cheel," the crab said, his voice filled with annoyance that Ben ignored. "Well, Cheel, do any of these plates feel uncomfortable to you? We're basically trying to give you a proper exoskeleton here. I don't want to make it in a way that might cause you discomfort for the rest of your life." The right claw felt a little different from the left, but that's about all. Not a bad different though? Give me a minute, I'll look it over." After a bit of careful examination and comparing it to Cheel's body, he sanded down the interior of the right plate before having him try it on again. "Better. Yes." He continued to work, trying to ensure it was perfect in every way until it was done. Even if it was plain stone, it would be the model upon which Cheel's exoskeleton would be based, and Ben wasn't one to accept anything less than the best he could do when it came to his work. Even more than that, it was an interesting task. He wasn't sure if he should think of it as making a model or an armor, but trying to create someone a skeleton was so far outside the realm of what he'd been planning on doing when he got into All Faith that he couldn't help but be excited by the task. It would have been even better if his model was going to be put towards the spell in the end, but unfortunately that would be left to someone better suited than him. A tall, hooded man that managed to arrive just as Ben was sure there was nothing else that could be done, along with his wife. "Abris Pelenia, so glad to see you both," Ben told them happily, a feeling Pelenia responded to in kind. "And you never cease to entertain, do you, Ben? Why, the way Thera was acting when she came to ask for help, you really do draw the most entertaining sides of my daughter out." "I can hear your mom." "I know, sweetie. That's part of the fun. Now, Ben, while I'm willing to help, it really would be for the best to just dispose of them," Abris said as he looked to the crabs, all of them tensing as he did before Ben spoke up. "I have an agreement with them, Abris. I told him I'd help him, so I want to. Did Thera tell you what I need you to do?" He gave a small nod as he used his magic to raise each stone plate in the air, looking them over as he did. Once satisfied that he knew all he needed to, he used his mana and made the energies within the contest ground change, drawing some of the few eyes that hadn't left in the instant before things returned to normal, the only change being a perfect replica of the stone plates he'd created earlier, only made of ruby instead. "You're lucky that the mana cost of that is nowhere near what it is to make a magic material," Abris said with a laugh. "Since it was basically negligible for me, I didn't need to skip out on my usual work." Ben didn't want to think about how many thousands or tens of thousands of mana the Earth Spirit had spent to still call it negligible. Instead, he began fitting it around Cheel's limbs, getting Abris to attach pieces together whenever he needed him to. "All right, things might start getting a little claustrophobic soon, so we need Greed. Is he nearby?" With a free claw, Cheel gave a little wave, causing one of his men to run off, coming back with a small box in tow, that once open released the small ruby crab. "Ah, you awful bastard," he swore. "Locking me in a box for an entire day? What are you thinking?" "Better than you deserve, father," Cheel shot back. "Consider yourself blessed to still draw breath. That can always change after all." "Both of you enough," Ben told them. "We're almost done here. Now, Greed, try to stay still. This might hurt a bit." Before the smaller crab could try to change his mind and run away, Ben grabbed him and held him up to Abris, who in turn created a small saw blade from a stone, rotating it at high enough speeds to slice off a tiny piece of his shell as the crab swore the entire time. "Oh, relax, we haven't broken through to your inner flesh, so you're fine. Now, Abris, there's one last thing I need you to do for me if you would. Just make a small divot in the ruby Cheel is wearing for this, and then we can move on to the difficult part." He did as Ben asked, and the shell fragment was placed inside, though not touched by the spirit's magic in any way. That was going to be next, as well as the hardest part of all. "All right, girls. Time's now super of the essence, so come on and let's do this." It was what he'd had to work throughout the night planning, and thinking about it was causing him no end of stress. As opposed to something as simple to him as carving stone this was different. He was going to have Thera, Steph, and Yuzu work together to do something none of them had ever done before. Proper ritual magic. As the apostle of a god that understood ritual magic in ways that no living race did, Ben was also far more knowledgeable on the topic than any average mage or magic scholar due to his work applying the principles of it to his enchantments. But this would be his first time participating in it in its purest form, even if he was just leading the others in what to do. With all of them knowing it was their time to shine, they moved like he explained earlier, with Thera and Yuzu both taking one of his hands while Steph grabbed his face, leaving him wishing he had a third arm as he connected to all of them, pushing his hidden mind to keep any of the thoughts from his extra ones from causing a distraction, as well as keeping them all from each other. As they began, he carefully told each of them what to do with his thoughts, Thera being the base and the most important, blending her earth and life mana to make the foundation that the others would work on, as well as contributing large amounts of mana to the process as she did. From there, Steph and Yuzu merged their own spells with it, elevating the base technique to greater heights than any of them had ever managed before, all for just 2 tasks. Altering the ruby shell that Abris had made to match the living ruby of Greed's shell, and then properly merging it to Cheel's body in a way that would suit his mixed heritage without harming him. It wasn't quick by any stretch of the imagination, but Ben was thorough in examining each of their minds as they worked, gently correcting them if anything was wrong to ensure it went off without a hitch until it finally came to an end. Ben didn't just hear the notifications explode across his mind, but those of both Thera and Steph too, with the first getting levels to both her earth and life magic, and the second getting one to her high life magic. With Steph doing her best to suppress her excitement at what her thoughts were screaming was her first level to any of her blessed skills. But as exciting as that all was, he couldn't let himself focus on it, at least not yet. The most important part was being sure the ritual actually worked. "Cheel, how are you feeling?" he asked as he saw the crab cautiously moving his body. "Different. Heavier. Did it work?" "That's what I want to test. To do that though, I'm going to need to try and scratch your shell though. Do me a favor and don't let your goons murder me while it's happening. All right?" "Ha! As long as this works, then you don't need to worry. You're in my good books for life." "Cool, in that case, Abris, could I get you to do your little spinning saw again? Just try to make a small scratch against each different plate we made. I need to be sure all of them are properly joined." The great earth spirit did as he was asked, pulling a few loose stones from the ground that he flattened and spun in tandem, making nicks on each section of ruby before letting them fall to the ground again. With that done, Ben brought Steph over and one by one applied her life magic spells, working to heal the wounds, if that was what they were, of course. If the stone hadn't become a living part of Cheel's body, it would have done nothing, but before both of their eyes each nick disappeared before the might of her magic, letting Ben breathe a little easier with each one until it was back to a pristine state. Well, it looks like you now have a proper shell," he told Cheel, trying not to let the sheer amount of relief he was feeling color his voice. Even if the gods had been confident with the spell they'd helped plan, Ben couldn't help but worry about just what he'd have to do if they failed. Cheel, for his part, was silent, lost in the same emotions that his men were in the middle of displaying. After all of his life lacking, he finally had a true exoskeleton, and it was beautiful. "I will never forget what you've done for me today," he said finally, gratitude playing on his voice. "Should any of you ever need it, find me and I'll repay this debt. It's the girls you really owe. Without them it wouldn't be possible. If you want to pay me back, just toss a few prayers to the god Myriad from time to time and we're good." Very well. For now, do with my father what you wish. I have no need for him anymore. With that he walked off, his men in tow behind him, giving Ben the leeway to slump to the ground as greed tapped his hand. Legs, I seriously owe you one here. If you need a personal musician for the rest of your life, let me know. Ha! Well, just make sure that when I finally ask for that show you make it the best you've ever done. Deal. Now on a bit of an awkward side note, I don't suppose I could get a lift? Last thing I want is to get to the inn and find a different kid or ex waiting for me. I'll do it, Will said as he scooped the crab up. Pretty sure Ben needs a break. As words were exchanged, everyone began going their own separate ways for the night, until all that was left with him was Falk, Thera, and her parents. You really know such colorful people, Ben, Pelania told him as he tried to unwind from the stress of the last day. Honestly, asking a favor from us to help, you better raise your skills a bit more to make it worth our while when we come to collect. Will do, he told them with a thumbs up. Just maybe wait till after the contest? This has already felt like the busiest 2 weeks of my life. Haha, sure. I will be sending for someone to grab you in a day or two though, so be prepared for that. I found a couple people with higher versions of the skills you were looking for. We're just waiting for them to arrive. Sounds good, thanks again. With that done, Abris and Pelania went back to the gate, letting Ben finally go back to his room for a well-deserved rest. The next day actually managed to be calm for Ben after the hecticness of the prior two. His friends all seemed strangely on edge despite his constant assurance that he was used to just what sort of world they now lived in and would probably be fine if they wanted to do something else. But there was always at least a few hanging over his shoulder as he finally got to work on Amy's weapon. What he had been putting the most of his effort that day towards was cutting the white mana crystal he was going to be using, making multiple discs the size of large coins only thicker and setting them each in the mithril they would need to extract the mana from the magical gems. He put more effort into what was a simple task for him than he ever normally would, making sure each crystal he cut was perfectly uniform in size, the mithril bound to each surface polished to a mirror finish, and ending up with 16 by the time he was finally done. It was far more than he actually needed, and given how expensive the materials were, it was beyond wasteful, but he had no choice if he wanted a chance at success. Even though he typically used the materials to help supply mana to his tools and items, that wasn't the only area where they'd shine compared to cheaper options. They were also incredibly good at holding large complex enchantments without breaking, and given what he had in mind to do with them, he still didn't trust that he'd be able to get away without losing a few. God, I can't believe I'm preparing to lose half of these freaking things to make this. Having money has warped my sense of value. He put them away for the time being, leaving the next step for later. He wanted to do some tests before it came time to properly make the various enchantments he'd be using, so he turned to Jake to give him the good news. All right, it looks like I'm making you what you wanted earlier than expected, so look forward to it. You're making bikini armor? He asked enthusiastically, doubling over from the quick strike of Vasta, his non-affinitied magic teacher that was in charge of watching him for the day instead of Yuliel. Degenerate boy, the woman scolded him. Don't go teaching Yuzu about weird things. Amy told me all about your request. Also, there's no way I could make that without it being inferior to properly enchanted armor. Seriously, why do you want it so bad? I mean, we're going to be in a fantasy war eventually. You need to have warriors in bikini armor to complete the scene, he yelled in his defense. Besides, wouldn't it be easier for Amy to move in something like that compared to Dash? He couldn't finish the thought as this time it was Amy who shut him up. Enough anger in her eyes to make him think twice about continuing to speak. In that case, I could make her a very good set of leather armor, Ben told him. With the enchantments I could put in it, she wouldn't need to worry about most piercing damage. Or better yet, you guys could take a look at the cloak me and Falk worked on for Steph, since it's got pretty great immunity to both physical and magical damage. To make bikini armor, I'd need to be able to enchant with barrier magic in a way I just can't at my current level. Probably wouldn't be able to unless I could use it in an awakened form too. Not to say I couldn't make you anything interesting with it, since it's going to make your lightsaber possible. Jake's eyes lit up with the news, both his teacher's and his girlfriend's wrath forgotten as Ben's own teacher's curiosity was piqued. Some sort of sword from your land, boy? Falk asked, wanting to hear more about a potentially new weapon. More like one from a popular story. Anyway, Jake, how functional do you want it to be? Is that even a real question? I just don't want to be responsible for an archmage cutting something important off swinging it around. Not going to be a good look for me. It will be fine. Give it all the deadly force it deserves. Amy and Vasta shot each other a worried look, but neither stopped him. So with a shrug, Ben got to work. To challenge himself, he decided not to use any magic material while working on it. The ones he'd be using would be plenty high quality, but it would still take a lot of care to make it perfect. And to start it off, he began heating his metal and grinding the horns and bones of a pixie dragon into a fine powder and putting it to the side until he needed it, only cutting 1 or 2 small pieces of what was in the forge for the meantime and began working it. Surprisingly, what he had to do first would take the most care. He had to delicately shape one of the chunks into a perfect sphere, no bigger than a ball bearing, meaning it had to be perfect and polished. Once done, he created a shell that it could exist within, still small but giving it enough room to roll around as it moved, and sealed the entire thing before building an air enchantment on it to create one of the effects it would need. It would be a minor touch in all, but enough minor touches and improvements could make something great, so he didn't slouch on it and put the ball to the side for the time being. With that bit done, he took the rest of the metal as well as the bone and horn powder he'd produced earlier and took his hammer to both, blending and pounding together until he had it exactly as he wanted it, creating a long flat piece of metal. As much as he wanted to think of it as making a sword, it wasn't. He was making a tool to hold a very specialized enchantment, so the entire process was completely different. Solidifying that fact in his mind, he cut away a strip from within it before pulling out his ring library from his bag. Carefully selecting each one he thought could enhance the effect he was going for before placing his hands on the cooling plate, weaving and blending together dozens of enchantments as he went and placing them on the metal. As with any time he got lost in his work, the world around him melted away. He didn't know how long he'd devoted to such a silly project, but as the enchantments on that part finished and the plate didn't break, he placed the ball he'd made earlier within the divot he cut and, using his hammer, began to carefully yet tightly roll it up into a secure tube. With that done, all that was left was making it look nice. He went through his materials, trying to find something that would fit the look, and grabbed a hunk of steel, as well as a fine black powder to color it. After another repeat of heating and blending, he wrapped the coiled plate in it, polishing it and creating a small guard at the top to help indicate which side was up to keep Jake from accidentally impaling himself, and after all of that, it was done. Looking it over with the limited analysis that came from having a 9th-level crafting skill, he couldn't help but be pleased with the result. Unnamed tool from the craftsman Ben Heff. Item grade. Middle rare. Oh yeah, I freaking killed it. Jake, you better be happy with this. He was about to hand it over to its would-be owner, but before he did, he had a thought and had to suppress his grin as he decided to put it into action. He wasn't sure if it would work, and even if it did, it would be something that only he would know about and find funny. But he couldn't resist as he held it tightly and spoke within his mind. I name you the copyright-safe laser sword. Copyright-safe laser sword. Item grade. Middle rare. I can't believe that actually worked, he thought, no longer able to stop himself from laughing out loud. The majority of his items had always ended up listed unnamed, and he never tried to name one himself to see if it would work, leaving that for its new owner instead if that was what they desired. But to see the system accept it so easily was a joy as he looked up to hand it off to Jake, finding both his teacher and a strange man standing over him as he did. What did I tell you, the boy's good? His teacher said with a toothy grin as the man beside him, a troll hybrid of some sort, scratched his beard as he stared at the item. I thought you'd just gone dumb after finally getting an apprentice after all these years. But you're right, he is good. The naming sense could use a little work though. Hey, cut me some slack, Ben said in his defense. The name's a little joke for myself. I wasn't expecting to immediately meet another person that could see it. Speaking of, who are you? Ha! Where are my manners? I'm an employer of your teacher and the head of the Craftsman's Guild. The name's Ibaru. Mind if I have a closer look at what you've made? He wasn't expecting to meet a big shot, but handed the item over, assuming that it would be fine since Falk knew him, but gave a warning anyway. Just be careful where you're pointing it if you run any mana through it. I'd rather not be skewered. Nothing to worry about on that front. I just wanted to admire the craftsmanship, he said as his eyes ran over it, and he muttered his thoughts. Marvelous. To fit together and combine so many enchantments is no easy feat, tell me though. Why do you have this one air enchantment on it? It seems out of place, though set up in an interesting way at least. Customer satisfaction. The guy I made it for definitely wants it to have sound effects, so I built some in, no matter how unnecessary they are. Ah, I see. Making what the client is looking for is just as important as anything else. Isn't it? He nodded approvingly as he handed it back. A fabulous piece of work. You should have old Falk bring you around sometime. I'd love to have a longer talk if we could, but I have much to see for the day. Well, I've got a few books to pick up from the guild when this is over, so I'd be happy to pick your brain a bit then. At that, Ibaru broke into a laugh as Falk muttered quietly enough that only he would hear. He's not the head of the local branch, boy. He's the head of the entire guild. What? Falk, how do you know so many bigwigs? Share some of these connections, man. Ha, I'd say by having Falk you have one of the best connections you could hope to, Ibaru told him as he waved goodbye. If you ever have a reason to visit Craftsman Tower, though, stop by. I'd welcome the chat as well. Once gone, he shot his teacher a look that was loaded with questions and completely easily ignored, leaving him nothing to do but sigh. Mysterious jerk. Just tell me these things already. Still, he wouldn't learn what his teacher wasn't willing to tell, and instead turned to hand off the sword to Jake, who was eagerly waiting off to the side with the others, giving him a warning first. Just make sure you have the guard pointed away from you when you have your mana running through it, and don't activate it while pointing it at anything you don't want to kill. You got it. With an uncomfortable display of enthusiasm, he poured his mana into it, resulting in a narrow beam of red fire and light growing with the thin barrier enchantment that came out the end, stopping when it was about as long as an arm. Jake immediately started swinging it, causing the ball within to move along the air enchantment he'd created, giving off the exact sound effect Ben knew he would want. Wouldn't it be better if it was silent? Amy asked as she kept an eye on Jake, making sure he didn't hurt anyone or himself. Feels like this would just be distracting in a fight and make it so you couldn't catch anyone by surprise. Some things are more important than practicality, Jake told her. Ben, this is perfect and you're the best. Just don't accidentally cut off any of your limbs, please. Second last day. Ben thought to himself as he started to feel the pressure. He knew he'd be able to basically get everything he needed to done. But as he experimented, he was beginning to realize one aspect of his design wouldn't work. Maybe if I had awakened versions of my skills I could. But for now I'm just out of luck. He thought sadly as he knocked his hand against a firm barrier he'd created, unable to give it anything more than a minor level of spring and flexibility no matter what he tried. That meant the item either wasn't going to be as complex and interesting as he would have liked, or he'd have to go back to the drawing board again. Neither option was particularly appealing, but for the time being he went back to his notes, trying to think of what to replace it with. Well, don't you look deep in thought, one of the competing gnomes said from the other side of his table. Don't tell me you've got a problem so late into this? Ah, well, more like a minor hiccup, Ben admitted. How's your team doing? We should be basically done by the end of the day, he said happily. Tomorrow will mostly just be some decorating work to make it look nice. But at least my part is complete, so I can relax a bit as the others work away. Oh man. I was expecting everyone to be pushing things till the bitter end. Ha! No way. Can you imagine the stress of leaving it all that late? I think almost all the tables are basically finishing today. In that case, everyone but me, Ben admitted. But if the rest of you are going to have some free time, you should all swing by tomorrow. Watch me flail about trying to get this done on time. Sounds like fun, will do, the gnome told him with cheer. Pretty sure we're all interested in what you've come up with. Being the only one without a team is a bold choice for something like this. Ha! Well, I'll do my best to impress. With that, his fellow competitor went on his way, leaving Ben a little more relaxed after the chat as he did. I can just think of an alternative. Even if it's not exactly what I had in mind, it will be fine. For now, I should at least start up on the other parts. With a direction in mind for where to go at least, He grabbed his mithril and steel and began heating them up before he dug through all of the materials he'd brought, pulling out dozens of different things. Bones and horns, claws and shells, dried-out plants, and a rainbow of stones. He would need so little of each, in most cases no more than a fleck, but if he wanted his enchantments to have the best chance of holding, he needed to put each to work, so without putting it off he triple-checked his math and ratios before getting to work on it all. Ever so carefully he cut off pieces of each, putting them all in their own mortar and pestle to grind into the fine powders he would need to allow their effects to influence the metals. Normally he wouldn't go to such an extreme for it. The difference it would make would be minor compared to putting them all in the same one to grind together to add to his heating materials, but he was working on the edge of what was possible for him, and he wanted to improve his odd in any way he could, even if that meant spending long hours of the day carefully adding each powder during different parts of the heating process, doing his best to keep them from being scorched or charred in a way that could reduce their effects. To do it he needed to work quickly, but with care. As soon as he took the mithril out, he needed to pound it into a sheet, evenly pour over a stone powder he'd produced, fold and blend it until it was incorporated, and then in one smooth movement add the next and repeat, doing his best to keep reheating the metal to a minimum with each time and forcing every mind in his head to devote itself to the task. Once done to the best of his abilities, he shaped it into the form he'd need for the next day, before moving on to the steel to do it all over again. Man, I'll tell you, it's going to be nice when this is done. As interesting as it is to plan out a long project like this, I definitely could have managed my planning better. Having to finish everything tomorrow feels tight, Ben told his god as he woke up in his empty realm. Just do your best and it will be fine, Myriad told him, seeming distracted. Anyway though, that's not why I brought you here. Oh man, what is it now? He asked, feeling exasperated. This has felt like one of the most hectic 2 weeks I've had since coming to this planet, Myriad. I can't take much more. Cheel and about 10 of his men have decided to convert to me. Oh what? Man, don't worry me like that. I thought you were going to tell me there was some more nonsense I needed to deal with. In that case, look at me go. Aren't I just a great apostle? Managing to snag you some more believers despite everything else I have going on. The fact that he hadn't tried to get them to convert at all wasn't going to keep him from patting himself on the back. He'd clearly made a good impression as an apostle and made his god look good. Why wouldn't he let himself feel positive about it? Myriad, though, seemed much more conflicted on the matter. They're criminals, Ben. What am I supposed to do about this? Since when can gods not have criminal believers? Hell, aren't you composed of the totality of your race? You've got to have a little bit of criminal in you too. Don't judge. My own history has nothing to do with this. Until now I've made sure to give all of my believers a blessing and a skill. But I can't just bless someone who might break the law or hurt people. Then don't, Ben told him with a shrug. Or tell them you only can if they act justly and treat people with kindness. Or watch them for a bit to see how bad their crimes are. Feel like there's a lot of options here. Why don't you ask a different god for advice? Most other gods aren't as liberal with their blessings and skills as I am. They're all saving their power for the invasion, so they only pass these things along to people who really stand out. Well, your generosity is one of your good points, man. You'll figure it out. MMH, thanks. So what were you talking about? Your contest. One part of my plan fell through, Ben admitted, feeling annoyed as he did. It's fine, I thought of an alternative, even if it isn't as great. Hoping it doesn't leave Amy turning down my weapon in the end because of it. But if it does, it's not the biggest loss. Since I can pick Hilary's brain on things, the payment of getting to chat with all of Jake's teachers isn't super important. So you're only having issues with one part of 9 and you've already found a replacement? You'll be fine. If you pull it off and this can't satisfy her, then nothing will. Though Ben spent the night planning to get as much rest as he could while talking to Myriad in his realm, that idea was foiled by a persistent knocking on the door in the early hours of the morning. Holy crap, what now? He couldn't help but wonder as he pulled himself from bed and made his way to the door, finding the apologetic face of an incubus behind it as he opened up. I'm so sorry to disturb you at such an early hour of the morning, sir. But the Queen has called for you and said you were expecting her. Seriously, now of all times? I thought she'd at least wait till the afternoon. But fine, give me a minute. Even if he would have rather slept longer, he wanted the skill rings to improve Thera's brace more than he cared about the contest. And with the sun not even beginning its rise in the sky yet, he had plenty of time to make it there and back without losing time. So instead of dawdling, he got dressed and rushed towards the gate, eager to get the new rings. "You look tired, Ben. Is everything okay?" Pelenia asked innocently, as if her early morning call wasn't the only reason he was awake. "I'm fine. Just feeling a bit stressed about getting everything done today, but this is more important." "What levels did you find for me?" "Oh, you're going to love this," she told him as he was led into a room with the bear person from last time. Both an elf and a high elf, and finally a naga, all waiting for them to show up as Pelenia told him what they each had. "It took some work, but I was able to find you individuals with level 8 of armor enhancement, shield enhancement, and defense enhancement. Getting them at level 9 might be a bit tough from here, but I have people out looking, so it's only a matter of time. As rare as 9th level skills can be, I'd be shocked if none pop up in the next year or two considering the rewards I'm offering. And of course, finally we have dark resistance enhancement, which Ursire has been working hard to raise this entire time despite his discomfort, getting the skill to level 3. I appreciate all of your effort," he told the bear person, who gave a silent nod in return. Depending on what bonuses Ursire had that might affect it, it would probably be a while before he got it to the next level, even longer before getting it to the 5th. As annoying as it was, Ben could only be patient. No matter how long it took, there were other rare skills in the world. He would just need to find all of the ones that could complement his work so he could let Thera enjoy her life under the sun. "We were wondering where you got off to this time," Thera said as soon as he arrived at the contest grounds, not late by any means, but with about half of the attendance already set up. "What happened this time?" "Your mom called for me. It looks like I'll be remaking your brace tonight. I'm getting real close to getting rid of your effect at a distance too. When this is done, I think I'll spend a couple extra days in town to do some skill research. If I can just find 2 more with the effects I need, then we'll be golden before you know it," he said positively, glad that things felt like they were working out. "Oh, and before I forget, she asked me to ask you to swing by later." "All right, and about the brace. I mean, you've had a real busy couple weeks, you don't need to worry about it immediately," she told him, looking away. "You can relax a bit. I'm doing it because I want to. I won't be happy till I sort this out, so just you wait." This had been his main goal for almost 2 years of his life now. If he couldn't at least get her effect at a distance down to 0, then all of that effort felt useless if it meant there'd still be a risk of some random person having a resistance too low and leaving them all but enslaved to her. Admittedly, he knew getting her effect on contact down to 0 would be a lot harder, especially since any skills he could find that might be able to help would definitely be rare in their nature, and very possibly only available at low levels as a result. But so long as he and Pelenia could properly compensate the hypothetical skill holder for their training, then it would all work out. "And as sweet as how hard you're trying for your wife is, focus on finishing up today first," Falk told him, waving off Thera before she could say anything. "It's the last day, make it count." "You got it." He had a lot to do and only a few hours to do it. The contest would be ending a few hours earlier than the other days for items to be judged with results and prizes given, so he had to make everyone count. The first thing he did was cover his arms in tight metal bracelets. He made the day prior before pulling out his boxes and boxes of skill rings. He was planning on flooding the item with enchantments to make it work, but he still had to construct it as well, which meant he couldn't have his fingers so full they couldn't move. Both facts led him to this, and as things began he started to do what he hadn't had time to yesterday, copying each skill he needed to use to a different section of each bracelet, letting him connect with each and every one when the time demanded it. It was only once that was complete that he took the first disc of white mana crystal he'd made and truly began. He had 16 to use and only needed 9, giving him 7 times he could mess up without it ruining his design. Now that he was beginning though, he couldn't help but think he should have given himself more wiggle room. It wasn't unusual for him to break an item when he decided to really push his limits, and there was no denying that was what he was doing, but he did his best to push every bit of nervousness and fear from each of his minds, using the full effects of his focus and getting to work. Of the 9 different effects he needed, he started with the simplest, stretching his minds to connect to a dozen enchantments at once, taking what he needed before blending and weaving them together, only to grab even more with his mana after. Each piece working in harmony to elevate the final product to greater heights as it was shaped to perfection. The finished disc placed to the side once done, as he took a few minutes to ensure he had the next part of his plan perfect, as well as let some of his mana regenerate. Considering how delicate and detailed the task was, he couldn't let himself fall into mana exhaustion part way through. Not when there was so much to do. The next 3 discs were much the same, slowly growing in complexity with each one and requiring a slightly longer break in between to make up for it, but it was on the 5th that he had his first failure. For the first time in all of his experience as an enchanter, he'd created something that caused the mithril and white mana crystal he was enchanting on to crumble to dust in his hand, but without flinching he simply brushed that valuable powder away, grabbing one of the spares and trying again as he took a moment to breathe and tried to spot where in the process he'd gone wrong. With his second attempt, he made a minor modification in the way the enchantment was placed, and feeling it hold he was able to move on, leaving only 4 left to do with 6 times he could mess up. If he ended up short, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but he wouldn't be satisfied knowing his design wouldn't reach its full potential. He'd already compromised once during this, he didn't intend to again. As he waited for his mana to go back to its full potential, he re-examined the design of the next one in his mind, turning it over and twisting it around his head, trying to see it in its complete form before placing it down. He pushed his understanding of each skill and magic as he brought them together to make a greater whole, and as he did, it was as if the only things in the whole of reality to exist were his minds and the disc while the enchantment went down, perfect without needing to be replaced. 3 left, 6 replacements still. Sweat was forming on his brow as he picked up the next one and took stock of just what enchantments he needed before he carefully placed it, finding it easier than the last and realizing that he'd misjudged how difficult that particular one would be to make. It was still far from easy, but the effect it would give off when everything was done would be smaller overall, and he was able to put it to the side, treating it as if creating it had been a minor break compared to the last 2. He was finally on to the second last and felt himself smile as he did. It would be the second hardest as well, but it took inspiration from one of his past works he was particularly proud of, only taken to a whole new extreme. Even before the enchantment completely went down, it crumbled in his hand and he closed his eyes, letting himself do nothing but breathe for a few minutes. This was where the extras would really be important. He picked up the next one, only having 5 left after that as he tried again, trying to shave off every bit of frivolous mana that went into the enchantment, taking the partial effects of each skill he wanted and no more until it was as light as it could be, placing it down and feeling it hold. As he put it to the side, he was onto the last one. In a sense, all of the others had been nothing but practice leading up to this one. Each of the other enchantments had him push himself, refine what he was already capable of to an extreme until there was nothing else for him to give. For the final one, as much as he hated to admit it, luck would have to be a factor if he wanted it to live up to his standards. Ben was well aware that there was a certain point of complexity where whether or not an enchantment would work was essentially a dice roll. He'd been able to find ways to lower it in the past, taking more care in his enchantments, making his items slightly better, just learning more in general, but each time that just gave him more room to push himself until he was back to the same odds. And now there was nothing he could do to lower them. As he started the complex dance that was weaving and blending strands of mana together into a comprehensive whole, the first disc broke and he brushed the dust away, paying it no mind as he picked up the next and looked at it carefully before he began again. There was no variance in it, at least none that his eye could currently see, and he knew there was no imperfection that he could avoid to improve his odds more as he started his enchantment again, only for the new crystal to break as well. Again he brushed it to the side, ignoring it as he grabbed the next one. He didn't let himself think about the fact he only had 3 chances left. He would grab them as they broke, and if he ran out of things to grab, then he would cross that bridge when he got to it. The moment his total mana reached its peak, he tried once more, only to fail again, and picked up the next one. His minds were filled with nothing but the thoughts of skills and properties, enchantments and how they were arranged. Every bit of knowledge he'd gained since coming to the world was going into this, a testament to all he'd learned as each delicate bit of mana went down on the second last crystal, the enchantment on it so dense that anyone with a good enough mana sense could tell that it was saturated, and as the last bit was placed he felt it hold. All at once he felt every muscle in his body relax, releasing a tensing he hadn't noticed had slowly been building up, even as his mind remained a flurry of activity. He grabbed the last disc of white mana crystal, slipping it into his pocket as he moved on to the next part, working the mithril and steel plates he'd prepared the day prior. Heating them just enough to make them easier to work, he began with the mithril, pounding it even thinner than he already had it and cutting off the excess before carefully rolling it into a thin cylinder. From there he had to switch from a heavy hand to a gentle touch as he stacked the mana crystal discs within and ever so carefully continued to tighten the cylinder of mithril around it. Not wanting to break the crystals it now held after all of his hard work but needing them secure, everyone snugly held in place as he tapped at the metal, creating a comfortable rod that would fit inside of Amy's palm when she held it before adding even more enchantments around it, linking the metal to the 9 crystals it contained, adding activation conditions to be sure they wouldn't interfere with each other before he could move on to the final step. Ever so carefully he continued, gently manipulating the metal to create divots where her fingers and thumb would sit when holding it before he repeated the process with the steel, bending and shaping it so it was flush against the mithril, holding everything in place to protect it and finally giving it a polish, not so much that it would be slick, only doing it to ensure it wouldn't be unpleasant to hold, and with that it was done, the sound of his thoughts being replaced with notifications filling his head. Light briefly filled his eyes as each announcement went off and he didn't know where to begin. He'd gained a new mind with the level to complex mind, but that was all but ignored in light of everything else. He'd awakened one of his skills, after coming to the world as the only one standing below not only every other human, but every other summoned individual in general, and now he was truly starting to catch up. What once felt so distant now felt within his reach, with his 2 other blessed skills not far off either. Admittedly, he was a little surprised about just how it had awakened. He knew that skills would typically absorb others when they did, and he'd honestly expected it to take in his enchanting, maybe even connect 2 since he used all 3 skills together so closely. It would have been extremely convenient if it had. He wouldn't need to awaken the other 2 in that case and could have used each to a new, higher potential, but the fact that they wouldn't get to him given just how good he was already feeling. Good was actually an extreme understatement. Every bit of exhaustion he'd accumulated throughout the day from pushing himself to his limits was completely gone. As with the awakening of his skill came the boost to all of his attributes. He felt stronger than he ever had before, his thoughts instantly became more clear and he even felt like going for a run, something he never did that resulted in it being his lowest stat that just never seemed to rise. With this, he should have the speed of an average person now, even if that wasn't terribly impressive compared to the other changes to him, but it made him want to push his body to see just what each change truly meant for him. And those weren't the only changes to come. Even if it wasn't to the same extent as his crafting, with the level to his enchanting came a change to the skill. The same way he'd been able to see the rank of an item at his 9th level of crafting, with his enchanting the system now helped him identify what specific enchantments went into something when he looked at it, instead of simply looking at the structure and doing his best to infer, with the list for the one in his hand being particularly impressive. Unnamed tool from the craftsman Ben Hef. Item grade. O lower ultra rare. Enchantments. O barrier magic 7th level. O blood thinning 5th level. O sturdy 5th level. O strengthen 7th level. O defense enhancement 7th level. Ooh. The list went on as he could see not only every enchantment he'd put into it but also where they specifically were, and he knew this would be a massive boost to his enchanting as a whole. No longer would he need to ask or theorize if he saw something interesting. He could look at it and gain plenty of the information he'd been missing. He'd still need to determine how the enchantments worked together himself, but this was a massive boost to his ability to learn. There was so much more he wanted to reflect on too. From the fact that the item had made it to lower ultra rare, a first from him aside from his coat, to the new skill he'd gained as a bonus for awakening his crafting, one he'd never heard of before but was excited to discover its effects. The only thing pulling him from his thoughts was the sounds around him, and as he ripped his eyes from the item he'd made he understood why. A crowd had surrounded his table, some talking with zeal as others stood in stunned silence, and not understanding he looked to his teacher who was wearing a happy, yet slightly complicated expression on his face. I guess congratulations are in order, boy. I'll admit I always thought you'd awaken a skill, but I didn't think it would be like this. What? The obvious answer would be that his teacher had seen the rank of the item he'd made and put 2 and 2 together, but as possible as it was, it didn't seem to track. Falk wouldn't have just outed him by saying that, and from the quiet voices of those standing around talking about it, he was pretty sure the rest of the crowd knew before it was said as well. It was Thera who took over and explained it to him, seeming just as stunned as anyone else. Anyone with any mana sense could tell. Your body was just flooded with it, and you were basically glowing for a minute there as it rushed in. Oh, I sure wish I'd known that was a thing before. Not that I could do much about it, I guess. I'd rather have the awakened skill and deal with people knowing than not have it. He took it all in, listening to the chatter of people around him. He'd told the gnome to come watch him yesterday, and it looked like he had, along with representatives of all the other tables who seemed to be taking it in good cheer. It looks like we know who's winning this, one of the ant people said to a dwarf, with the sentiment going around to all of them. If an item was good enough to push him into awakening, they could have no complaints, many feeling excited just to witness such a rare event, as a different conversation was happening amongst his friends. I thought you said he came here with no more than first-level skills, Yuliel said, shocked at what she'd just witnessed. He hadn't, Amy told her, equally stunned while Jake was giving him a cheer. Of their group, only Yuzu had known what his levels were since she could see his soul, and since she'd been strictly told to keep it to herself, that information hadn't been passed along. Are you seriously saying he's awakened a skill in less than 3 years? Looks like it, Jake told her happily before yelling to Ben. Hey, we've got to celebrate tonight when this is all over. Dinner at your place. Wait, does that mean I'm cooking? Ben yelled back with a laugh. How is that a celebration for me? 'Cause you get to be surrounded by your wonderful friends. Also, I hear your food is good, so I want to try it. Ha, fine, he agreed, giving in easily enough. Anyway, Amy, come over here. You have to let me know if this meets your expectations or not. With all eyes suddenly on her from the crowd, Amy made her way to the front of the table as everyone, especially the other contestants, was eager to see exactly what the item would do. As she took it, she looked it over before squeezing it in her hand. No matter what it was, it fit in her grasp perfectly, to the point that she was surprised he'd been able to make something like that without having her by his side as he made it, but it did leave her with a question. What exactly am I supposed to do with this? He hadn't outlined his idea with anyone other than his god. Not even Falk or Thera knew what he'd made, though his teacher had gained a pretty good idea as he watched the enchantments go down, meaning that Ben first had to explain how to use it. It's simple. First, just run your mana through your index finger, he explained, eager to see the results of his work as she did what he'd asked, only for a barrier unlike any other to spring out of the end. The idea was inspired by what he'd made for the Katsith Nobu when they'd worked together, but at a whole other level. Instead of using a barrier enchantment to extend out of a weapon to let it have a greater reach and do more damage, he turned the barrier into a weapon, the mana in it so dense that it couldn't be seen through like a normal barrier could, with so many skills tied to it to enhance its effects by a significant margin, which would only make it all the deadlier if Amy applied her augmentations to it. She was surprised at first, everyone was. None had expected a club to appear of all things, but as she swung it around she had to admit it felt good in her hand, even if it was a little underwhelming. I mean, a club's handy, but... She trailed off, not knowing how to tell him it didn't make the cut for what she was looking for as he spoke again. What, you don't think that's all there is to it, do you? He asked as he laughed. Switch to running mana through your middle finger instead. She did as he asked, feeling her curiosity change to surprise and excitement as the barrier changed to that of a knife, the dimensions and weight perfectly matching the one he'd made her earlier and moving exactly as it needed to while he went on to explain a bit more about it. So the item will hold the enchantment you have selected for a while thanks to the materials used for it, so you can stop running your mana through it for a few minutes at a time depending on how you need to use it, but I'd recommend trying to keep a constant stream going into the proper one when you can. Now, the next finger please. At that one a solid mana spear was created, with the head projecting outwards and more of it coming out the back, with her right hand already positioned where she'd normally hold it, leaving her to just grab the front for stability. Finally seeing where this was going, she ran mana through her pinky finger, this time leaving her confused by just how it had changed. What's this last option? She asked as she looked it over. At the front of it, a long thin tube had sprouted out and she had no idea what she was supposed to do with it. It was also the one that caused the smile to leave Ben's face as he looked at it as well. "That is unfortunately my one point of compromise," he admitted, still unhappy that he hadn't been able to make his first idea work. "I wanted to give it a ranged option and make a bow, but no matter what I did I couldn't alter the properties of a level 7 barrier in a way that would give it the bend and spring needed to make one out of mana, so instead I went with something without any moving parts. What you have there is a blowgun. I'm not sure if you'd actually use it and you'd need to carry around your own darts if you did, but it should work well with the air aspects of your augmentation at least." She was feeling stunned. Everyone watching was. None of them had seen a weapon as versatile as that before, and at this point, she already knew she was going to accept it. It changed fast and easily enough that she could see herself being able to alter fighting styles mid-combat in a way that a standard one wouldn't let her, but before she could say as much, Ben corrected her on a mistake she'd made. "More importantly though, that's not the last option. Run your mana through your thumb and index finger now." The people around were shocked there was more, but none as much as the other craftsmen watching as they picked up on what was happening. Ben had enchanted 9 different discs. They were going to be seeing that many items. There was a general feeling of disbelief coming around them as they began to understand what he'd done. They could all tell just how incredibly complex his enchantments were on each piece of white mana crystal as they watched him make them, but they had never guessed by just how much. It had been surprising seeing him manage to break a material known for being so good at holding enchantments at the time, but now that they could see what he'd made it was more shocking he hadn't destroyed more. 5 small crystals was nothing to make an item like that, especially as they each considered what it could sell for. Amy also got the idea, at least most of it, as she activated the sword and then switched to brass knuckles shortly after, feeling the mana barrier wrap around her hand as she did. It was on the next one that Ben stopped her, the item changing to an axe that he wanted to share the details of, having taken inspiration from the one he'd made for the Hobgoblin Uzi. "So if you'll notice this one I made it a bit different," he explained, pointing out and running his finger down some of the grooves within its head. "Each option has some features in its design I can talk about in more detail with you later, but the point of this one specifically takes advantage of the air and fire aspects of your augmentation. If you run it along those grooves, you'll be able to get more power out of any swing." She wanted to test it out immediately, only holding herself back on account of the crowd and the risk of injuring anyone around, so instead she switched to the final one, feeling the mana wrap around not just her hand this time, but her entire arm as it arranged itself into plates that could move comfortably and be of use for both attack and defense if need be. Again, the fit was perfect and she couldn't help but wonder how he'd managed it, as he went on to explain. "This one was the hardest to make by far. Honestly, it's just luck I got it to work at all, but with the defensive properties on it, as well as the offensive ones, more enchantments went into this than anything else I made. It was a good experience though, it gave me a reference for a future project or two. Anyway, on to the last one. There's still more. Just one. Run your mana through all of your fingers now." I figured this would be the easiest to do, so I put what I thought was the most important one with that activation condition. Before he'd even stopped talking she was doing it, the barrier rearranging itself to take what almost everyone would consider a far more standard form for the magic, making up a shield. It was easier for me to make than the gauntlet since it only needed defensive properties, but the higher surface area makes it a lot more ideal, he explained. Of course, they both have the full effects of my resistances tied in along with a variety of skills, so with my lowest one still above 60 you're looking at a pretty significant decrease to any affinity magic attack that could come your way. Really, with this the only thing I think you'd need to worry about would be meeting a person with the magic nullification skill, since this is a magic item in the truest sense of the word, but with that you've seen all of it. You can cancel the enchantment by running mana through your pinky and ring finger, and that just leaves us with a single question. Amy, are you taking it? She looked down at the simple rod in her hand once the enchantments had been cancelled and knew the answer was obvious. She was all but charmed by it. It could do anything she wanted in a fight, giving her a range of options she never thought she'd be able to take advantage of. It would take some practice to get used to, but once she did she was sure her training would enter a different realm altogether. "All right, Ben. It looks like we have a deal." After an hour of talking with the other craftsmen and any onlookers in the crowd who'd been curious enough, things started to die down as they went back to look at their own tables, both to tell them what happened, as well as see how the finishing touches on their own items were going. even if they all felt it was obvious who was going to take the win at this point. None of them were particularly bothered by it. A little disappointed maybe, but they'd gotten to see something incredible in exchange, both the item and a person awakening a skill. Once things calmed down, Ben finally let himself relax. Judging would come soon enough, but he wasn't worried. While the rule was that awakened skill holders couldn't join the contest, awakening during the middle of it was a completely different matter. Even if it hadn't happened before, it was something to be celebrated, and without that as a concern it was time for Thera to start pelting him with questions, seeming exceedingly excited on his behalf. So what did you awaken your crafting into? It was crafting, right? It was your only 9th level skill unless you managed to gain more than one on your enchanting. Not that it would be surprising given what you made. You got it the first time. Crafting's awoken to unending crafting. It was an awakened variant that he hadn't heard of before, but that wasn't too surprising. While many people would just gain the prefix high to whatever skill they'd awoken, it could be affected by a number of things, from how it was used to what skills it absorbed in the process, if any. It would have its quirks, of course, but he could figure them out as he went. He told her and the others just what skills had merged with it too, as well as his other level-ups, with his teacher reacting in surprise. Shocked that enchanting didn't get tied into it to give you something along the lines of magic crafting boy. With the way you use it, it seemed like the most likely option. I was too, he admitted, though I'm guessing maybe that one will merge with connect when one or the other awakens, seeing as how much I use the two together. Anyway, I don't suppose you've heard of the skill material user, have you, Falk? It's my bonus one from the looks of it. Can't say I have, boy, he said with a shake of his head. Something no one else seemed to know either. Ben could only sigh. It shouldn't have been too surprising. The bonus skill depended heavily on the person receiving it, and considering his title skill learner, made it easier for him to learn uncommon and rare ones. The fact that he had one he hadn't heard of before wasn't something he could be shocked about. It just meant that as soon as he had the time he'd need to go and research just what it could do. Well, if you can't find anything while you're here, then I'll ask around for you, the Yeti offered before breaking into a wider smile. But anyway, you had just taken the high craftsman job before the contest started, right? How well did this awakening work out for you? Right? I finished it. He'd let himself become distracted by everything else as soon as he'd awoken his skill, but had to have a new job ready and waiting for him, and he couldn't wait to see what to take. Master Craftsman had to be available for him now that he'd awakened his crafting skill, which felt like the obvious choice, but it would presumably be much longer than some others he'd been interested in, and he'd thought he would have had much more time to decide. If you need to get to a job crystal, we can show you one, Jake offered, pulling him from his thoughts. There should be one around 5 minutes away. Ah, thanks, but I'm good, he told them, giving his jacket pocket a pat. Got a personal one. Perks of being a craftsman. That seemed to raise questions with Amy, Jake, and Yuliel, but he ignored the looks they gave while he slipped his hand into his pocket, letting all of the options fill his mind and looking to the bottom of the list for any new ones right off the bat, feeling stunned as he did. His eyes went wide as his mouth hung open. Words caught in his throat as he struggled to process just what he was seeing in his job options, as the people around him wondered just what was wrong. He checked and triple-checked, wanting to be sure he wasn't hallucinating before he said anything, afraid that with all the other good news he'd had that day he'd managed to go mad, or was maybe still asleep and none of it had actually happened as he finally spoke hesitantly, disbelief thick in his voice and still not able to truly accept what he was seeing. I can become a mage? No matter how long he looked at it, it was hard to truly accept. Apprentice mage was there, clear as day for him to take if he wanted to. He was just struggling to understand why. He knew that in theory he could learn a non-affinity magic, and now that his mana wasn't so horribly low the option felt more and more possible, but he would have thought he'd need to put in months or years of training, at least if he didn't plan on paying for Zandale's services, but that left him with only 2 options. Either unending crafting was considered a magic version of the crafting skill somehow, or else his new one was more interesting than he ever could have hoped. Just how exactly does it let me use materials? He wanted to dive in immediately but first looked over all of his options again, trying to see them with fresh eyes. Available jobs. Trap user. Craftsman alchemy path. Craftsman artistic path. Craftsman blacksmith path. Craftsman cooking path. Craftsman stonecrafts path. Craftsman sewing path. Heretic. Holy craftsman. Kin. Tank. A mathematician. Adventurer. Cursed item maker. Scholar. A master craftsman. Apprentice mage. Okay, so master craftsman is the objectively correct choice. There really isn't any other job I particularly want at the moment, and it would help me with the path I'm on. It would probably get me closer to awakening my enchanting as well, not to mention the fact that the bonuses on a master branch of a job are miles above any of the lower ones. Hell, if material user really is a magic skill that came from awakening my crafting, then it already has tons of bonuses from my other crafting jobs too. It might even be double dipping from my magic item and magic weapon maker bonuses. Leveling it should be easy. Really, the only reason to take the apprentice mage job would be to unlock the higher tier mage jobs after it. It's fine, I don't need it. But on the other hand, completing it and then true mage after would give me bonuses to enchanting too, even if they aren't as good, and the job should be quick enough, right? In the end, he didn't even know why he was trying to justify it to himself. He wanted to take it, so he would take it. I'll take apprentice mage. Name, Ben Hef. Race human. Titles. Apostle of Myriad, the Forgotten One, Miracle Maker, Skill Learner, Enemy of Aneth. Jobs: Apprentice Mage, LV0. Previous jobs: Apprentice Craftsman, Craftsman, Priest, Enchanter, Mind User, Magic Item Maker, Magic Weapon Maker, High Enchanter, Fractured Mind User, Tree Tamer, High Craftsman. Attributes: A Vitality, 321. A Vitality Recovery Rate, 5 per hour.
Mana, 245.
Mana Recovery Rate, 15 per minute. Strength, 344. Agility, 129. Stamina, 1133. Intelligence, 999. Affinities: Light 3. Life 2. A Fire, 4. Water 3. Air, 4. Earth 2. Death 3. Dark 1. Space, 4. Time 5. Resistances: Light, 68. Life, 72. Fire, 75. Water, 69. Air, 66. Earth, 81. Death, 78. Dark, 85. Space, 63. Time, 61. Blessed skills: Unending Crafting LV0*. Enchanting LV9. Focus LV9. Passive skills: World Speak Plus. Tolerance LV6. Sacrilege LV6. Complex Mind LV6. A Bind. Partial Demonic Body. Defense Enhancement LV2. Parallel Thought LV4. Absorption Resistance LV1. Enchanting Knowledge LV6. Plant Knowledge LV4. Active Skills: Stealth LV1. Connect LV9. Hidden Mind LV7. Calculate LV4. Meditation LV3. Cycling LV0. Marksmanship LV0. Speed Reading LV3. Material User LV0. Blessings: Myriad's Blessing. Analia's Blessing. Hilori's Blessing. Trials: Trial of Analia and Talona. With his new job selected, he looked up to his friends, still trying to process the fact that he had managed to gain that option at all. But before he could say a word, his teacher was forcing a knife into his hands. "Put the best enchantment on that you can now," Falk told him, and without questioning it, Ben did as he was asked, using his magic rings as well as the bracelets still on his arms to quickly whip up an enchantment that would be comparable to the one on his main knife in its nature, only having to be slightly weaker than it could have been because he didn't know how the knife he was holding had been made, meaning he'd be risking breaking it if it went too hard. He tried to hand it back when he was done, curious as to where this was leading, but Falk just pushed it back to him. "Break it down and make a new enchantment. Keep doing it, you'll know when to stop." "All right, but why?" he asked, already doing as he was told even if he didn't know the reason. "Trust me, you'll figure it out soon enough," his teacher told him with a laugh, none of the others seeming to understand why either. It was only on the third time of building and breaking the enchantment that it became clear to him. What? How? He asked in confusion. He knew there were quick ways to level jobs if one thought hard and did their best. But finishing one in minutes so easily was far beyond his wildest dreams. The only time he'd thought he had a chance to do something like that was when he'd been going against the Leviathan, and that was only because of the quirks of the adventurer job. Boy, you know enchanting is a magic skill, and let me tell you, I would bet good money on the chances you're the first person in the history of the system to have a level 9 magic skill without taking the apprentice mage job. That sort of thing just doesn't happen. The magic you can put onto items is so far above the zeroth to second level a person would typically take it at. I'm half surprised you didn't complete it after the first enchantment. Well, I guess that means I have another choice to make. The moment he stuck his hand into his pocket, two new options appeared in his mind: True Mage and Material Mage. Without the hesitation of the first time, he picked True Mage, with the exact same bonuses ringing out in his mind as the last one. Well, I guess that just means it's time for me to figure out how this works, he said gleefully, about to dig through his leftover materials. It was in the name, so the magic had to do something to them, right? But before he could do anything, Falk had his hand on his collar, holding him back. Nope. You aren't experimenting with a magic we don't know anything about when you're going to have to be on stage to find out where you placed in an hour. The last thing I want to do is have to carry you up there while your mana exhausted and accept on your behalf. You can stop by the different guilds and libraries in the city tomorrow, and I'll go through a few different gates to see if I can find any information on your skill. But for the time being, just relax today. Better to take your time to learn it right. All right, fine, he said as he escaped his teacher's grasp. He knew as well as anyone that the mana cost of non-affinitied magics was significantly higher than the affinitied varieties, even when ignoring the mana reduction that having a high affinity gave a person. Even if the amount he had access to was now a very reasonable 245, he wasn't interested in accidentally going too hard too fast while figuring out the learning curve either. Excitement was just making him impatient. This is fine, I can last until tomorrow. Worst to worst, if we can't find anything on it, I'll just pop through the gate to Analia and see if Lux will buff my mana and regen for a couple days while I experiment. I'm the king of patience, I can handle this. I can't freaking handle this. It wasn't the questioning as his item was presented to be judged. That was obvious enough to happen given how hard it was to believe he'd managed to awaken his skill in the middle of the competition. With so many witnesses though, including other competitors willing to speak on his behalf, that was cleared up quickly enough. Nor did he have any issue with the judging process. It was interesting getting to see what each table had made, with them all being thoroughly impressive in their own way. He wanted to inspect each item in detail if he could and do whatever it took to take their technique and make it his own, at least for whatever bits appealed to him. With each one getting its time in the spotlight, he couldn't help but be impressed by what he saw, especially with the second and third place items. The team of ant people and Hecatinkir had produced a stunning cloak that managed to be as light and soft as any fabric yet having the defensive capabilities of any armor, and the Cyclops had gone beyond his wildest hopes after he'd first seen that one of them was a bestower, making a sword with two effects built into the very material it was made from. Fire magic to keep it constantly red-hot, and dark magic to cause madness in anything stabbed by it, plus a variety of enchantments on top of it. His skills let him see that both had made it to upper rare, and as far as Ben was concerned they were beautiful. No, what he was struggling to deal with was the fact that he had to listen to the one handing out his prize. Alop, the same person that hadn't spared him a glance as he'd come to talk to his teacher at the beginning of the competition, was now spending far too long singing his praise in front of the audience, when as far as he was concerned he had much better things to do. And in a historic first, not only made an item that broke into ultra-rare during the contest, but was able to awaken one of their skills in the middle of it too. The strange bird centaur man boomed across the crowd for all to hear. For such a magnificent feat, the standard prize just doesn't feel adequate. Does it, everyone? That's why, as the head of Alfaith's economic development, I'm pleased to award you the position of our proud city's head smith. Let's all give it up for the craftsman Ben. As the cheers went up, Alop couldn't have been more pleased. He'd wanted Falk for the rumors that he was an awakened smith without any affiliation, and whether that was true or not no longer mattered. The young man before him would be better in every way. Not so stubborn, malleable to his will in the face of authority. How could he resist such a rewarding position when he was still so young? With the pay and power to match, he'd have more than he could ever hope for so long as he kept giving Ollop what he wanted. And as Fox apprentice, there was a decent chance he could use the connection to bring the stubborn Yeti into his side eventually anyway. Everything was about to go better than he could have ever hoped. At least that was what he thought until the cheers died down and Ben spoke up in a voice loud enough for all to hear. "Pass. Just give me my prize money, so I can go back to the street Falk found me off of." He hadn't forgotten what the other man had said when they first met, and he was willing to hold a grudge, not to mention the fact that he didn't want the job in general. If his teacher thought the guy was a creep, then Ben would believe him, and if he was going to tie himself to any city or nation, Analia would be his first choice. The crowd was almost completely silenced by his blunt assertion, save for the howling laughter of a single Yeti, as Ben could only watch the veins of Ollop's neck look like they were building enough pressure to burst. Not that he cared. He took out his card and gave it a little shake in front of the other man, who after a few moments, doing his best to suffer the indignation, transferred over the prize money and medal, bringing the event to a close. With the contest over, Ben needed time to prepare dinner for everyone, giving Thera the leeway to get through the gate to Analia and see what her mother wanted. The excitement of the day made her long to put off the request, but she assumed it wouldn't be too long as she made her way to her family home, finding her mother in the middle of a meeting with those working under her as she did. When Pelania saw her, she called an end to her business, dismissing the lot of them as she did. "Thera, so nice of you to come." "Yeah, well, I can't stay too long. What do you want, Mom?" Instead of answering, Pelania simply became amused. "Am I keeping you from some big plans? I'm going to celebrate with Ben and his friends when I'm done here. I don't want to be too late," she admitted. "Ah, lovely. I take it he won then?" Both me and your father were curious about just how well he'd do when Fox seemed so confident in him. "Well, yeah, he won, but he also awakened his crafting, so that's going to be a big part of it too." She still couldn't believe she'd gotten to witness him awaken his skill in person, and couldn't have been more excited on his behalf. Her mother, though, took a far more thoughtful tone at the news. "That reminds me, I still really need to fire the diplomat who didn't make him an offer from our nation while we had the chance," Pelania said as she shook her head. "Really, what a blunder. Don't just go firing people on your whims. Besides, things worked out well enough so there's nothing to complain about. True, I suppose. And if we need him tied closer to the nation at all, we can always take your engagement and turn it into a full-fledged marriage. Just tell me why you called for me already?" Thera sighed, in no mood for dealing with her mother's nonsense, especially not after Steph and the other girls had already left her head filled with thoughts about the nature of her relationship with Ben. "Oh, it's the sweetest thing," Pelania gushed. "Little Saren has just started crawling. I know most people only care about milestones like walking and talking, but seeing him start to move around is so full of charm you'd think he was an incubus. It's enough to make me want to give you a sibling. What do you say, Thera? You'd be happy to be a big sister, wouldn't you?" She didn't know how she was supposed to react to that. She'd always thought her mother might have wanted to have more children, only holding herself back so that no others would have to deal with the same issues she had. But with Ben and the other believers of his God around, that was no longer a real issue. That didn't change how surprising the idea felt considering how big the age difference would end up being. But it wasn't exactly an issue. "If you want to, then do it. But was this really the only reason you called for me? I mean, I thought you might like to see Saren move around too. And Lux would love to chat for a bit while you're here." "Alright, since I'm here, I guess I do want to see that." Her little cousin was adorable and she loved her aunt. So why deny herself? She could stay for a little while before rushing back. After spending more time than she'd intended chatting with her aunt and watching her baby cousin, Thera rushed back to the embassy where Ben was busy cooking food in his silly getup, with everyone else already there. The smell of the spices he'd bought when they first arrived was thick in the air, as was the sound of Amy's disbelief. "I still can't believe you decided to make us tacos. A good surprise?" he asked happily as he stirred a pan. "No, and I can't believe I'm reliving my last meal surprised. Didn't our tour stop at a taco stand right before everything went down?" "Who cares?" Jake yelled as he shoved some sort of rolled pastry into his mouth. This is delicious. Ben, you gotta share the recipe. I'd kill to have my cooks be able to make this. Ha, sure. I'll jot down a few of the other human foods I've replicated as well for you, he said, looking over his shoulder and seeing Thera had arrived. Ah, perfect timing. Come on over. We'll get you a plate. Sorry I'm late, she told them, dipping her head. I lost track of time a bit. Don't worry. The rest of us just got here, Steph said happily, taking Thera's arm and not getting any resistance for the act as they went over to Ben. So how exactly am I supposed to eat this? She asked him as she saw everything laid out. There were a variety of bowls laid out before her, each with different sauces and ingredients, with a few still on a pan, either to keep warm or to cook replacements for what everyone else had already eaten. To start her off, he handed her a plate with what she could only assume was some sort of exceptionally thin flatbread, with a cooked meat and sautéed vegetables already placed on top of it. Just add some of whatever toppings you think look tasty and roll it up to eat. You can give everything a little taste if you aren't sure, but personally I recommend adding a bit of everything. Having eaten plenty of his meals, she'd grown to trust his cooking no matter how strange it might look in some cases, and did as he said, adding a little bit of everything and rolling it closed before taking a bite, feeling her eyes light up as she did and immediately going for another. Ha! Could I take it then? I've been getting some pretty great reviews from everyone, he told her proudly. Good didn't begin to cut it. His crafting had always included cooking as an aspect, with the fact that it was the blessed version of the skill letting him compete easily with anyone who had the standard cooking skill. And now that it had awakened, it felt like his innate understanding of how to use ingredients had exploded into a whole new dimension. I feel bad for anyone who doesn't live with you. I can't wait to see how the rest of your food is now that you've awakened your skill, she admitted, already eager to try more. But why isn't Uncle here? He's missing out. Admittedly, she was a bit relieved he wasn't. Her aunt was a wonderful cook, but Thera didn't want her uncle to be thinking about how much he'd rather be having Ben's cooking, even if he wouldn't out and say it. He said he had some plans to meet up with the goblins after this, so to enjoy the night without him. Ben shrugged. Sounds like he's going to be treating me to something later instead. Well, maybe this is nice enough too, she thought as she looked around. She and Yuzu were the only two non-humans there, but everyone was just having a nice time and mingling. Even Jake's teachers seemed content to not tag along, hovering over them and ensuring the safety of the soul mage for the night. Once she had another taco prepared, she let Steph pull her away, giving Will time to chat with Ben for a bit as they joined Amy, who seemed to be enjoying the food despite the complicated history they seemed to have with it. So didn't you seem happy with what Ben made? Steph teased the other girl as they ate. And you almost turned it down right at the beginning too. Hey! I thought it was just a magic club at first. If he didn't keep what he was making as a surprise, I wouldn't have hesitated. He does like his surprises, Thera said, thinking back to all of the times he'd kept what he was making a secret, either because he wasn't sure if it was possible or to get her reaction. But I'm glad it worked out. Think you'll be able to get some use out of it? Absolutely. As soon as tomorrow rolls around, I'm spending the next couple weeks getting used to it. Maybe I should commission some armor too before you guys head off. I'd rather avoid dying a second time so soon after my first. Ha, he always says the same thing, Thera chuckled, glancing at him as he spoke animatedly with the other three. He seemed like he was on top of the world, and who could blame him? She felt herself smile just watching from the side, but turned away before either woman could comment, instead asking something that had been on her mind for a while that she'd never been able to get an answer to from Ben, and hoped the humans with her would be a bit more agreeable. So what does his outfit say anyway? He's never told me. Frequently when he cooked he insisted on wearing something she couldn't help but view as a bit silly, though tried not to voice the thought since he claimed it was the traditional cooking outfit of his world, and any time she asked about what it said on the front she got some non-answer. Even if it wasn't important, it piqued at her curiosity. She just wasn't expecting the answer she got. Oh, that, Steph said, giving him a look as she answered. It says Kiss the Cook. If I remember right, his dad used to have one too. I get that, Amy told them as she nodded. Nothing wrong with things that remind you of home. What neither of them were aware of as they spoke was the misconception forming as a result of their casual answer, with Thera having no chance to ask any more as Ben called them all over for dessert as a small golden blush touched her cheeks. Wait, so that's actually a part of their culture? If it's something his father had too, then he didn't just make it for no reason, but they both seemed so calm and casual about it. I haven't seen anyone kiss Ben since I got here, but maybe they did it before I arrived? Or maybe it's after the meal. I wish he'd tell me a bit more about his culture. I mean, he does a lot for me, if that sort of thing would make him feel more comfortable being in the world. As Ben handed out some sort of long, sweetened pastries to them all, she couldn't help but look at his lips as they ate. Thanks for the meal, man. Stop by later and we'll work out a time for you to meet up with my teachers, Jake said happily, pulling him into a hug before he, Amy, and Yuzu left for the night, leaving him with Thera, Steph, and Will. Well, this was fun, but we should probably start heading back soon too, Will told him. How much longer are you two planning on being here? We can try to meet up one last time if you want. Probably just a couple more days for me at least, Ben told him before turning to Thera. Unless you have anything to hold you back for a while? No, I think I'm good, she told him, seeming distracted as she was preparing to leave for her own room. Seeing her like that had felt like a common feature of the trip, and he was debating talking to her about it when they were alone before she managed to crash his brain by leaning up and gently kissing his cheek before throwing her hood over her head to hide her face. To the side, Steph was all but shaking Will in excitement as Ben struggled to get a single mind to put together a coherent thought. I take it you enjoyed the food then? It was delicious, she told him as she stared at the ground, frantically asking herself what she'd just done. Sorry. Is that the sort of thing you're supposed to do before food is served? What? I mean, Steph and Amy told me what your outfit said, and I really don't mind doing little things like that to participate in your culture if it would make you happy, she rushed to explain. You do a lot for me, so it's the least I could do, really. What? He asked again, still confused as Will leaned over to a suddenly far more uncomfortable-looking Steph. I get the feeling you probably didn't explain things as well as you should have, he whispered to her, pushing her to action as she pulled Thera to the side, saying something quietly that ended with her rushing out of the room. Okay, I'm going to follow her, she said after a second's hesitation. Will, I'll see you at home. Ben, I don't know, I'll see you later. With that, she ran out as well, leaving Ben alone with Will as he chuckled. Well, whenever Thera comes back it might be good for you guys to actually talk. I told you, she's been nothing but clear that she doesn't want anything like that, and I don't want to make things weird by making a pass. The way things are is fine. That's a pretty big smile if you really think that. Ben touched his face, not realizing how happy he looked after such a small act. Okay, this might be a problem. Will laughed as he watched him, patting his shoulder and giving a wave as he walked off. I'll stop by in a couple days, so let me know how it goes. All right? Before he could answer, he was alone, and with nothing else to do, went to lie down to deal with the mess that was his thoughts. It hadn't been long, but it wasn't helping. He was in a struggle of what he wanted to do versus what he thought he should do, and the pulling from both ends left him unable to rest or relax, so he got up and decided to go out for a walk to get some air. He could still feel the effects of Bind, the link between his and Thera's soul, and knew she wasn't in her room, which was probably for the best. He wanted to talk to her, he just didn't know how. As much as he just wanted to be open about it and tell her he cared, he still couldn't help but worry it would only drive a wedge between them. Nope, I'm clearing my head for now. No thoughts on how complicated interpersonal relationships are. It was dark in all faith so late in the day, with few places open now that the sun had set. The streets were mostly empty now that the contest had ended, with the tourists having gone through the gate back to their home nations as the residents of the city enjoyed its normal, calmer atmosphere. It was as he was walking that he heard music, a familiar sound coming from a small pub, and thinking it could be the perfect distraction he went in, seeing Greed in the back, using the tool he'd made him to perform and giving him a wave. He wasn't sure if he was seen, but that was fine. He was content to simply sit and enjoy some music, letting his troubles melt away as he did, only to be shocked to find someone else in the pub he knew, or was at least acquainted with, and walked over to say hi. Hey Zeisel, wasn't expecting to run into you here, Ben told the starfish person and fellow apostle amicably, not sure how he would respond. The last time he'd seen him was as the results of their little competition were announced. And though Ben didn't think he was a bad guy, he couldn't exactly blame him if he felt any bad blood. To his relief, though, he seemed cheerful, even excited to get the chance to see him. Ben, I was hoping to meet again. Come, sit and join me for a bit if you aren't busy. The level of positivity and cheer was a surprise in itself, but Ben did as he asked, happy for the distraction. It's good to see you too. How did the birth of your children go? Oh, wonderful. All 7 eggs hatched safely and they were each able to eat their way out without causing me major harm. The healers on standby were able to treat most of the damage too. I just need to take it easy for a few days so they're being watched by their mother for the time being. He seemed so thrilled by what he was saying that Ben tried to keep a neutral face to what he was hearing, no matter how strange the topic was. Right, didn't Hellori mention this too? I was a bit too distracted about the whole magic thing at the time, but I feel like I got to see some of the stranger traits to exist in the world during the trip. I wonder if succubi... Nope, not thinking about that right now. I'll ask Falk later or something. He shook the thought from his head. Not that Zyzel seemed to notice, instead having his own questions. So since I have you here, I've got to know. How did you pull off your win? I was sure we had it, though losing after all of that was a lot more exciting. He laughed. Well, since the contest involved getting the most faith, I just gathered my god the low-quality stuff. I basically turned a small forest of trees and 100-some-odd animals into faith generators, and it managed to work out. Wait, what does any of that even mean? Zyzel asked, voice alight with the sort of curiosity one would expect from an apostle of a knowledge god, and Ben gave the long version, explaining both his plan and how he pulled it off, leaving the other man more and more impressed. Well, I can't be dissatisfied losing like this, he said happily. I never would have imagined. He trailed off as they continued to chat and pass the time, Ben finding it to be the perfect distraction from his thoughts as the music slowed and stopped, with the familiar crab making it joining their table after. Wasn't expecting to see you again so soon, legs. Miss me that much? Greed asked with a laugh, getting Ben to lift him to the table instead of leaving him down on the floor. Just needed to clear my head and heard your music. It was good. Ha, you didn't even see me at my full potential. When I'm going all out, I weave my magic into my song. But not much point in a crowd like this. But anyway, what's got your face looking like that? Like what? This is just my face. Hey, I see enough of you hominid types to pick up on a few things. Now out with it. If something's bothering you, Ben, I wouldn't mind listening as well, Zyzel agreed. After what my goddess dragged you into, it's the least I could do. He wasn't sure if it was something he wanted to talk about, but then again he still didn't know how to deal with this, and it was something he needed to make a choice on eventually. There were worse options to talk it over with than a married man who just started a family and someone who seemed to have plenty of experience with women. So along with his desire to get it off his chest, he opened up, telling them what had happened, how he felt, and how he struggled with it, and waited to see what either would say, with Greed happy to share his opinion first. Love is a scam. Don't do it, he said bluntly. Sure, everything might seem all sunshine and rainbows at first, but then you have a giant baby trying to eat your flesh. It's not worth it. Ridiculous, Zyzel cut in. There's no greater joy for a father than to offer his body for his children. Surviving after is just a bonus. I definitely should have asked other humans for advice instead of this. He spent a few more minutes listening to them bicker about the virtues or horrors of childrearing before he put a stop to it. Guys, I'm not thinking about children. I'm thinking about if I should even tell her how I feel at all. Oh right, yeah, I'd say do it, Greed said casually as Zyzel nodded along. I'm in agreement with him. What's the harm? Ruining my most important friendship? Except you said you think she likes you too, the starfish man pointed out. Making the first move can be scary, but if she was really as against romance as you've said, then if she changed her mind, she might not know how to approach it. If you put yourself out there and show you're an option, then maybe things will be awkward, but maybe it will work out too. Let's say instead you choose to move on to preserve your friendship. Do you think she'd be happy seeing you with someone else? If you're the one who pulled her from her desired solitude, then one day having someone else in your life could leave things just as complicated. He couldn't deny that. Thera had reacted strongly enough just seeing Mercy taking a bite out of him that he couldn't imagine things being anything but awkward by having some other romantic partner. Not that he wanted one anyway. He didn't want to date for the sake of dating, he wanted to date because it was her. Damn it. Okay, you're right, I'm going to tell her, he said as he got up, feeling resigned to however it turned out. Even if it didn't go well, even if it left her feeling awkward for a while, he didn't think he'd be able to be satisfied if he didn't. It would be something he'd keep looking back on, wondering how things would be if he had just a little more courage, and he didn't want that. He wanted to see if her thoughts on the topic really had changed at all, or at least if they were starting to. The other apostle seemed thoroughly satisfied with his choice. Best of luck, Ben. I'm rooting for you. And one last thing before you go, Greed called out, stopping Ben in his tracks. I could kind of use a lift. Ben could only laugh, picking up the crab and his amplifier before being on his way. This will be the last time before I come to collect payment, so let's make this fast before I lose my courage. As they made their way through the dark, empty streets, they chatted without much care, Ben excitedly telling the crab how the contest had ended, while Greed in return spoke about the use he was already getting out of the amplifier, as well as the few shows he'd picked up while in town. I'm just saying, if she says yes to you, then a first date with a performance from the one and only Greed would make it extra special. Ha, sorry. I've got something special planned for that performance. Using it for a date wouldn't be the best option for me. Ah, hell legs, you also saved my life. I can give you one more on the house. I'm not such a jerk that I won't pay you back for that. In that case maybe. I'll think on it a bit more after I hear whatever she says. Just the thought left butterflies in his stomach and his nerves a mess. Despite everything he'd dealt with since ending up in the world, he couldn't help but feel more stressed by this than anything else. I've literally hung from the neck of a sea monster. This shouldn't be stressing me out so much. His distracted thoughts would end up as his downfall though. Without noticing anyone coming from behind him, he suddenly felt hands on his arms and his mouth being covered. His assailants being strong enough to hold him despite the bonuses to his strength he'd gained upon awakening his skill. Hey, who the hell are you? Greed screamed in his too quiet voice, not having the amplifier set up to draw attention. Hey, someone help over here. Shit, he has someone with him. One of the men muttered as another gave out orders. One of you, grab him too and keep him quiet. Let's get this done fast. More men came and took Greed, and Ben was dragged off through back streets, gagged to keep him from screaming and unable to escape. For all the strength he now had, he was just one man, and he was able to see 6 around him as he tried to break away. Myriad, SOS. Again, man. Be really nice if you answered this time. His god started, much to his relief before taking in just what was happening. He could hear the desperation in Myriad's voice as his god screamed in his head. But as he struggled, he couldn't escape. His hands were secured and he didn't have any weapons on him anyway. He didn't even have any mana batteries in his shoes at the moment, not to mention a lack of skills that could be used. He tried connecting with them, exposing them to the full force of his panicked mind. But none of them were touching his flesh, instead hanging on to his coat as they pulled him along. There was no avenue for escape. He had nothing, and as soon as he saw where he was, he understood exactly what was going to happen. Why his god was so panicked as he was pulled to the door of a large tower, the 2 guards at its side giving a nod to the men bringing him there as they opened it up and tossed him in with Greed, trapping them both in the dead god's trial.